DT, but from last year we introduced DT-AP, yes, adults, for adults, but Ministry of Health didn't acquire. Last year, we hope this year, but we're still waiting.
Okay.
It's a huge issue. I think Gino is pretty exceptional in terms of what he's
He does
doing.
seem like it, and the way he talks and
going in
himself
schools
across,
to promote the HPV vaccine so many times.
And he's very modest, but I think he's too modest. Saying everybody is like him.
Oh no, I doubt that.
It would be great if they would be.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the case.
No. Anybody else?
I think the only concern I have is that I think the physician will need to ask each time the patient for us to be there. Yeah.
I think that's what Cass was saying with the, I always forget the word,
Scrubs.
That if you wore that, then you will be introduced as a nurse in training, which I'm not sure is like really.
What is this?
Yeah, it's not really difficult.
It is trying.
If they just introduce us as members of staff in training, that is not vague enough.
I would prefer that they don't introduce
at all.
Instead of under a fake premise. I think you could discuss that with each physician. The idea was that if for those that were a bit more reluctant to the study, they didn't want to ask their patient. So by having you wearing a scrub, then you will be just someone there that you don't talk about.
I think you should check with your GP because you know this suggestion only came from one or two that we happened to visit. So maybe your GPs do not want you to wear scrubs. So maybe
I would
just check. Yeah. And the other thing that we discussed is so that the patients do not think that you're part of the staff when you interview them, because that can be a bias.
Yeah.
You know, they may not feel comfortable. So you'll have to do the observation one day. Like if they ask you to wear the scrubs, that day you will only observe. And then when you are doing interviews, you don't wear any.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it would be complicated to take
Yeah, you can't be taking off costumes.
No, if they saw you with a scrub, they might think you will report back to the physician everything they say, so that's not working as well.
But can I say that it's like a public health research? So
Let's mention that.
Yeah.
My background is public health, so I could just say that I work on research. So.
Yeah.
I would prefer that as well. I think it's more.
I mean, I don't know. Some of these communities, I'm guessing, are quite small and
they know each other.
They know each other. So is it going to be strange that one day we're presenting them as, you know, trainees and the other day as researchers?
But they won't identify us. I mean, I don't think they will. There was this person yesterday. I don't think they will really talk about this.
Let's ask Marianne, because if we're in a community that is already a little bit suspicious, and then there's a person that's putting on costumes.
I think the word research or researcher, it's a little bit tricky.
Yeah.
It scares people, doesn't it?
Yeah. What do they want from us?
Yeah.
What it
happened?
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know.
What happened with, for example, last year in the hospital with the research is that sometimes they confuse with a journalist. Because of the fears going on with all the scandals. In the past years, everyone was concerned when you said you were like research, pure research. But this was the hospital, like a big hospital, so they said, oh, we're investigating something. And then it was part of also like the physicians, because they are not used to doing research, to have people doing research close by on a constant basis. So then also,
I think Romanians are usually suspicious if you do research because of the, I think it's because of the communist past and the secret police and all that.
So yeah,
It's actually really fascinating.
Yeah.
And so
But
what?
it's usually like in the cities there, like in the villages, people talk to you, they don't really care actually.
And is evaluation better? We do program evaluation, but that might sound even more.
Technical.
Yeah, that sounds like you're putting them on the spot.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's definitely worth asking Marianne because different groups react differently. Obviously, you know,
What if
we are
you
facing this on our
Yeah,
experience.
What if you say studies, like you're a student or you're doing your study?
Oh yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
is that better? Because
Uh-huh.
you can all probably, some of you are still doing research, so you could say, you know, we're doing a study, we're
Try to
studying.
learn.
We're
trying to
studying,
learn.
yeah.
To, yes.
I mean, you're in school, so you're not.
Exactly. You shouldn't buy a university badge.
Yeah.
Or we're trying to
Maybe.
learn, we're learning from our
Yes.
studies.
Yeah, maybe we have a few questions. Isn't
Yeah.
that?
And you could check with the GP what they think. I think my opinion would be to be as close as possible to truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not to pretend you're a nurse.
But I think the GPs would have a good input.
Yeah.
Like how to
Because
handle it.
ideally we would like to do the observation and do the interview with the same caregiver.
Okay.
That would be the most beneficial for this. If you observe what's happening, then you ask the caregiver what they thought about it. But then if you need to wear a scrub and you need to be a nurse, then maybe it's a bit weird to ask them questions after. So you need to think about how to do this. And I think the issue is with those providers that were less enthusiastic about this study, and it's with them that we are likely to get the most information because they're low performing clinics. So we really want to go there and work with them, so we need to find a way that.
But my concern is also that in small communities, people will be reluctant to talk about their doctor, as they will be
Yes.
afraid we will.
Report back.
Report back, yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
I don't know. Usually we remind people that everything they say will be confidential, that there's no link with what they say, that will not, no information will get to their GPs, that will not affect the quality of care. That's how we do in Quebec. I don't know in Romania if people are more suspicious, it might not be.
Is it worth maybe today practicing the introduction of how we introduce ourselves?
Yeah.
The script, you know, around everything you say. Maybe that's a good thing to
Yes.
make sure so everybody kind of has a sense.
And
then
maybe
you can adapt it.
asking Marianne what he thinks.
Yeah. And Aurora, one question we had yesterday is if we want to expand to interview community nurses or the Roma mediator. What else?
And maybe people at the public health district, if we find something and we want to explore.
Is it easy to have, like, could they just go up and approach them, or does somebody need to make that connection?
To the public health district and mediators.
Well, at least the mediator.
At least.
Yeah.
And community nurse, those nurses.
If the nurse will probably be in the GP's office, or no?
But those nurses
nurse-
work for the mayors.
Not always by the GP office.
Okay.
The nurses, the community assistants. This is another
They're not
person.
social workers.
Yes.
That's the community nurse.
Yeah, I think so.
Community
Right?
nurse, and I think that they are belong to the local authorities,
Yes.
mail or I don't know, district council.
Okay.
So that's why it's another part of I don't know, of this team.
Right.
But the collaboration between public health districts and the nurses communities where they are is very good
Yeah.
and very useful
Yeah.
because they help our colleague from public health district so much
Yeah.
in those communities. But unfortunately, they are not they are not in the whole country.
Right. So if they are in a community with a nurse, is it possible for them to just walk up to her and ask her for an interview, or does somebody need to make a connection for them?
I don't know. I think that GPs can make a
introduce,
connection
yeah.
because they work closer each other.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah. Okay. So then we need to get them a questionnaire for the community.
Yes.
But public health districts, I don't see any useful, I don't know, results or conclusion
No. Okay.
after the interview with public health districts colleague, because they are not involved deeply in the children vaccination, so that's why
Or maybe
I don't see any
learn more
connection.
about the general approach or what they
Only with stock
Yeah.
vaccines,
But did we
catalogue.
prevention conditions? I think they have a prevention budget, a really kind of so but I'm not sure they're using it for what they're using.
But what can I say? As long as the vaccines are acquired by Ministry of Health, so it's a centralized process.
Yeah.
So public health district depends on the process to the Ministry of Health regarding the vaccines.
So they are bridging the GPs and the ministry. That's the
Yes, they
flow.
receive the necessary necessary vaccines from the family doctors. They centralized for the whole district. They send us,
to the institute.
yes. Also, we centralized for the whole country, and we sent the total situation to the Ministry of Health. It's a long process and very elaborated because it's hard to collect the data from the district. You know?
And they have the same challenges collecting the data from the GPs.
Yes. It's a little bit hard because some of them are in the holiday when we collect the data, and after that say, "Oh, you forgot me." No, we don't forget, but you are not in the office and you cannot send us the necessary of vaccines.
So do you see as places that could be better standardized and with less legs,
No.
with less stakeholders involved?
Because family doctor is separated, are separated from government part or system. They are, if you like to say it, yes. So that's why it's very difficult to make them to understand some bureaucratic processes. You know? But I don't know. We hope that we did with electronic registry for vaccination, so we hope in the next future we have the correct cartography, the correct necessary vaccines and so on. And we hope that we'll have a vaccination law, because in the vaccination law are described all these responsibilities, all these actors involved in this process, the penalties, and so on.
Exactly, that's the thing.
Yes.
It's easier to have incentives and penalties to people who don't like.
From the Ministry of
Exactly.
Health to the family doctors,
Yeah.
all the actors.
Yeah. But there needs to be regulation and law
Yes.
against it, well, for that.
Yes, but we hope from more one year, and we still don't have.
But
Yes.
just obviously the doctors, the family doctors
Yeah,
still get
it's
an
to
incentive
discuss
right now
that.
to try and vaccinate because they get paid for it.
Yes, but
Just
I-
parents are messaging about
I don't know.
That's all just
There are many circumstances here, because part of family doctors are not pediatrician in the previous life.
Yeah.
You know, and they scare to perform vaccination. They are too old to begin to learn to read and to, what is this vaccine? No, it's too much for me. I'm so old, I'm so tired. I don't care. So that's why in the vaccination law, it's specified that only vaccinators with a diploma for vaccinators, yes,
Are allowed to do
are
that.
allowed to do this.
That makes sense.
So that's why we
Pushing for it. Do you think it's better when vaccination
Yeah. Do you need to put a presentation or anything on that?
Yes, I have told my
Din cauza vaccinării în școală a apărut isteria asta cu consimțământul de vaccinare. Pentru că în momentul când profesorul a anunțat, sau dirigintele, am fost anunțați că data de se face vaccinare, de exemplu, la 7 ani, în școală, se făcea rujorii. Și se trezea cu bilețele de acasă, de la secundă. De acord să vaccinați copii, că au început să deja isteria pe internet. Și se duceau acasă și spunea, mamă, dar cătăriță nu vrea să se vaccineze, eu de ce să mă vaccinez? Și a apărut în vreo câțiva ani, am avut problemele astea. Nu, și pentru că medici școlariști, că ăștia sunt medicii școlari, erau doar în orașe și în centrele mari universitare. Da? Deci, oricum, acolo unde voiam noi să se ajungă, nu se ajungea. Și oricum, populația săracă nu ajunge la școală. Dacă mulți se duc, fac o clasă 2 și doamna Vale mică, face 5 km din sat până la școală și multe probleme din asta. Și atunci de aia s-a decis prin comitetele acelea de experți să se treacă de la vaccinarea în școală să decât 2 vaccinuri, care de fapt protectul la medicul de familie rujeolii poate de 7 ani, dacă se face la 5 ani, de familie, și viteul de 14 ani.
Deci oricum e înainte de școală.
Și nu se fac nici acum. Deci,
Mă gândeam doar pentru...
vă așteptam să ne dați idei.
Iertați-mă, doamnă. Legat de, nu am înțeles de ce scuze pentru toți. Legat de vaccinările în școală, eu aș vrea să încep deja.
Da, sigur, că noi tot...
Și aș începe, că v-am auzit cumva de povestea asta. Eu am copilărit lângă București, într-un... Acum un orășel, înainte era o comună foarte mică, în fine. Și mi-aduc aminte perfect de experiența legată de vaccinare. Mai târziu a existat și reacții din partea părinților care nu susțineau vaccinarea în școli, pentru că nu știu cum era în altă parte, dar cel puțin la noi la școală, nu se schimbau acele. haideți să ne aducem aminte puțin de ce a însemnat epidemia de HIV în România și care au fost cauzele ei. Dacă vrem să înțelegem ce se întâmplă în momentul de față, ar trebui să privim puțin în urmă. Niște reacții emoționale puternice. Practic, sunt generația mea, de 40 de ani, cam pe aici ne învârtim, mulțumesc la fel, cam pe aici ne învârtim cu părinții care au copii și care au o atitudine destul de dură. Și atunci, nu ar fi corect doar să spunem că ei vin cumva cu ideile astea alternative, și anume că vaccinul sunt eficiente, legătura asta cu autismul și toate poveștile astea, dar mai vin și cu neîncrederea pe care unii au trăit-o pe propria piele. Mi-aduc aminte perfect, mai târziu m-am mutat la București și când a fost vorba să facem vaccinul, cred că de 14 ani, da? Eu l-am făcut, pentru că familia mea era destul de relaxată cu ideile astea, dar mi-aduc aminte că aveam în clasă copii, inclusiv colegi care aveau părinți mici asistente medicale în spitalele mari și care aveau exact aceeași idee. Nici gând să te vaccinezi, spune că refuz, spune că nu ești de acord, nu o să te oblige. Plângeau ăștia și auzeam la telefon în fața școlii cum sunau acasă, să nu aveam mobil atunci. Și cam astea erau discuțiile. Aduceți-vă aminte că au existat imagini la televizor copiii care s-au îmbolnăvit, clar era vorba despre sistemul sanitar. Aduceți-vă aminte de isteria legată de, cum se cheamă, de seringile de unică folosință care erau refolosite. Și mai mult de atât, aduceți-vă aminte, să nu știu cum era cel puțin comunitatea în care voi veniți, dar mai era încă un caz interesant legat de cum în anumite comunități, mai izolate, brusc o generație de copii, și nu mă refer aici doar la HIV, mă refer aici și la hepatita C. Care era explicația de fapt? Ei bine, în comunitățile alea exista o fostă doamnă care a lucrat la un moment dat în spital, și care avea deprinderi de a face vaccinuri sau injecții, dar pe vremea aveam și tratamentul ăsta puternic injectabil, după aia s-a făcut o trecere și s-a încercat evitarea lui și nu înțelegem în momentul de față încă avem vaccinuri care sunt administrate intravenos sau subcutanat. Nu mă gândesc dacă ar putea să fie o pastilă, nu mă pricep atât de bine. Însă, în perioada comunismului aveam o serie de limitări în ceea ce privește accesul la energie. Mă refer aici la energie electrică, se întrerupeau, ajuți-vă aminte să vorbesc cu părinții voștri, sau, dacă era vorba de sterilizat, atunci erau astea de gaz, sterile de gaz, care nu existau. Și atunci o sterilizare adecvată. Aveam seringi care se refoloseau, erau seringile de sticlă, da? Acele care se refoloseau. Și în condițiile astea în care părinții veneau și spuneau: Doamnă, vă rog frumos, administrație copilului, că avea scheme de astea la 12 noaptea, niște ciudățenii de scheme, alternativa era să plece nu știu cât zeci de kilometri până la oraș, da? Unde să facă o injecție, să doară, că aceea nu era o opțiune pentru nimeni. Erau probleme inclusiv de transport. Și atunci părinții rămași acasă aflau la formulele astea. Era de ajuns ca un copil să ajungă într-un centru mare, într-un oraș mare, să îmbolnăvească, venea în comunitate și practic surgea o generație. Asta e explicația. Deci cumva siguranța asta nu a existat. După Revoluție, în continuare au existat probleme. Și mai târziu, în continuare, tot blamăm sistemul de sănătate, acum să vede Dumnezeu, într-o măsură, vedem simt la televizor ce se întâmplă. Deci nu sunt doar oameni care au atitudinea asta complet împotrivă idei de vaccin, dar sunt oameni îngrijorați de cum se realizează vaccinarea.
Aici vine rolul medicului de familie, că eu de-aia insistam el la doctorul Dumitra.
Da.
Da? Deci, și în programul de vaccinare este, cum să spun, în plata pe care el o ia pe vaccinare intră consilierea, consultația, vaccinarea.
Care înseamnă cât?
Consilierea, deci ce v-a spus, 27 și dacă
deci
faci...
un euro jumate.
Da.
Am făcut
Să vaccinezi din... Da. Și vaccinul este gratuit, deci
un
vaccinul...
euro jumate.
Nu, dar e pe 627 de euro, 27 de lei.
Nu, la care se mai adaugă, dacă avem drumul vaccinare, se mai adaugă nu știu ce. Am un euro jumătate.
Deci asta este, dar
E
el...
foarte atractiv.
Dar el...
40 de lei, sub, nu știu, 8 euro.
În fine, foarte atractiv.
Dar el își ia banii per capita.
Per capita. Dar are o listă de 2000 și ceva, care stă foarte bine.
Da. Eu aici vreau să vin puțin să ne lămurim cu tarele astea de mult, deci de vreme foarte... Hai să nu zic 10, că poate este mult, dar 7 ani, tot sunt. De când vaccinurile, ați văzut cum sunt vaccinurile acum? Da. Deci, dacă medicul ar face consilierea părintelui așa cum se cade și cu vaccinul în față i-ar explica, dar nu azi, mâine și de mine, trebuie timp îndelungat, adică ne trebuie muncă și răbdare, ar dispărea aceste tare. Dar vedeți, el tot timpul, scuzați-mă și cu asta terminăm, el tot timpul, nu am timp să fac și asta, mai sunt și alții la ușă, ia uite cum țipă, ia uite cum și așa este. Și nu fac această consiliere. Și atunci s-a perpetuat această teamă, pentru că omul nu știe dacă nu-i explici. Trebuie să-i explici.
Și bănuiesc că sunteți de acord că doctorul Dumitra e în alt film complet, comparativ cu ceilalți medici de familie.
Exact, noi îi spunem mereu, zi, băi, cine lasă?
A fost foarte amabil, a luat apărarea colegilor.
Da.
Nu se poate.
So you were talking about the tara of vaccination in the history, in the past.
Okay.
My generation, which are the parents now.
Right.
When with one syringe and with one needle has been vaccinated 10 or 20 children.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no? Yeah.
I was exposed.
Really?
Yes.
So that's why we consider that nowadays it's very...
Are you okay?
More or less.
Very okay.
More or less.
Yeah, it's frightening.
So that's why we consider that nowadays it's very important the council of parents by family doctors.
Yeah.
So that's why we are
Yeah,
talking
no
about
problem. Great. Are you ready?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So we'll start with Marianne talking to us about building trust, and this will, to our discussion about how you introduce yourself, both to the GP as well as the parents, how you gain trust, and then from there we'll start moving on to the actual interview questionnaire so that you can have exposure to that, and then we'll do some practice.
Ok. Aș prefera să fac asta în română, pentru că vor fi chestii foarte sensibile și cred că e mai simplu pentru...
Is it possible to speak in English only because I'm so interested in this?
You want me to do it in English?
Is it difficult?
I don't know, there are very sensitive issues, so words are not...
Easily translated?
I think so, yes.
Can you try a little bit? Only because
try.
it's
Yeah,
very
it makes
interesting
life
for all of us, so that we understand how to frame the study.
We can help.
Yes.
Okay, I will try anyway. So, I'm just a short introduction about myself and what I do in my real life. So I spend much of my time in the work. I do with organization. It's called Carousel. It's a local NGO, and we are focused on providing social and medical services for the most vulnerable groups. I don't know if you are aware about Carousel. Two things. One very important, we are now running the night shelter in Bucharest, where I'm also inviting you for a visit. Every night it is open, starting with 7 o'clock. It's not so far from the downtown. This is our idea to have it in downtown, so it's on the Sherman-Vodă street. This is a night shelter which comes as a response to the need of a big issue. I mean, housing, especially housing for vulnerable groups. And as the vulnerable groups, I can mention that we are working with the drug users, with the sex workers, with the people with no medical, no ID papers, no medical insurance, no medical card, people that are also living with HIV, hepatitis, tuberculosis, gay people, and if I'm looking to the ethnicity, roughly 80%, 80% are Roma ethnics. So, shelter is a component. We are running an outreach program, so we are going in the city and also out of Bucharest, not far, but we are going also out of Bucharest, where we provide basic services, including needle exchange, for example, for the drug users, if you are aware of these kind of programs. We are also distributing condoms for the sex workers, food, hygiene products, and basically the mission of the outreach program is to have a contact with these people, establish a relation, improve the relation in time, and then try to connect them to the service, the other service that we are providing. We are working also with the children of these people, so we have a day center, and in the same time, we realize that a big component, a big component related with the access to the medical care. Of course, we can provide these services, the medical services, but I don't know in time if these services are sustainable or not. So we made a change in our approach, and we are working with the public system. So basically, in Victor Babeș Hospital, which is one of the two main infectious disease hospitals in the city, we opened a center, so we work together with the medical personnel. Basically, what we do is to take care of the social issues, so the medical doctors can focus only on the medical aspects. So that means before practically starting with the street, through the outreach program, we are preparing the people for the medical care. That means treatment for HIV, which is something very important for us. Is also treatment for hepatitis, TB, and then all the other related issues. We are paying for the medical insurance. We made this decision after many attempts, and at the end we think that is the best way, is cheaper, and is most effective. So we deal with the ID papers, we solve the problems with the ID paper, we have our own network, we can make it quite fast. The problem is with those which never been registered in their life,
yeah,
which is a completely different procedure, because that takes, I said something yesterday, it might take up to a year. So you need to go to the Forensic Institute in MLA. You have to go to the court, you have to pay a lot of taxes. So at the end, after 1 year and a few months, there will be a judge saying that, yes, you are this person, you have this age, this is based on this document, you can get a personal registration number, a CNP, and then you are like a citizen. Of course, it doesn't mean that you can have a normal ID paper. Are you aware of the so-called normal ID paper and less normal ID paper?
I'm not sure what you mean by a less normal one.
Yes, so probably you have an ID paper,
yeah,
which is valid for 10 years, and you have your personal information and also an address.
Mm-hmm.
Are you the owner of that?
No, it's my parents' address.
Okay. Are you also living in to that address on the ID?
No,
okay. So yes. So you are a criminal.
Yeah, pretty much.
You have a network, so your family came due to the police station with the documents, the property documents of the building of the house, and they also made a statement saying that you, which is a lie, of course, and they were saying that you are living in that premises. Okay.
Initially it's not a lie, but then because she's not, she didn't change it, something else. But initially it's not.
Initially.
Yeah.
But she'll change it after 10 years, she'll change the document and they will lie. Anyway, so you are lucky. But for those who are not the owners of a house, what can you get?
You get there's no address on your documents.
Yes, but you can, but you get a temporary ID.
For 1 year.
Which is valid for 1 year and looks different, completely different. So basically, that's the proof that you are less
Entitled to
be a citizen. You are second-class citizen. That's a proof that you are not eligible for a regular job because you are homeless. So that's the beginning of a long chain of discrimination.
So this ID card needs to change year by year?
Yeah.
Every year. And I
Wow.
can show you, have you ever seen that? Which are you really Chrome or?
It doesn't really work, the internet, but try.
Can you, are you on?
And do Romanians have like birth certificate? Because in Canada we have birth certificate in hospital and that's our main identity paper.
But these are people who were never registered.
Okay, so if you don't have that from the start, you're always in a bad situation. Correct? You cannot have that when you're 30?
I actually
I'm not entirely sure.
Because you need to renew your ID paper
So it's like every 10 years, yeah.
So
what happens is that you get the birth certificate if you are declared.
Yeah. If you're not, you don't get it and you cannot get it later on.
I'm not sure
I
if you
don't know,
I guess you
I
can get it, but you
get
need to
make
have
that
an
in your life.
address and
Not in the maternity.
So it's needed the civil registration, yeah.
So this is basically it's like a paper, it's not even plastic. So that's the
That's a temporary one.
Yeah.
temporary ID. And you can put there your former address, or they can say that no address. Yes.
Yeah.
With that document, go get a job.
it's even handwritten.
Is it?
Yes,
Yes.
you can take a look. Or you can
Much
just
civilian, still are.
for it.
But this is linked like to the Ministry of Social Affairs and Ministry of Internal Affairs.
Sorry? Sorry?
I think when it comes to IDs,
Yes.
it's mainly under the responsibility of Ministry of Social Affairs and Ministry of Internal Affairs, right?
Internal affairs.
Internal Affairs.
Yes, because they are controlling the.
It's Internal Affairs, yeah.
Yes. So what we have is this crazy idea to link the right to identity to the right of property.
Yeah.
And this comes from the past when we had to get immediately a person picked up by the Securitate and we needed to have an address.
But it's linked also with the right of property and
Not so many countries that, no, you don't need to put the address. I mean, you can find some person immediately, we are in 2000, which year?
yeah, no, but it's also because before everybody had the property, like,
Was given property
No,
from
no,
the
no,
state.
no. In the communist regime, no. The property was common.
yeah, but then it was the evidence, so then there was no breach afterwards.
So that's a big,
Yeah.
important issue. With that temporary ID paper, you cannot easily find a family doctor. So you are immediately out of the system.
Do you know about how many people are we talking?
No, probably there is information, but also these documents expires in 1 year. And you need to go back to the police station and do the procedure in order to have one. But as long as you really don't need that document, because it doesn't help you anyway, so why should you bother to get it?
So for example, if you rent a property, you don't legally own it, are you not, would you be getting a temporary ID card then?
If you rent a house, then you need to have a contract. So the owner have to go to the ANAF and pay taxes.
Which
So
doesn't happen that often.
this is first problem. They will not want to do that.
Of course, yeah.
Second, they have to go to the police station with their contract and just say that you leave, and they have to bring their own documents, property documents, and declare that you are living in that space. Which is too much, because the people, you know that we have this rumor, the property documents, you have to keep them locked, because your children might steal them and you'll be in the street immediately. Which I know many cases. It's happened many times.
But for example, I live in Germany, and when it comes to registration, so I rented a house and it was mandatory to register, it was linked to everything. Like
Yes.
the activities.
Yeah, but it's very easy
but
to
easy to
make
get registered.
It's very...
But here it's not. Here
Yeah,
it's
but
not.
it was like also like individual responsibility to do it. It was not...
Yeah, but the thing is,
It
it's
could
so
not
easy
function
to do
if
that.
you're not... Yeah.
Because in Britain, for example, all you need is a bill from, let's say, your phone provider that has your name and that address, and that is your proof of address, that is you proving that you live there. There's no police involved, there's no government involved, they make it so easy, Whereas here, I feel very ignorant because I haven't lived here for the past 7 years. I didn't even know this was still the case. I was hoping maybe it changed a little, but obviously it hasn't. Yeah.
So most of the people that we are working with, so it's up to 2,000 people. I think only 10% they really have that document, and that's a fake also.
The temporary or the
No, the permanent,
real one?
the real one. And for that, of course, there is a black market. You go and pay some money, and then you can, the owner can come with you. If you remember, we had the last election, the referendum, and the government opened 2 sections only for an address, because in that place were registered maybe thousands of people.
Yes.
Remember?
Yeah,
It was a big scandal on the
Yeah.
news. Yes. So in fact, nobody came to vote because they were just fake registered.
And there were no vehicles also.
So these are some problems with the people that are really vulnerable from, I don't know, many.
So for example, you get this temporary ID, and then you said you are paying for them for the public health insurance?
Yes.
So they're
So that
accessing-
document is good enough for administration, because you have the picture, you have the name, you have the personal registration number. So for the hospital, it's good enough. Okay, it's good enough.
But Marianne, just to ask a question, so your work is with really the most vulnerable of the vulnerable, right?
I think so.
So within the Roma, not all of your constituency or your stakeholders are Roma, but if we're talking more broadly about Roma, of course there are extra vulnerabilities from being HIV or being drug users, etc., etc. But not all Roma have this extreme vulnerability. Just so that we're clear, because the population that you will be dealing with are not this small sliver.
Of course.
Yeah.
But that was important to mention, because it was like an introduction in this kind of environments. And also it was the idea to make a link with the Roma ethnics. Yesterday I had to change my presentation after yesterday. It was planned to make it in a different way. I hope we'll be able to really go through all the slides that we have and have a lot of discussions, and at the end to have a better idea about how to build trust and work with these groups. I'm Roma myself, it's obvious I think, probably, but that's the case. It's not the same for everybody. Okay, so you are aware about the history of Roma, maybe in a way or another, but there are a lot of rumors about the history, about how people came here, what happened in the meantime, why do we still talk about the social integration after so many years and things like that. If we look back to the in time and we go through the slavery period, communist regime, and before also deportations and all those things, we can understand in a way that all the time these groups have been marginalized, pushed away, and they didn't really have equal opportunities. So what we have in this moment, all the problems that we have somehow related with this ethnic group are the result of what happened in the last 200 years maybe, and more. So, okay, it's not easy to change everything after, I don't know, 20 or 30 years, but things need to be, we need to start somehow in a way or another. Sometimes many people ask me, Marian, you are not Roma, come on, Roma means to be dirty, to be in the street, you are educated in a way, you are clean, and that's very, very bad. Because we still have this image of a typical Roma, and that image you can look also in your mind, it's not a positive one. So we live since our childhood with this idea about Roma, which are coming to pick you up if you are not, if you don't behave. So what do you expect later? These are with strong impact for a child. It's a threat. If you don't behave, I will save you. Or if you want to insult someone, you have been, we took you from a Roma, terrible. You are not our real brother. Later on, in a way or another, those things affect our minds and our behavior in the relation with the Roma groups. National Council for Combating Discrimination still says that Roma, ethnics with gay people, people with disabilities, and drug users are the most discriminated groups in Romania. We are working with people that are in the same time Roma, drug users, sex workers, HIV positive, gay, all those things in one.
So it's the most discriminated against group.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. And probably you'll miss some of them. So for those groups, because it's linked with the vaccination, do you think that the vaccination is their priority? It's not. Their priorities are focused on the next few hours maximum, and they are linked with those basic things. What do I eat? If I'm using drugs, what do I shoot? And maybe, where do I sleep? Maybe. So health is something which is linked with the pain. It's a strong pain, and then you can consider yourself ill. In the same time, for the sex workers, especially if it's something visible. Unless it's painful or visible, there is no problem. And the pain, the rank of pain should be quite up, not like, oh, have something in the arm. No, that's nothing. We have people dying in Uniri Square, many, in the city, in the winter, outside. So vaccination is the last problem. This is not only in Bucharest. It's not only in Bucharest.
Does your organisation, does Carousel, have links with organisations around the country as well? I'm particularly curious about something like this in Timișoara, for example.
There was a group, Aras, in Timișoara, which is a based organization. Roma, we know that I know I'm Roma, because my family told me and I look like. But I have also cousins which doesn't really look like me. They are quite white like you, but they also know they are Roma. What do you think? Are they talking openly about their ethnicity? No. We never been encouraged in our family to talk about that. Why? Because that is a constant source of discrimination. What do you expose yourself in a way or another? So that's why maybe we have people even darker than me and myself, and they just say, I'm not Roma. I'm teaching at university and I have many students, Roma students, and I make jokes with them. So, are you Roma? No, okay. See you in the third year and you just say it later. But now in the first year you have no Roma.
Even amongst yourself, like even if they know that you're Roma, they won't admit it even to you.
Of course.
Even though they know you know.
Yes.
I'm gonna ask a very dumb question due to
Just
my ignorance.
questions.
But Roma people are darker skinned, darker.
No.
Correct. No.
No, that's what I'm saying. It can be very white, like
You cannot.
blue, or it can be dark or darker.
Yeah. Because I could not tell that you were Roma.
You can be a Roma.
Yeah, people think I'm Roma.
Yes. You might not. Sorry.
No, that's, because I couldn't recognize First Nation in Canada or Inuit in Canada because they have typical ears, eyes, and skin. It's really dark hair. But I didn't thought that Roma had typical physical characteristics. I thought they were like.
But I think, Marianne, I think that it's Roma and Roma. It's
Of course.
different groups of Roma.
It's not only about the
No,
it's not about the groups, only about the groups
No,
and the appearances.
No, I think
It came in my family.
it's a genetical, no?
I made my
Because
DNA.
they are white, they
I
are
made
dark.
my DNA test. I can show you.
No.
I made my DNA test.
Mhm.
It's very nice.
Do you have like typical names? Like if your name is a
Okay,
group
so
Roma?
in our culture, okay, we have our own language, and of course, in traveling around the world, we had also a lot of influences coming from the local people, and of course, because it's an old language, we had to adapt the vocabulary to the new words. I give you an example. We don't have the word frigidaire because we have no frigidaire. Fridge.
Yes.
Okay. In our way, traveling, we have no frigidaire. So we had to adapt it, and we can say frigidero. You see? But in the same time, also the majority took some words from our language. And it's not the case to tell you, because you know, they're mostly bad words. So it's not about the color, it's not about the way you dress. Of course, there are traditional Roma, and you might also think that, okay, it's quite visible. They are dressed in those big skirts and big hat. Okay, it's obvious. But in the same time, you can be shocked by people which you never believe that they're Roma, and they say, yes, I'm Roma. Or in the same time, the people are saying, yes, my grandfather, I have nothing against Roma. Come on, my grandfather was Roma. Okay, so you're not Roma. No.
Stop that there.
You know that there are a lot of programs for Roma, a lot of positive measures for Roma, strategies for Roma, a lot of resources available for Roma, and still doesn't really have an impact on the communities. Now I give you my personal idea. the strategy for Roma is that should not be something like that. There should be. Why? Because, for example, why do we have to allocate special resources for Roma? My family doesn't need. I don't need. I never got any benefit as being Roma. I never. But in the same time, in my village, I know a lot of people which are not Roma, but they would love to have access to those resources, including, for example, access to higher education, special places, you know, at university. They would love to have that. Why do I have to say I'm a Roma and count at the census and see that I'm a part of a big population, but in the same time, I will never go to ask something because I'm Roma. And I'm not only one case, I mean there are many. So probably we should not look to the ethnicity itself, because idea, what's that idea of ethnicity? Something in the DNA or maybe something cultural, you know that you are Roma. What about those who doesn't really believe that they are Roma and only their parents or grandfather or grandmother were Roma? They don't identify themselves as Roma. Why do we need to have a strategy for those people or for people like me? So probably it is important to have a strategy based on the poverty, not on ethnicity. Ethnicity, when it's about Roma, doesn't mean too much. It is something that you know, but that's it. In a village, we can have neighbors. Those living on the left, they are Roma because they know they are Roma, and those living on the right, they are not Roma. But if you look at them, there is no difference. They have the same ideas, they have the same values, they have the same way of living, the same standards, the same expectation. There is no difference, except the fact some of them, they just know that they are Roma, and they don't look different, not necessarily. So why do we need to have this kind of strategies?
Maybe because there's like an extra layer of discrimination. It's maybe like men and women are the same, but you still need to encourage women.
We can have this kind of ethnicity approach, ideas or policies, but this can be part of different strategies. In the education strategy, we can also give an opportunity for the Roma students. In the health strategy, we can have a chapter for that. So in the other documents, we can take into account those specificities.
Yeah.
Okay. But the strategy for Roma, what's the benefit?
You mean like a big strategy?
Yes.
But within sectors, you agree, you think it's a good idea?
Yes, because obviously there are differences. But we cannot talk about the Roma minority as a group, we cannot define it as a similar individuals or a group, constant group or compact group.
Of course.
No chance. We don't have that. Not even in the villages where there are quite big neighborhoods of Roma, even in those neighborhoods, people are so different.
I have a question with regards to education strategies, for example. So as you said, within a university, for example, we have, let's say, 10 places allocated to people of Roma background. Do you think that someone who identifies as a Roma but doesn't want to portray that to the outside world is more likely to not tick that box and just apply to university without mentioning that aspect of
There are
their
many
life?
reasons. for example, I had no idea about that. I knew something, but I said no, I will not go there.
Yeah.
Because you don't trust that you will get a benefit
No.
from that?
No, it was easier to get in the university if you apply for those special places.
Yeah.
It's easier. You don't need to have that big rank. And I failed first when I intended to go to university. So second time I really had to get in, otherwise I could go to the army. So that was a...
So why didn't you take the box?
I didn't want to. I didn't want to.
Because you didn't want to expose your...
No, because I all the time, come on, how can I hide? No, I remember in my village, everybody was Roma, so it was no problem.
Yeah.
So it was not something that we could hide. Later on, I lived in the Roma neighborhood, so what's the problem? And so I never had this intention to hide. I mean, why? No. I was quite okay with the idea. And I really didn't have a lot of problems as being Roma, because the people, in fact, come on, they don't think I'm Roma. I live in downtown, so when I get out of the building, there are a lot of people making researches. I mean, they just speak in English with me. That's the first thing.
Do they ask for any proof? So hypothetically speaking, let's say you ticked that box.
Yes.
Would the university ask you for any proof
Yes.
that you are Roma?
Yes, they ask you to bring a kind of document issued by a Roma NGO.
Right.
So basically that NGO should be able to evaluate in a way or another. So basically they have an interview with you, just talking about your family, what do you know, where are you from, maybe you know the language, maybe just an evaluation.
Yeah. The reason I'm asking this is because we looked within my university, we looked at the places allocated for Roma people, and for the political science and international development one, there's 10 places that for the past 5 years have never been filled. So I think this year is the first year when we have one student who ticked that box. But the places are there, but they're never filled. That's not to say that we don't have any Roma students, but they don't tick that box.
But it's interesting that you know. How do you know that that spot is filled?
Because
They're public.
yeah, so these papers are public, and I did a course called Education Systems and Policies, and we looked at this particular aspect throughout it, and we looked at the papers for it, just to create a study to find out, to try and find out why people don't tick that box. And it's
And you have the name?
No, so there's no names, it's literally just how many
Just
places
numbers,
are allocated and how
No, but
many
when
students.
but at the end, when you have the results, you can see that these are on the budget, these are on the tax, these are the special places.
Yeah.
So it's
So all of it is public,
information.
even if you yourself can access that and have a look at it. And I think every university is the
But
same.
this is a măsură afirmativă. This is a public, it's an affirmative action, okay. So the idea was, okay, we have this community with a lot of problems even from the historical point of view. And it's obvious that they cannot be on the same standards, so they need help. So what we expect to have a non-Roma coming to this community to help them out like Jesus or what. So let's give a chance to this community to solve their own problems by providing access to education for the young people.
Yeah.
So that's the idea. But that should be evaluated every year and be for a period of time. It's not like forever or no.
But in general, things are not evaluated or re-evaluated in Romania.
No, it's
so
not.
it's something common across sectors, I would say.
So Roma are so different.
Yeah.
Completely different. That's why, for example, statements like we saw it yesterday, Roma ethnics are like can be like that.
So what do you think about the medical leaders, the Roma medical leaders?
It's not about I fully agree and I really support the idea, but again it's about the people. So I know health mediators which are great, and I know many health mediators which I don't really want to talk with them against about the people. It's the same with the family doctors. I know great medical doctors. We met one yesterday, and I know a lot of which I don't really want to have a talk with.
This is actually leading me to another question. I'm sorry. If you have, for example, a village where the majority of the community is Roma, however, the GP is not, how likely are the people to go to that doctor, or would they prefer to have a Roma doctor?
They prefer to have a good doctor.
Okay, so it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. So there is a word, no Roma can have a good life among Roma. It's not the same. If
The other way
Roma, yes. So it's not about the ethnicity.
Okay.
It's not.
So
Sometimes you can benefit of more trust, not being part of the community. Really.
We are talking about a human being,
Yeah.
Yes.
and that's all,
yeah.
I think.
Yeah. So, like all things being equal though, let's say you have a predominantly Roma community and you have an excellent Roma doctor and an excellent non-Roma doctor. Is there a preference?
I think doesn't matter the academic results. I think it's about the communication. So who communicates better, that's the preferred one.
Like, I give you an example. Like, my background is Egyptian. Yes, my parents immigrated to the United States, so they are like strangers, and even though they've been there for 50 years now, so they are pretty much integrated. If you ask my parents, you know, we live in a community. There's 1,000 fantastic doctors, but they will choose an Egyptian doctor. I personally, because I was born and raised in America, I do not want to go to an Egyptian doctor. I will choose an American
My
doctor.
mother, for sure, would go to the non-Roma doctor.
Right.
My mother and and her father really hates all the Roma.
Okay.
Really. They advise me, do not hang out with the Roma. Really.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So it depends. Like, I know that there's some people who may have an inferiority complex and think, oh, like there are also some Egyptians in the US who think, oh, they're Egyptian, they can't possibly be good. The American doctor will be better. I'm gonna go to the American doctor, right? And then there's other Egyptians who think, oh no, I feel comfortable, they're gonna understand me, I can speak the same language, I will go there. So I understand that there's differences, but I guess it's the same. Some people will gravitate to the Roma.
Yes.
Some people will gravitate to the non-Roma.
And we'll talk about also some gender ideas later on. So if you're a female and you look for a gynecologist, then probably as a Roma, you will go to the female gynecologist.
Right.
But that's not only for Roma, I think. That's for the people who also living on the countryside. They're more comfortable.
Even not countryside.
Yeah. I think it's quite a common thing, yeah.
So we are different. Don't put us in the same box.
Right.
We are completely different. We have different religion, different views, different education, different political views, different way of living, different preferences about food. We don't even speak the same language, not necessarily. So there is no Roma as a community. So we cannot talk about a Roma community. No. Especially when it's about some negative things. The Roma activists would just... Yes, like some of them are crazy, yes.
But so are some British people, and so are that can be applied to absolutely every single group. You know, if there's a negative and you generalise it, you just say, oh, Romanians are thieves, for example. If you go to Britain, that's their idea of Romanians.
It depends on the layer of the research. So if we have a country profile, then there are some instruments that can talk about that, but of course there are limits, and everybody should understand the limits. But that's not the case when we talk about the Roma group. Anyway, this group was clearly discriminated. So that's a very sensitive issue. So try to avoid making statements like we had yesterday. Doesn't help.
So you, just before you pass through the last slide, there's the third question, what makes Roma to be special? So I
There
noticed,
are no special.
but I also noticed that
There are
you,
no special.
in your title of your presentation is working with Roma population.
It was your presentation.
My presentation?
It was your title.
Oh, that's the title, but we
I
didn't-
just took it from the
Okay,
agenda.
well, if you had to identify your own title, what would it be?
Maybe building trust and working with social disadvantaged groups. And if you really want to have that Roma, you can say including Roma or Roma disadvantaged people or something. We can look on the text, I don't know.
No, I'm just trying to
Face.
understand what is an accurate and respectful way to identify a group or some ethnicity that is actually has some difference, right? I mean, obviously there is some difference.
We had a lot of news in Romania about someone breaking the door, getting in someone's home, stole the food and the money, and that person was Roma.
Yeah.
So we had a lot of news like that in the past. So what was the idea of putting Roma there? It was relevant or not?
Right.
So it was not relevant from that point of view. But if we talk about, I don't know, some interventions done in the communities where most of the people are Roma, then we can have a Roma mediator. So it's different.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I mean, I think there's a stigma issue. For example, I'm Egyptian,
Yes.
and everybody thinks Middle Easterners are terrorists, right? So, if in the United States they say, oh, there was a bombing attack, they always have to say they're Middle Eastern. So I would get very upset, it's like, why do you have to say they're Middle Eastern? You just say they're terrorists, right? I understand what you're saying. However, ethnically, it is correct that they are Middle Eastern. Ethnically, it's accurate. But the way that it's used is
Yes.
stigmatizing.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to understand what is ethnically accurate to describe a population or African American, for example, same thing. Ethnically, it is correct that they are African American, or you can say that somebody is black, but it is misinterpreted or misused. But is it ethnically correct to say somebody is Roma? Is that accurate, or can you not say that?
If you collect the data,
Yeah.
also based on the ethnicity, and you collect that data following the protocol, clear protocol, not as it happened, I think it's not tick the box. Then, at the end, if that information is relevant and might be used to change something, to improve something, then
Then it's okay.
it's
You're just concerned about how that information is used
Yes,
and how
yes,
it's presented.
yes, yes.
For example, so I work in Ukraine, so there's a region in the border with Romania. And when it comes to Roma people, actually there is no ethnicity link. So they say we are Roma only if we speak the language. So there is no there is no ethnic connection to Roma. So they don't perceive themselves as Roma only if they speak the language.
And what is the language?
And they don't speak the language
Roma.
because
Roma.
yeah, so there they speak Ukrainian, Hungarian, or Romanian. So
Roma language.
Roma language.
so they even don't speak the language. So they speak other people.
They don't
languages. So they are
We discussed that.
Right. Yeah. I guess like any immigrant, right? So if you second, third generation may not really feel a connection to their heritage if they don't speak the language and they're not exposed. And Roma essentially are migrants, many of them in Germany or in Europe. No?
Most of the Roma activists, they are quite big profiles here in Romania, they don't speak Roma language. So it's not only about the language. It might be in cases, but it's not a rule.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
No problem. I prefer this kind of topic. So the time, I don't know about the time.
No, I think this is an important part of today,
Yes.
so it's okay.
So what makes a Roma to be special? There is nothing. We are not special. Okay. We are just different as everybody else. Of course, there are some ideas, but that doesn't make us special in a way or another. We can find those ideas also among different ethnic groups. Of course, in time, the Roma groups have been presented in so many different ways. We have as criminals, we have as magicians, or travelers, or romantic, or musicians, or I don't know. It's so different. But at the end, really, we're not special. Sorry. We want to be special probably, but yeah. Someone told me a story, I'll tell it in 1 minute. So someone was in Gara del Nord, planning to go, I don't know where, and the traditional Roma woman came and said, give me some money, I can see your future or something like that. I said, no, I'm not interested. Yeah, come on, you have to. I said, no, please, thank you, let me, I wait for the train, I go, please, it's too early. He said, no, you have to. And there were this kind of pushing discussion. At the end, this guy realized that he doesn't have the watch. I said, oh my God. And then he started following that woman. I said, no, please, give me back my watch. He said, no, I don't. Please, I call the police, give it. No. And then she just stopped and said, you go there and buy me a pie. He said, why should I do that? You'll have a surprise. I don't believe in surprise, just give me the watch. Go there and buy the pie. And he went to that shop and he just paid, I don't know, 2 lei, 3 lei, I don't know how much. And he bought that. And then he looked inside. What do you think was
The watch was there.
Cheese.
Oh. Yeah, that wasn't impossible.
It's funny. Good story.
No watch. It's just only the cheese. You see?
We fell for it, didn't we?
Yeah,
No watch. Exactly, yeah.
No, it was only cheese, nothing else.
So he didn't get his watch back.
I don't know. It's not about the watch itself, it's about what we feel.
Yeah.
And you saw the cheese and the pie and the cloth.
It's a persuasive.
Very.
Yeah.
Very. Okay, so you're supposed to go and talk with the people.
Yeah.
First of all, I think that you have the best chances to have a beautiful and wonderful communication with those people. Because you are here, you had a training, and I think you are also interested in this work, and you can feel on your shoulders the importance of good data collection that can be used later to have the report at the end and change, improve something. So you have a big role in this research. You'll be in a cabinet with a doctor, so probably that's going to be the first contact. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, so you should be probably quite discreet, sitting somewhere, just taking some notes and things like that. So I think it's important, and I don't know the protocol, but I think it's important to deal somehow, negotiate with the people living there, and maybe you can just, I don't know if it's possible, but maybe you can just start to invite the people, or just have a role before you sit and then observe. So probably just to say welcome, how are you, and be that very kind, nice face. Is it possible?
That's usually how we do when I've done this type of studies in Quebec. So that's usually how we do. We sit in the waiting room,
Yes.
speak with people, tell them about our project, and then ask them permission to follow them in the consultation room.
So you are not in the cabinet. You are in the waiting room.
Yes, that's how we do these type of studies in Quebec. And for ethical purposes, we need to have permission from the patient to
Yes.
observe their consultation.
But
It's
if,
not the case in this.
okay, so if you are in the waiting room and there are also other people and you are dressed in white and you just ask something that they don't
No,
really
the
understand.
idea is not to wear the scrub when you're observing in the waiting room. So we need to discuss that because it's still unclear to me how we will do it.
Okay, so I think if you start in the waiting room and there are other people around and you just pick someone, because you cannot talk with everybody, that might be quite sensitive for the person. So why me? I'm in a hurry. What makes me special for that? What's the reason behind? Maybe there is a problem, maybe it's a problem and I'm not aware about. There are too many thoughts and the people really, I don't think if they can just handle it, they just can get all the information immediately and be calm. So I think,
What would you suggest?
I think you can be in the cabinet and you can just negotiate with the doctor and the nurse. And you can just welcome the person, just exchange some smiles,
yeah.
yes, and then you can just have a seat and the doctor just say, hi, how are you? We have, the nurse, my nurse, and there is this young student learning about what we do. Don't use the word interview.
I think student and learning is a good way.
Don't use the word interview. Interview means something with the camera. It's complicated, even when you collect data. I just want to have an interview with you, so no. Just use that. We want to have a conversation. No, nu știu dacă conversation. Let me have it in Romanian a bit. Noi încercăm să facem o statistică sau încercăm să vreau să punem câteva întrebări ca să punem mai multe despre situații, probleme. Un sondaj de opinie. Este mai folosit mai des folosit. Un sondaj de opinie, cuvântul opinie, un sondaj de opinie. Deci, în niciun caz, sondaj de opinie.
Yeah, basically, like an opinion survey.
Yeah, so could we ask you a couple of questions about how you felt?
Aș vrea să realizăm un sondaj de opinie și vrem să vă întrebăm câteva lucruri. Încercăm să facem o statistică la final și să îmbunătățim situația. Foarte mulți copii au probleme, nu ajung la mine din diferite motive. Okay, make some exercises, but don't use interview.
Sau studiu. Vorbesc și studiu e
Research,
Poate un sondaj. Trebuie să testa puțin. Dar niciun caz interviu. Interviu e ca televiziune. Vreau să vreau un interviu. Unde e camera? Și e deja prea mult.
Deja intră.
Nu, interviu. We have also this word interview, but interview mainly is used in the television, so they are not comfortable. So we should avoid the word interview. So the doctor can say that we have this young student helping us or doing something for, I don't know, research, but use those words that we established and just observe something so they can have the intervention And at the end, the doctor can ask, can you also please have a small talk with this lady? So in that moment, I think there is a transfer of trust already. You are welcoming her, you have a story, you are a student, and then the doctor just asked to have a talk. How much time it takes to have the interview?
Oh, it's short, like 5-10 minutes.
5-10 minutes, that's good. So then you can, okay, so you continue to smile, and you go out
Yes.
in the waiting room
Or outside the
or
clinic.
outside. And what if it's cold outside, there is a problem.
But maybe they have like
An extra room or something.
You know,
We
that-
usually have like a waiting room, but not.
that's it. And maybe the toilet in the yard, in the backyard. You know that is possible.
Yeah, that's the reality of the field.
They have no heating room for that. So probably you need to go first and just see the place and make a decision before. Because you cannot, I'm pretty sure you cannot have the discussion in the waiting room with other people around. That would be very uncomfortable. And it just,
If there's a discussion in the waiting room, everyone should be able to, it should be like an focus group.
involved, yeah, not just one person.
Everyone's talking, not just you take
you'll
someone.
be interrupted.
Yeah.
The doctor will ask the next question to get in. Someone might jump in the discussion and not get the idea, so you have to stop and say it again. Maybe no, it's a mess.
Yeah.
No,
Might be interesting to observe what's happening in waiting.
but that's different. It's
But that's
important,
different, Yeah.
but that's different.
But maybe they have also like a schedule we will can check in advance to see.
In the countryside, what schedule do you
Yeah.
have?
I don't know.
You don't have a
You
schedule.
never
yet.
know what you find on the field. That's my
Okay.
experience.
Okay,
Yeah.
but I think they don't
Yeah.
have a
But
schedule.
that's a good thing to plan. Where could we do the caregivers and just.
Well, we need to do the formal GP interview anyway, so that's probably going to be done on the first day, and that gives
In the
us
clinic.
and it gives us a chance to walk around the clinic and see what rooms are available and what the environment is like, and maybe make a decision upon where we could interview the caregivers.
Yes.
I was thinking in the waiting room, everybody's talking with each other
Yes.
usually. And could that be a nice opportunity for them to introduce themselves to everybody instead of singling one person out in the waiting room?
Or do you think that could
Or is
like,
that,
generate
is that, yeah, or is that a
rumors?
problem?
The thing is that that's quite dynamic.
And the people,
They're coming on.
you have to get the communication to whom,
Yeah.
because they are so different there. So some of them just shut down the attention to you, and only some will pay attention to you.
But then you can talk to those people. And maybe, I think it's easy to start a conversation if you are somewhere in a small countryside GP office.
Yeah, but the problem is not
What
to
do
be
you think about
interrupted,
vaccination?
not to be interrupted, and be sure that all the people really understand your questions. So sometimes when you have one-to-one, you can phrase, you can observe if the person really understood, and if not, you can also add. And the big risk is to have only one person talking.
Yeah, but that's fine as well because you have the opinion of one person. And maybe
If you understand that, but they will not go deep.
Yeah, but it's like a
They will not go
focus
deep.
group.
They will not
So-
go deep.
You will have different kind of interviews. You have like a one-on-one interview, and then you have this kind of.
I think you can provoke easy discussion, but you will not go in the details. The people will not go in details. If they are late for the vaccines, if they missed one vaccine, and they know that this is bad,
I
they will
mean,
not feel comfortable to say that I was traveling around and I forgot about the kid, so I'm a bad parent. I don't really want the other to see me as a bad parent because I didn't really pay attention to the needs of the kid. So if my husband is also there and I'm supposed to take care of the kids as long as he was working abroad. So that's something that your husband doesn't really want you to know. So, because that might be a big potential risk for fights, later fights.
I think there are some aspects that are not told in a one-on-one interview either. So it's like,
What do you mean?
I mean, maybe because they wouldn't want you to know that they don't take their children to vaccines, to vaccination because they don't agree, or because they don't have time, or because they don't.
I think if they have an opinion and they don't agree with the vaccines, I think they will just make it very clear. I will against the vaccines, and I'm proud of that, and I want you to know, because I want to convince you also not to vaccinate your child. Because that will give, at the end, if they convinced you, that will be like a validation for their reasons.
But this is if they have a strong opinion. But if they don't know or are not informed, maybe they will not tell you, I'm not interested in reading about that. Or
I think in the cabinet you'll not find many people with this kind of strong opinions.
yeah, I think that.
I don't think so. They are somewhere else, not there. Probably you'll have people that just obey and do the vaccine as the doctor said now, and some people which, okay, they are late or they missed one dose or things like that. But generally speaking, they are positive to the idea of having the vaccine. And maybe a small percent of people which just say that we are not okay with the idea of vaccine, but usually they are not okay with the idea of treatment, medical treatment, so they should not be in that place. So, but this is what I think I didn't really investigate. So I think just welcome the person, find a place, separate place to have the interview, and we'll see later, step by step. So make the story, who you are. I don't know, you need to be balanced here. So the idea of the student, are you students?
Yeah.
Okay, you're not students. Okay, but I think it was excellent. I don't know if you can lie, it's your business, I don't know. But I think the idea of a student is a good story. A student which wants to learn, to know, wants to understand, so it's like they have a chance to help you out, and that makes them feel good because they help nice person to do something. So I don't know what's the limits of the research, but probably you need to reconsider if you are not students.
Well, I prefer
What about the
to
ethics?
nurse.
Definitely,
Yeah.
yes.
To pretend they are nurse?
Yeah, that's the idea.
No, don't do that.
They'll ask you
No,
for
no,
things,
no.
for medical stuff, I mean.
I think it's illegal also.
First yes.
And we have this famous case of the Italian guy.
Oh yeah, the doctor or whatever was he? Yeah. I
Yeah.
think it was a doctor. Did you not see the news?
Yeah.
The Italian doctor who, well, he wasn't a doctor, an Italian person who came to Romania and pretended to be a doctor, and everyone believed him.
And he went to the operations.
I mean,
Yeah, different clinics.
He was actually doing operation?
Yes. And he made a lot of movies, statements like, for me as a doctor, the safety of the patient is something very important. And he had only 8 grades as education. And he was doing parkings in Italy.
How did he do a surgery? Did he kill people?
Well,
It was
sorry,
plastic
it was
surgery.
plastic surgery,
Oh,
so we don't know. Somebody
Oh.
is looking really messed up.
So, lips, boobs, things like that.
Yeah.
But he pretended to be a cardiologist in Italy, so he was convicted.
Yes, but that was that was too much probably. And some nurses observed that he doesn't know how to use the gloves. They said, what? And they made the complaint away, but 6 months ago, and I mean, in the meantime, it was.
Yeah. So I think the idea of the scrubs was if you're not introducing yourself. So if, for example, you would be sitting inside the doctor's office, just writing things down, I think some doctors felt like, oh, you would blend into the furniture and people would not ask questions. I think if we're taking the approach that you suggest, where you're introducing yourself and you're actually saying hello and making yourself known, then I think it's a bit weird to be in scrubs.
Yes, but in the hospitals, everybody have to wear that.
Yeah.
So it's not only the medical personnel, she can be also the cleaning person, which have to.
Okay.
So it's not
So
necessary.
it's okay.
Yes, I think from my point of view it's okay. Because that's related with the space and it's a way of keeping the clean the space, hygienic and stuff like that.
Okay.
So that I don't think that should be a problem. We can have a kind of ID student or researcher or something if
Like, do we get badges from, like, to say research assistant or something, or would you think
It's
for,
too much.
yeah,
whom?
The parents, the people who they interview people's.
yeah, like if we don't have a badge or anything, I don't know how that will be.
You can have a letter,
Yeah.
Yeah,
you can make
some
copies.
Form of.
If they
Make
ask
the copies.
Yeah.
From
But
who?
So if someone is
Yeah.
from the
WHO.
company or WHO, I don't know, can
Yeah.
issue a letter.
But then you're not a student if you're giving a WHO letter.
No, you can have a letter. This lady studying I don't know what, she's part of a research team helping us to better understand that. So it's,
Yeah, so it still works as a student, but together with a bigger
Maybe
organization.
later this afternoon we will draft a sketch of how you should ask the GP to introduce yourself to the patient and what else do we think will be needed in case someone asks a question. Because we won't have informed consent form. That's typically where you list out.
what about the ethics? Do you have the approval from the ethics commission?
It was submitted to a team, it's Cass from WHO who did this review from some professor at the university.
They are late or?
It's apparently done, she's just waiting for one signature.
But they didn't request any consent form to be signed by anyone.
But Gina was saying something yesterday about the
GDPR.
GDPR.
Yeah.
No, I think it's too much. Don't go there.
That will confuse people.
No, don't go
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, I don't know where they landed.
Don't
But
go
that's
there.
when you have access to personal data, like, we don't record their names and
We
their-
don't want to
No,
identify.
I think it
address
was,
or-
but I think it was about confidentiality because the people will tell their own stories. Probably there are some information about their medical background,
Yeah.
as they are suffering of some illness, so you are there, so you are exposed to the information. But I think it's under the idea of confidentiality,
Yeah.
not data, because you don't collect data.
Right.
Usually in our project, we have an informed and a confidentiality agreement that are signed by you.
But that should be in the contract, or it can be another
But
document
it's
as
in
an
the
annex.
contract, yeah.
So it's done, it's covered. Don't,
Yeah.
It's too much then.
But maybe you prove that you work under a confidentiality agreement and that no information.
If you
Yeah.
decide to make that letter,
Yeah.
if the parents will ask,
Yes.
and then you can say that this young lady studying I don't know what, doing this research, also all the information that are collected will be transformed in I don't know what,
At the end, yeah.
there will be no mention about yourself or because
That's why I was suggesting a badge, because, no,
No, I think it makes it too formal.
because I don't know, if someone were to ask me questions in such a sensitive environment, I personally would feel uneasy not knowing who that person is.
you
Even
have,
if they tell me, if they don't have, you know, their name on like a little tag or
it's not
something.
really a practice
Is it
we
not?
have to have. No.
I think even the.
But the most important is that you are already you're not on the street. You are already
Of course,
in the premises of a doctor, so it's obvious that he's aware about you and agree with the things you do there.
Yeah.
So it's already a transfer of trust. It's already.
Okay.
So you don't start from zero.
Mm-hmm.
It's already something there. And then if you also have that first contact in a very good way,
Yeah.
so later you can have your own personal story, so maybe you can think about it, how you introduce yourself. What my name is, you have to have a story.
Yeah. Oh, do you want my story?
No, everybody.
Oh.
Not now, but
Yeah.
But maybe later
Of course,
today
yeah.
we'll
Yeah.
rehearse
probably
the
we need to
story.
have your story, so we can work a bit on that.
Yeah.
Because that's very important. That will also help to build
Trust.
trust.
I think for me it's really important also what the physician says.
Yeah.
Because he would be actually, as you said, the key.
I think the physician will be nice.
Yeah, so that's why.
WHO is coming to his office.
I'm not
This is
concerned.
not every day.
Yeah,
You
like,
know?
I think he can guide a bit also what the story would be.
And that should be
Also what
discussed,
he,
yeah.
what are the limitations or what he's encouraging us to do. So I think we need to align with the physician and with the medical team.
Yeah.
You had a chance to talk with them?
Not yet.
Okay. So maybe you can
I
have
was reading in the first day or
on the first day, maybe you can have 20 minutes something. Just be sure that you don't really mess
Your schedule.
their schedule or their procedures, or because some might be very obsessed with the space and where do you stay, what do you do.
because I think, as you said, if the physician will link us to will introduce us, it's easier. You know, like setting up also like as you.
Since you are already there and the people will see you there, it is clear that you are somehow part of the team.
Yeah.
So it's already something. But if the doctor also will ask the patients to spend some time with you,
Yeah.
that is going to be even better.
Yeah.
I had a crazy idea yesterday, and I don't know if I should be ashamed or not about that. But I was thinking that the doctors will love to have everything perfect, and I wonder if they will just call some people to come.
That's why we stay 2 weeks.
They have thousands of people. They have relatives. They have everybody there, because I think that will take it very personal. I mean, even they know what is the purpose of the research. Still, it is his care. WHO will be coming in his cabinet. Probably he doesn't have everything perfect.
It's possible, but I think that I was looking through the questions for the doctors now, and maybe if you ask them open questions about the patients, how are the parents coming, how do they get along with the parents, or, I mean, when they start talking, you may see if they're condescendent on the parents or not, and this may contradict their personal approach, but I don't know, I'm here to learn myself, because we have not done such a study before, and I'm not very sure on the methodology and how to do it. But if you may think of a way to cross-check to see if the behavior of the doctor is,
Real.
I think it's
Yeah.
hard to stage it for 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's my.
But if they're only going for the vaccination.
Exactly,
points,
that's the
then
thing.
that's-
We're only going on the days when they booked vaccinations, so Marianne is actually right, they could call everyone they know that will accept vaccinations in a certain day.
That's a lot of energy from someone to do that.
Yeah, but it's
Underestimate
WHO.
them.
Yeah.
Is WHO coming
Exactly.
to their office? They have things to hide.
It's the worry that what if they find
Yes.
something that I don't want them to find, so
It's
yeah,
like
let's make sure everything's perfect.
Yeah, that's an issue, and that's why we wanted to recruit the GPs ourselves, but
Yeah.
it was not possible to do it, so we need to work with
What we have.
what we have. And of course, I'm not sure that the GPs that are selected are really random.
Who made the selection?
Gino.
Gino?
Gino, apparently together with Adriana.
Which Adriana?
Yeah.
She came yesterday.
Adriana, the
The
director.
director, yeah.
There were some criteria, it's not totally subjective, there was some criteria that we provided.
That's why having interviews with the community nurse, with the health mediator will provide another view, and if you could reach out to these people by yourself while in the community, that would be good, because then it won't have any like pre-contact with a big authority saying that we want to do a study and we're WHO and we want to observe what you're doing in your clinic. But I know that some have refused and some are more reluctant to have the study, so that's good. That would be good to observe. And my feeling is that even if you, a GP, and you know you observe and you try to make things look better, if you have big issues or if you, I don't want to be rude, but if you if you're, I don't want to say it, but
Sorry?
if I don't want to say something to be misinterpreted, but between us, if you're a racist, it will come up. You will see it, even if they try not to make it, to hide it by being in the clinic. You know what I mean? And that's the idea of being there. If you just go and do a one interview, then of course there's a huge desirability bias, and people will try to make things look better than they are. But by staying in the clinic and it doesn't have to be 10 days in a row. That's why if you are a bit flexible, and then so that they would not exactly know in advance when you will be coming, that might be as well a good way to ensure that there's no framing up of the patient and things like that. So a mix of, you need to see vaccine consultation, so if there's no vaccine in the clinic, that doesn't help you to go there for 2 weeks seeing consultation for runny noses and headache and...
Do you have a second line for checking? I mean, like a mystery client or something?
What do you mean?
Sort of what?
A mystery client? Like,
Showing
Yeah, like
bring your kids and everything.
how companies do mystery shoppers.
oh,
No, but it's also in the...
Fake
It's not only for the
patients.
shoppers.
It's for the medical field as well.
Everywhere.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's studies doing it, and it's often really, really hard for ethical perspective. So if I want to do that in Canada, the GP need to know that sometimes in the next month there will be
Someone
a
will
fake
come.
patient that will come.
Don't make it... don't complicate things. I wonder. I suggest.
But now you have to be on their list to go there with your
No,
child for
I
vaccination.
just moved here.
Yeah, exactly. You can just
No,
register.
So I'm just...
To go there and register and...
doesn't... you can have a story, just interaction.
To
This
see the
is
interaction.
very aggressively goes with that.
I hope that by being for 10 days in every clinic that you will get to, that at some point you will be forgotten and that the natural...
You do smoke? No, only you. Yeah, because the people are smoking outside when they are waiting. And probably there will be also some people
yeah.
coming which are not planned to be there. Didn't plan to be there, so...
Yeah.
See if it's everything painted now? The fridge is new.
Something. All the vaccines are in the fridge.
No more vaccines. than necessary.
More than usually.
but I think they don't really know, first of all, at least the GPs that I saw, they don't really understand the study. to be
That's
frank.
and that's even worse because they don't know what to expect.
Well, that's the thing, they don't know what to plan for. Like, how can they, I mean, they have to really fix everything, right?
Yes,
They
first
don't
of all,
know.
the infrastructure.
Right, so they don't know what we're
When
looking
someone
for.
is coming to us, we do everything. We paint the things, we change the carpet,
We're hiring 3 more nurses.
we clean the streets. No?
A bit, yeah.
I mean, that seems extreme.
We'll talk after. You want to make a bet with me?
That would be fascinating. I mean, you tell us, right? You'll be there on Monday, so you tell us if you feel that they're waiting for you. I think that's also a good indication. Are they expecting you, or are they surprised to see you on Monday?
I should call them before, that's the...
Has
Yeah.
Cassandra confirmed for Timishara? Can I start on Monday? No?
We haven't heard it yet. I will text her later.
Yeah.
She was supposed to.
So do you have an agreement about the interaction, when, how? Or you need to make it later?
I think we're still not clear.
For example, I have to call the doctor and ask her when should I come on Monday.
No, it's not about that. It's about you are already there. You can ask if you can just invite the people, just to have a big smile on your face and just say, yeah, this is very nice kid. And then you can just sit, and then the doctor might say at the moment that please let's help out this young, bright, future activist or medical person or whatever your story. And then you can just find a place to continue the interview.
Okay, I think we have to work out the flow probably
Will
later.
do, yes.
But I think you keep going.
Okay. What about the interview itself? You have the questions already. You saw them.
Yeah.
We'll go through them later.
We will go through.
We'll go later. Okay. So, in order to have good answers, they really need to understand the idea behind this research, the idea behind the discussion. What is the purpose at the end? So that I think we need to exercise a bit about that, because at the end they should feel that their answers are very important as long as they are honest ones. So they need to feel that this is something not about themselves, but is about all the other kids around, and the importance of having healthy kids and things like that. So in terms of communication or non-verbal communication, I think even from the beginning when you start, you can do some exercises, but that's something very important. Probably during the discussion with the medical doctor, they will look at you again, and from that moment you can already evaluate the person if he's willing to communicate or is uncomfortable with your presence there and there is something wrong. So probably, maybe if you don't feel that the person that person is willing to go further with you in a discussion, so maybe you can just say next one, because you can spend a lot of time with the person which doesn't give you anything at the end, so you can miss the person willing to communicate with you and help you out. So I don't know if the protocol says something about that, but at the end you should be able to postpone the person if you feel that.
Yeah.
Just say thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Even for the GPs, we'll discuss that this afternoon, but if it's not working and you feel a lot of tension and it's not going well, we need to talk and maybe find some other clinic. Because it won't work if you...
Or maybe another day.
Yes.
If something is wrong in that day, if they have something very bad in their family or in the community, or maybe in the same time there will be like another institution coming to check the person out, and all the files just go back to the hotel and come second day, the third day. It makes no sense to be there when the GP doesn't really want you to be there. So don't rely on, rely on their willingness to help you out, but just observe the things and feel that, make a decision if you stay or not. So take this idea really into consideration. If it's a bad mood and it's obvious because there is I don't know, enough coming, don't just postpone.
No, nothing great happen when you're forcing people.
Yeah, it's just going to damage the relationship further as well if you just push, so.
Or if you just feel that they don't really want you to be there in that day.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. It was very important, as I said, to have a place where you can have the interview. So that's the worst case, to be outside when it's cold. The people will be just give you the answer immediately. They will just be kind, but nothing good will happen. So since the beginning, try to identify the best place. I don't know, maybe you can arrange it a bit, just to have 2 chairs and a place where you can put something, and you can, I don't know if you can bring some water, or if the cabinet will have this kind of facility to have a tea, I don't know, or coffee, or I don't know.
We have some budget as well for gift, for small gift for the child.
Incentive, like an incentive.
Yeah.
No, it's more, I think it's for the GP. We decided not to give.
No, there were no
incentive for the people?
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think we agreed that it would just open a whole can of worms, why some people get it and not others.
But maybe we could see if we could buy some chocolate and...
Or simply, because Marianne is making a fair point, people are more willing to talk to you if it's a comfortable setting of, oh, let's like share a cup of coffee, or you know, or a cup of tea. You sit down and have a tea for like 5-10 minutes, and that makes them a bit more comfortable to talk to you. Whereas if they just sit down and they're feeling like they're being interviewed, that might.
But I think it can be possible to buy some biscuit or chocolate.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, but we need to be careful with what the kids are eating.
So in communities that have some poverty or vulnerability, sometimes it can be problematic if you're giving certain things to some people and not others. Do you foresee that being a challenge?
No, because they spend time. I think they should receive something. It's their time.
Right.
But the others will not know.
Oh, because it's inside.
Because you just have the discussion and you go together and you decide to have a talk in a quiet place, in another room, not with the other people in the waiting room around. So.
And if it's something like a coffee or tea or biscuits, it's not a big deal.
You can have it there. Or
in this other room,
Yes, and the gift for the kid, I don't know, it can be something very, very cheap, nothing. I'm like something like a toy, and it cannot be presented as a gift because of the research. It's something that comes very kind from you because you love kids and you have something with you just.
It just happens that you have this like toy with you to keep them entertained.
Yes. I think some will appreciate that.
It depends on the age. I think for babies it doesn't matter. It's for older kids. Or maybe when they come, they
I
have.
think the parents will appreciate that you are paying attention to the kid. It was a tension moment because they came for the vaccine, and it obvious that there will be some side effects at home, so they are a bit worried. But at the same time, it was a nice lady there, and we had a talk. And
what we do is to buy a lot of really small, cheap toys, put them in a box, and make the kids choose one.
Pick one,
they'll choose all. Especially if they're different. Don't take it all.
So they all have to be the same.
You think? Oh, because we often do, and there's different things, and we say you can pick the one
But if they are kids, they don't understand, they know.
No, but you tell the parent you're dating.
Yeah.
Anyway,
You guys can
For
figure
the
it out.
parent, yeah,
yeah.
I think. Yeah.
And often in clinics, they have 2 consultation rooms, at least those we visited. There were one room where the GP was there with the nurse, and there were another exam room, so maybe we could ask if you could use that other room for individual interviews. If sound good.
I think it's just adapting on what we have.
Yes,
See
yes.
what you're gonna find.
I was thinking maybe in other smaller clinics, could you walk with the person? Can I walk with you a minute to ask you a couple of questions while you're walking back home? Would that be?
If they have the kids, if it's a single mother and they have the kids in the arm and they have a bag also,
Yeah, I know.
and they are in the hurry,
Some of the clinics that we visited, it's not only just the mother and the mother and the grandmother and the aunt and I don't know
All
who
the
got
kids.
father and all the
we'll talk
kids.
about that.
So are we trying to get the mother alone or is it okay to get the whole family or what's the?
I think I had some discussions in the last days about this. So probably the mother will come with someone. So will come with maybe the father, and it depends on the relation. Maybe the father is more accurate in dates when it's supposed to make the vaccine. It happens sometimes. So then I think it's good to have the father also around, but if not, I think it's better just to have it, to have some privacy. But that will be hard to be evaluated because you will not have time for that. So probably during the consultation, you can observe the interaction. So you might see who's the person really in charge with the kid.
Making the decision.
And then it might be also the mother of the mother or the mother-in-law coming together. So maybe they have a stronger ideas because they already they grew up other kids. So maybe they have a stronger opinion about something related to the vaccination. And then again, you need to evaluate if it's better to have the talk only with the mother or also to accept to have the second person around. But if that person came only to have the kid and it's a mess with ideas, maybe you can, I don't know if you can influence them in a way to take the baby and have a talk with the mother in silent environment, comfortable environment. But it's very important to observe the reactions and to observe the connections, and you can do that during the consultation. You have 10-15 minutes minimum, because that's the time for the consultation, as the doctor said. So I think it's good enough to observe who is doing what. If the mother really doesn't know so many things and the father is more involved, then it might be quite hard to ask the mother to leave and have a talk with her husband. So again, you need to make a decision there.
I think you need to be flexible, and the idea is we're talking about vaccines, not about domestic violence or things that it's often not that much of an issue if the mother-in-law is there, and you'll see if she's the one driving the decision. So you will ask a question to mother and she will be answering, and then it's interesting in a sense to observe that.
And are we asking them to record as, so they're asking, so if it's a conversation, can be sometimes awkward if they're writing everything down, or are they trying to record it, or what's?
I was thinking that those interviews will not be recorded for trust and confidentiality.
Yeah.
Maybe it's less like intrusive than to start.
If you have the interview and you have to write down things and pay attention to the person, to the kid maybe around, to other factors, it will be a mess with the notes that you have. So I think you have to really push a bit to have the interview taped.
So what I do usually when I go to the hospitals and do interviews, I ask all the time.
You can ask.
Would you mind if we record, or like I always ask?
Yes,
if we can record
you
it,
have
if
to
they say
ask,
no,
but
then-
make a story when you
Yeah.
ask.
Yeah.
Just say that, you know, that I have a lot of discussion that I have to
It's something that I
do.
remember.
Yeah.
And then yesterday I lost my notes and I missed so many information. So do you mind if I just record this and it's only for me to help me out to write it, because I write very slow and I'm also tired because I'm studying so much, and please can you
Help me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes I notice that people are not comfortable and then I just turn it off.
on the beginning.
Yeah.
On
When
the
they
beginning,
watch the phone.
Yeah, and then
once you start, and then so first is there are steps. I think it's very important to just say the word it's on, and at the end it's off. Just make it clear those points. So before you make it on, just tell the story that you need to have this discussion tape because you have to take all the details written down. So then it's on, and then you start again with maybe somehow some kind of a joke or a small story, just to make the person feel a bit comfortable. And you can see something like exactly as I said. I remember now yesterday I lost all my documents, so really thank you for allowing me to have this. But this is on for allowing me to have this discussion today. But I will delete it immediately, so there will be no one else anyway. So and you don't have your name. I don't have your
Your face or anything, yeah,
identification.
not so many.
Yes, so this is only for me because I have to. So you make a joke. So it's before you ask the consent with the story. You mention it's on. You start again with a joke, with a story, something again to make the person feel comfortable. Just try to make it in that way. You can feel that something, or you can make the toy now for the kid or something to distract the attention, and then step by step you go into the interview, and then just mention. I think it's crucial to say that okay, I turn it off now. And of course you can give a feedback. Thank you for helping me. Your ideas are very clear. I didn't understood before your explanation. Those things. I don't know about yourself, but I don't know if you have kids or not, but if you have kids, you can also share something, not complain about you, but just share something that it was the same with my kid when I was, just make a, yeah. Or I would love to have a kid, I plan to have a kid, I'm also, I don't know, thinking about the vaccines and why it's important to have the vaccine. It's clear for me. You can do this kind of easy talk.
Do many people you interview refuse to be recorded?
It's usually in the city. It's half. But then if you say okay, I can take notes because I need to. Yeah.
I need to recall.
It
Yeah.
will be helpful. Then.
And in the rural areas?
Usually they're very happy. From my experience, they're more enthusiastic to be
Yeah.
because nobody's asking them questions.
They nobody really pays attention to their opinion.
Okay. Yeah. That's good to know.
But again, you can make a joke. I'm so messy with all the papers that I have to write. So
Yes, yes. We all have our own ways, strategies to, and you need that.
And we can make some exercises
Yeah.
because that's very important. So I think if we don't have the discussion tab, we lose a lot. We lose a lot of information. So we need to fight for that.
Yeah.
I think in the Eastern European countries it's easier. If you would go for research in the Western countries, I think it's much more difficult. Because you would need all the approvals and all the steps, and then even for records.
Yeah.
I think here it's much easier.
Well,
For the moment.
For the moment, yes.
Which is good and bad in the same time.
I mean, it may be easier with the people in the street, but we had quite an awkward situation. We did a study in 4 major cities. One of them was Constanța, and we did it on risky behaviors in adolescents. And there was a questionnaire, anonymous for adolescents, and we had the approval from the county school inspectorates and from the school directors and the teachers and everybody. And the questions ranged from alcohol consumption to tobacco, drugs, sex. And in Constanța, we had the surprise that the teacher who had to also take the consent from the parents. Okay, we had to stop because after reading the questions, they didn't allow us to do the study there.
The teacher made a decision?
I don't know. We were communicated it from the school. And they said that the parents, but we don't know exactly if it was the parents or the school director or the teachers or somebody else. Anyway, and the reason was that if reading about this stuff, if being asked these questions, the children will start taking up these behaviors. Yep. So this is, I mean, we may have all the consents beforehand, but we still may have a surprise or two as discussed before.
Yeah.
So the people need to understand your question. So that means the same question you can get different answers, different people. In the same time, the people can give you the same answer with different people, the same answer, different words. So in my experience, for example, the people when we refer to some sexual things, adults in the street, okay, they don't talk as they talk each other, but they don't use the word penis or vagina, but not even those words that are used. So they might say jos, which is a bit confusing for young students. I have students in practice. So probably we need to see exactly the questions, and when they give an explanation or give an answer and you don't understand, you can also, I think you can ask them a bit again. But when it's a sensitive issue, they will use their words. So they will not use other words. So that means you have to understand those words. So either you just take it like that and then check with the nurse, with someone around, because that might be also something particular in the area, like a regionalism. But clarify it. You need to clarify it. No, if you don't do it, nobody else will do it later. So just take it as it is, and it will be a source of confusion. So please encourage the people to feel comfortable. Sometimes you see on the interviews on the television that the people try to use fancy words, and that's famous, distorsiunea bulanului. Remember that? So just make them feel comfortable and just and you can start also using simple words. Doamnă, vreau să vă întreb ceva. Trebuie să facem chestia asta, e o statistică. Ajutați-mă, vă rog frumos, la 3 minute, 5 minute când vor lua acolo, că trebuie să înțelegi ce se întâmplă cu copiii. Uitați că nu vin la vaccin sau vin la vaccin. Și vrem să vedeți și opinia dumneavoastră, că e importantă. Că așa cum gândiți dumneavoastră, gândești și alți oameni. Nu trebuie să vorbim cu toată lumea. Acum v-am găsit pe dumneavoastră aici, e și simpatic copilul, dați-mi voi să vorbim și noi 2, 3 minute, 5 minute. Ăsta e un fel de comunicare pentru anumite tip de persoană. Că dacă vine doamna preoteasă cu copilul, cum faceți? Doamne ajută, doamna preoteasă, că Dumnezeu ne ajută. Nu exagerați! Dar puteți să mai folosiți un doamne ajută la un moment dat. Dar nu vă duceți
Pe extremă.
pe extreme, da? Încercați un model neutru, simplu, da? Foarte plăcut așa, nu trageți de cuvinte să le complicați. Ajutați oamenii să înțeleagă întrebarea și acceptați-le în modul de discuție. Modul în care please accept their ideas, the way they talk, their words. If you see that they are trying to use complex phrases and words, then you can say it very nice and polite way. Doamnă, stați că nu înțeleg, spuneți-i mai simplu. And then we can relax a bit. If they cannot handle that kind of, and they just got lost in ideas, but if they're comfortable, don't make them. Okay, you can have discussion in that way. So the words are important. Try to understand it. I think it is your job to understand their words. And if you don't, just ask the nurse, ask, I don't know, people around, what that it means. Do you collect the phone numbers of the people or something?
No, no personal You mentioned earlier the Roma language. Do you anticipate any language barriers?
They should, so is Timișoara, București și Iași.
And Cluj.
Cluj. Near Cluj might be, but not Roma, maybe Hungarian. Who goes to Cluj?
Alex.
No, Alex? Okay, so if you, as I said, you have at least 15 minutes in the cabinet to make a decision if you go or not for a further discussion with the person. So if the person doesn't really speak Romanian,
Yeah.
or they speak more Roma, but Roma they speak Romanian.
But if they go to a Romanian doctor, I suppose they will speak Romanian. Or
The doctor may be Roma, I don't know.
The doctor?
Might be, I don't know. No idea. Probably not.
There are
but
very small
very
chances.
small chance.
Like Elvis is alive.
No, okay. So it should be okay.
there will be any language issues.
And
You have
Any
time.
major
You have time to evaluate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have 15, 20 minutes to. I mean, there will be a lot of interaction between the doctor, the nurse, and the patient, or the parent of the patient. So you have plenty of time to evaluate.
But is there a preference if in terms of, okay, if you see that there is some tense interaction between the doctor and the patient, is that preferable that we interview them more, or is there like an ideal that you would like them to try to go for, or totally random?
No, ideally, well, I don't expect that there will be so many vaccination consultations, so ideally you want to interview all parents that went for vaccine. Of course, if you see that there's major language barrier during the consultation and you don't speak Hungarian, there's no point of trying to interview this person. That seems, you will, as Madam was saying, you will see during that consultation when the doctor, if the person don't speak. So if you speak to me in Romanian, you will rapidly know that I don't understand much.
Okay.
So there's no point to adding an extra burden on this person by writing this. Yeah.
But otherwise, there's no.
Otherwise, I try to have all to interview as many as possible.
Do you have a number of the people that you plan to interview? No?
We have the 8 GPs, the 8 nurses, as mediator, Roma mediator, community nurse, so around 35 total for the health worker. For parents, it was really difficult to estimate how many vaccination consultations there will be. Maybe during the interview with the GP, if you look at the schedule, as Gino showed yesterday, you could see how many are planned in the next 2 weeks, so that gives you an idea. And we don't want 300, of course, individual interview. I would say as many as possible in what's feasible. And then you need to take some notes of the observation, so if they're all in a row, you might have to skip one to take your notes and do the interview and then wait for the other one. So I think we'll see in the field. And it might be different from one clinic to another.
And is there anything, if they're not in scrubs, any dress, any other behavior or physical thing they should be aware of?
Yes, at the end.
You're gonna build them.
So, if you are in the cabinet and it's obvious that the person came very late for the second dose of vaccine, and sometimes you know that the doctors are, what happened with you, because they have this attitude sometimes, and you can see the reaction of the person, which is completely uncomfortable, embarrassed by what happened, and they missed, they forgot, they were traveling, I don't know, there are so many reasons why. So probably part of the questions that you plan to ask later, some of them will be already addressed during the discussion with the medical doctor. So I wonder if it's okay for you just to take some notes and avoid to duplicate the same questions that make the person feel uncomfortable later. I don't know. You know better about that.
But the idea is to make people feel the most comfortable. And often they might tell something to the doctor to please the doctor, and then it might be another reason, but this is really hard to get in a short interview with someone you don't know. But sometimes it's possible, depends on how you connect with the person, I would say. If you have a good connection, it's possible to just talk back about what happened during the consultations and you felt uncomfortable. I would not have loved the physician to tell me something like that.
So I can give you an example. If it's clear that the person had quite bad moments because of coming late for the second or third dose, when you have the interview and you have to go deeper, maybe you can rephrase a bit the question and say that it looks like the parents that are very busy, sometimes they are unfortunately coming a bit later. I mean, just to prepare a bit the person and not to get that feeling that you are judging her as the doctor maybe did it. So I don't know if you have a question like that, because I don't think I saw the
question. Sorry.
So this is the one for the health worker. For caregiver, it's like 3 big themes that we want. If we want to learn their opinions about vaccination, do they think it's important, it's safe, do they think it's needed, is it a priority? We need to have more information about what they thought about the consultation. Was the GP kind? Were all their questions answered? Do do they feel comfortable asking questions, those such things, and what would they love or what would help them to have all their vaccination, or what would be their suggestion to improve this experience. And this is difficult to frame as a question. You could just ask, what do you think would be, you need to think about some ways of getting this information by asking the too large question about what would you suggest to improve vaccination services in Romania. I don't think you will get far with those questions, but what would be helpful for you to for instance, if the person was like, for remembering that you needed to come to the clinic, or if you're traveling abroad, what kind of...
Or they have a long distance. If in the countryside there might be villages without any medical doctor, and for everything they have to travel a lot, or I don't know, they have to travel in bad conditions. They don't have car, they don't have buses, or they can have to come by a motorcycle or by
bicycle. But I wonder if the doctor introduces us, will they feel comfortable to tell us about how the consultation went? I think
that might be tricky, yes.
But they usually have to be asked. Nobody asked them before.
Exactly, and it's a private, and you explain to them that it's a confidential discussion you're having.
And it's really important,
the
yes, that's important that they know that you won't be reporting back to the GP.
Yeah.
But I'm there in the doctor's office, so what would make them trust me?
It is tricky indeed, but they may have a past experience with the same doctor, and maybe if this one was pleasantly arranged, maybe they may say, well, last time he wasn't that happy to see me or something else.
That was my concern as well, that people won't be speaking openly about the consultation. And maybe we need to try and see and adjust if it's not.
Especially if you're in the office still.
And then you're going back to the office, so you're kind of belonging to the
Yes, yes.
But maybe you can phrase it like in a broader context, like because they also go to hospitals, so then it's also like they have different elements to compare usually, so maybe it's better to frame it, like zoom it out a bit.
Of this like special, yes.
How do you feel about going to consultations on vaccination in general?
I think you'll see, and that's the point of the first days in the field will be to test all these things, and that's why next week we'll have another, maybe a Skype or something, just to discuss and adjust. Because I honestly don't know. I can speak about Quebec, but it might not be relevant at all in here.
The parents might come with their kids, not only for vaccination. And if the parents would get a bad news from the doctor, if the kids also made some complications for different medical problems they have. So if by any reason the parents get very nervous because of the situation and the new circumstances, again, that will influence the capacity to understand what you want. Again. So maybe you can think about letting that person go. I think also you can have a way of exchanging some ideas with the medical doctor, with the nurse, before you address the person. At the end, before the person gets out of the cabinet. So maybe you can have a consensus with the team. Should I go or not for an interview with the person? if you push, then they will not pay attention, they will not understand your question, they will just give you some polite answers and very fast, and they will tell you what you want, because they will not have any reason to spend more time with you, so they just want to go, they cannot refuse you maybe because they need to be polite, but if they have some pressure on their soul because of what happened there, avoid that. If the vaccination doesn't goes well and the kid just get more nervous and crying, and the person is obvious that the person answers the phone, yes, I'm coming, yes, 1 second. It's obvious that the person is not willing to spend more time with you after the consultation is done. So again, we need to prove somehow kind of a respect for their time. They are busy, maybe they have a long way to get back home, maybe they have to do something else in between, maybe. I mean, there are so many reasons. So as long as you don't have the premises to have a comfortable discussion and you can feel that, you have almost 20 minutes maybe. Try to avoid. You can be polite, I don't know, maybe in those 20, how many days? 10 days? 10 days. Maybe in those 10 days they will come back. It might happen, what? I wonder. Yes, because if there are vaccines and no? So you can also postpone and you can just say that maybe next time when you come, I would love to have a discussion with you. You never know. You never know. But the time is very important for the person. You don't know what's going on in their own life, their own personal life. You don't know about the relations that they have with the rest of the family. Maybe they have other kids at home, they are waiting. Maybe they have to pick up the other kids, or maybe they have to do something. At the end, don't take it personally. Don't get influenced by this negative response. I think it's better if you just get a no, not this time, than to say yes, let's try, and then to just be in a hurry and not being able to answer your question. So, if it's a no, just be happy. It's a no, it's clear that it cannot be done.
I have one question. Last September, we were there and we visited some clinics outside Bucharest, and we visited one clinic from a rural area, and the GP was serving a lot of very poor patients, and we asked her if she would be willing to have us doing the research there, and she told us, oh no, there were so many trust issues, it took me so long to build trust that my patients are trusting me that I do the right thing and come to see that if you would came to do the research, I'm afraid that I will lose that trust. There's so many rumors, they will be worried why you're here, what's happening.
I think they like you.
She just didn't want us
to be around. She was not comfortable with you around.
Okay.
But as a medical doctor, I think it's like a unique moment in your life as a GP in the countryside to have WHO in your premises. Really.
She was quite young, so I thought maybe she looked young. Maybe she was just beginning with nervous, I don't know. But that made me worry, because the idea is not to disrupt their activities to the point.
You know, unfortunately, in the countryside, there are not so many doctors. So the people are so much willing to have a relation with the doctor, even if it's a bad doctor, it's better than no doctor.
Yeah.
So the people, the patient don't really have the capacity to evaluate the performances of the doctor and make a decision. So it took time to build trust. No, in the moment she was there, the people already gave
Yeah, I would
trust.
say also they are invested in trust, the leaders of the community.
Okay.
So whatever the doctor makes a decision to have you there, it's already trusted.
Yeah, I would say.
So we don't need to worry too much if it's the doctor that introduced you. We don't need to worry too much that will spread
They will not-
rumors and
They will not affect the relation between the doctor and the patients in any way. I think it would be like even
More important, yeah.
Hmm?
It will be even more important, like.
the doctor would be even more exactly.
Okay, so that's
You
good.
give credit to the doctor.
That's my feeling, yeah.
Right.
It's
You
like
know,
a doctor is
I-
active.
I
It's
came
extra.
here to see what you do, how you are dealing with these situations. We are paying attention to your practice. We are not here to judge or to evaluate. We know that you have a lot of limits, you have a lot of issues that you have to deal with, especially in the countryside. We understand that you are doing a lot of efforts to handle the situation. We know that the medical system in Romania goes through quite big challenges. So in these circumstances, we are paying attention to you. Thank you for allowing us to be here, to learn from you. We have an interview also, you have an interview with the doctor.
Yeah.
So he can it's like a therapy for the doctor. In the hospital, my colleagues that are working in the center, in our center, in the hospital, I mean, they spend at least 1 or 2 hours just to hear the doctors complaining. And they are right. I mean, the level of frustration is quite high among the doctors, the nurses, the people that are helping out, including the bodyguards, the guards that are working in the hospital. So they have the chance to influence a national policy. So that means a lot. There will be a report. It will be published. A report.
We hope so.
You have their names there. I think you're gonna see something which is not okay. I don't think this is the case of the report, or to put something there in the report.
No.
So I think at the end, anyway, to be a positive report.
Yes. It's
It's to help. It's to help.
Yes.
Everybody. Help
Yes.
youngsters,
So probably there will be
parents.
a mention that we want to say thank you to this beautiful medical doctor from
Right.
this village in Timișoara for helping us.
Absolutely.
WHO will forever be
Great.
Great.
grateful to your report.
Yes.
So that's a lot. A lot. It's a medical doctor, it's WHO. That medical doctor used to learn,
Yeah.
from WHO, taking materials and guidelines and things. Really? It's a lot.
Okay, great. I mean, I think that's all really useful when we practice the way we present and the way that we explain. So that's useful and exciting.
So I think we can have some exercises.
Yeah.
I don't know if you are okay with that, but we can make it in a very comfortable way. I don't need to make theater.
Although it's always fun to have theater.
Okay, we can have theater. But not British theater, it was yesterday.
So Eva's going to take us through. Are you going to take us through these guides, or
Yes.
Marianne?
I just want to have some mentions about, unfortunately we need to talk about some things, about the dress, about the things, about this kind of, which are not important. I don't believe in them, but it might help. So even if you have 4 arms, I think it's will not be considered weird if you have a real direct and empathic and old-fashioned discussion with a person. I don't think so. They will accept you, they will embrace your ideas, your personality, and your story. So I don't think there are problems there. I was looking to your peers. I have no idea about that. It might help you a lot because you can start discussions about,
conversations usually.
but in the same time, it might block the communication with the person.
Yeah.
So I don't know what advice to give you.
What's been
So,
your experience?
Probably
Abroad, so in the UK, everyone starts conversations with me or just ignores it. Here, I've noticed that people have questions a lot of the time, so I think it's a Romanian, it's not even standoffish, but everyone kind of scares it and it's like, does that not hurt? And that's how they start a conversation. My personal GP, whenever I go in, he's like, I really don't like that, you're a beautiful girl, you need to take it out. So it's...
your GP said that.
Yeah.
Take it out.
Yeah. So
Trust your GP.
I don't know, I think it depends on the age as well of the person that I'm speaking with. So I'm more than happy to take it out if you think it's going to cause an issue. I don't know. I personally don't know.
We're going to Timișoara,
Yes.
to the city, to the urban.
Both
Also-
urban and rural. Both
Urban, I don't think it would be a
No.
problem. Rural,
It could be.
it would be.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not just that they will start a conversation and ask you how did you get it, does it hurt, blah blah, but it may take out of your credibility.
Yeah, that was my worry.
Yeah.
I think it will take much time and you have to make more efforts
To be more convincing.
Yeah,
get
of course.
a real connection.
Yeah.
So I think if you are okay with that,
Oh yeah, definitely.
Can you take it out?
Yeah.
It's not gonna close up?
No, because I used to have to take that for work anyway, so it's still not a very commonly accepted thing.
Oh, okay.
So I can take that for up to 8 hours a day, which is fine.
Oh, okay.
Then I'm happy to.
If you are okay with that.
Yeah, I wouldn't want
and
it
try
to.
to avoid any,
I think it
otherwise
might
I will fight for your right to have that.
Thank you.
But I don't know if this is the case.
Yeah.
So if you are okay with that, probably it's the easiest
I think
way.
if there is, you don't want that to be a
The focus
cause
of the patient.
or any suspicion that it could be biased or
Yeah.
that, you know,
Definitely.
I think it's just simpler.
So is Timișoara a big community?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's what the third largest, fourth largest.
Okay, so there's no issues of you being recognized?
Oh
As-
no.
Recognized? What do you mean?
Like if I do observation in my own hometown, there's 6,000 people living there. So I know many people, so I could not be observing the consultation because I know them personally a lot. Or I know their cousin, or I know their mother.
Okay, but I think when you are in the waiting area and you disclose your intentions, and if you know someone,
Of course, yeah.
But if
maybe
it's
maybe you
big
can
community,
wait a bit.
Yeah.
It's large.
350,000.
Okay, no issue with that.
And that's been away for the best part of my life anyway.
Okay,
So
so
I don't
that's good to know, because
Yeah.
to me a village is a really small, like 1,000 people living there, so that's good from that specific village. But if not, that's great. So you want me to present I have another presentation on the interview guide, and then maybe this afternoon we will be more working on presentation, how to be neutral, those.
And practicing. I think it's
Right.
important we practice the story and the
Yes,
introduction and all of
yes.
that. So how long is your presentation now?
It's quite short.
Okay, so we do that and then we
Should
break
we?
for lunch.
Or
It's 10 to 12. So if you guys, I know we've been sitting for a while. If you guys prefer to get up, stretch your legs, have a bite to eat, and then start again, or we can power through one more presentation and then break.
Maybe a cigarette break.
Yeah, we've been sitting for a long time.
Yeah.
I would say lunch is also outside, so take a
So
look.
thank you and sorry for being a bit late today.
No,
The
no
morning.
problem. No problem. Thank you so much for
Yes,
all of your
thank
insight.
you.
It was really nice.
I'll be here for the whole day,
Yeah,
and there are many other things that I think we can also discuss. And again, that personal story is a key. So maybe you can think about it and maybe you can share it with us a bit.
Yeah, maybe take
and we
lunch.
can give your feedback.
Think about it.
It's something short but very easy to be understood.
Yeah.
And gives you a bit of, I don't know, not a bit, to give you an image. They will deal with the story, your story. So let's make that story a good one and relevant for them.
Okay. Great, so maybe that's a good thing to go on some lunch thinking about. And we have a few minutes, we can even talk about what you guys are thinking about at lunch and then we'll start getting in. Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you, Mark.
The sentence because I'm used to speaking in English.
Right.
So Romanian, I even think in English sometimes now. So Romanian kind of took a second step. So maybe that's why.
But it's only small. It's good. Have a more trained ear than I thought.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I was about to ask you if you live in the States or have you moved here or what is your situation?
What's my situation? I just moved to Romania about a year and a half ago.
Okay.
So I live in Bucharest with my family, with my husband, and I have twins that are 2 years old. And I have my husband works for UNICEF actually, and I have a public health social behavior change company based. It's I guess we're registered in the U.S., but I work out of here, and we work in other locations as well. So this is actually our first project in Romania. We work everywhere else but Romania.
Yeah.
So it's a nice way to interact with Romania a bit more.
And how's your Romanian? Have you learned Romanian in the past year?
No, it's like negligible. I can say like 5 words.
It's easy enough for you to get by with English because everyone speaks English, I guess, especially in Bucharest, as a lot of people do.
Yeah, I mean, this was a nice opportunity for me to also understand the Romanian content. You know, when you're not working, and my kids haven't been at school, so I haven't really had a lot of a need to learn Romanian or interactions so much because all of my work is like abroad.
Abroad, yeah.
So, yeah, but it's nice. I mean, if I had time, I would definitely love to learn to speak it. But between work and kids and other stuff, it's difficult.
It's a difficult language to learn from scratch as well because, for example, in English you don't really have the feminine and masculine plurals.
Right.
I'm trying to teach my boyfriend Romanian at the minute and he's Scottish, so trying to explain to him how to count certain things and how they change their gender based on how many there are. It's impossible. It makes it so difficult for me, and I've taught English and German before, so I have experience of teaching a different language, but teaching Romanian to an English speaker is completely different.
I guess it must be like it's a Romance language, right? So it must be like French also has the same.
Yeah.
Italian.
That's the thing. If you speak another language that has these concepts,
I speak a little bit of French. Yeah. So I can understand a little bit.
Do you understand the respect pronouns? Like the way you should speak to someone who is maybe older than you, or?
I mean, I don't know them, but I know the concept of having that. Yeah, like in French is vous versus tu.
It's the same in Romanian, and a lot of people expect it as well. I think this is the biggest difference. You can speak to someone maybe, because I'm younger, if I speak to someone who's maybe in their 40s, unless they specifically say, you know, address me the way you would address someone your age, the initial reaction is to address them with the...
That's depressing because I'm now in my 40s, so it's depressing that
older category. I don't think it's just necessarily an age thing because like if I speak to someone my age who maybe is a bit more educated, in terms of like the level of education, there's a tendency to use the respect pronoun there as well.
In Egypt, where my family's from, some parents even expect their kids to like use that with them at home, which I find really weird.
We have something like that.
With the grandparents.
Moldova.
In the past.
In Canada, in the past,
Yeah.
people like the way use the vous with their parents.
Yeah, it's really weird. I find it really weird.
No, it doesn't look like you're caring enough.
Yeah, and even like in Arabic, we have a word that is like almost like you put it in front of somebody, so it's like your respected self or your respected sir. And some people would expect their kids to say like, your respectfulness. Like even that's like a step further.
Yeah, that's it creates a barrier though. The connection is a bit.
Yeah, it's no longer like a peer-to-peer.
Yeah.
But
Grandparents can expect that. So if I were to speak to my grandmother, it would have to be the respect.
But I mean, that's all really interesting stuff to talk about when we go through our script and our introduction. You know, is that the way we should start out with people?
Oh yeah, definitely. I don't think you could address. I would personally say you could never address someone you don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that would be perceived as rude, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, but you should expect them to treat you in certain
Oh really? Yeah. I don't usually care for stuff like that because
especially if, I mean, if it's someone your age, maybe not, but if they're older, they just may talk to you.
Da. Interesant. Am observat că și persoanele mai în vârstă, în funcție de unde mergi, de exemplu la cabinet, asistenta doctorului meu de familie vorbește cu dumneavoastră cu mine. Cu toate că este cu mult mai în vârstă decât mine, dar
nu peste tot. Depinde și de obișnuința pe care au de a interacționa cu diverse persoane de diverse vârste și așa. Da, la ce obțin la părinți sau la, dacă e mamă cu bunică sau nu știu ce, s-ar putea să eu primesc mereu.
La pentru? Și vă deranjează sau nu?
Nu e cazul să încep o conversație despre asta, adică trec mai departe.
Da. M-am simțit foarte prost că am sunat-o ieri pe doamna Cassandra și mi-am zis, Cassandra, ce faci? Pentru că eu mă gândeam că este probabil același nivel cu Cristina și am vorbit cu Cristina la un moment dat și ea era cu pertu, și după aceea când m-am întâlnit, pare așa de rău, mă scuzați, doamna doctor.
The Canadian?
It's the Canadian NIA.
Dar asta e vorba că nu știu nici care sunt așteptările lor
Persoane, da.
de la cei care intervievează și asta poate să fie...
Dar început dumneavoastră.
Sigur, asta e standard și în momentul în care ei spun nu, spui pe nume.
Chiar dacă are 16 și are deja copii,
Yeah, we have a few in the States and then
că și ea se va referi la
we have one big one that actually is from Tajikistan.
Da, e mai sigur.
It's only like 3 hours, but my partner is in Vietnam.
Oh.
So it's really difficult for him when we have something in the US, so he's like up at 10 o'clock at night. And then we have a lot of work with like Gavi and WHO and Geneva. So that's another time zone, but that's going to be an IFRC. Most of it is Europe actually. It's easier for me than for him. He's always on phone calls at like midnight.
He lives in Vietnam.
He lives in Vietnam, yeah.
Will you stay in Romania?
Yeah, as long as my husband is here, I think it's a 4 or 5 year radio station. So he's been here almost 2 years, which is like really hard to believe. In July, he will finish 2 years. It's crazy.
Are your kids going to Romania? Will they learn Romanian?
I want them to have some Romanian language, but it's kind of difficult to get both actually until they get really older. So in the preschool, what I found is either it's all Romanian
Or all
English and some international. So now the school that they're in now, I really like because they have like one teacher who's Romanian and one who speaks English. And a lot of their classmates are Romanian, but then we have this issue of their health policy is really difficult to manage. So I think we have to pull them out and send them to an international school. So they will lose a bit of their
Among us,
you know, it's really now popular in Canada to, if you're an English French-speaking person to send your kids to French school, so it's only French. It's like if you're rich, it's the thing you want to do. But then I wonder how you could help your kids with the homework. I have two. There's grade 2 and grade 4 now, my kids, and that's a lot of involvement of the parents and I don't know how I should do it if it was in a French language.
So they're in French.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And they learn English as a second language. And you can have one ear totally in English, so it's always, but it's still the same.
Right. Well, I think here when the kids get a bit older, they have like a fully bilingual system, which is pretty cool, but it must be difficult, yeah, for parents if they go to like maths in English, and then they might go to their next class, like science in Romanian, and then they do art in English, so it's like fully integrated. Are you guys all, well, I should ask, but are you guys all, do you have all Gmail addresses, or you are comfortable with Google Drives?
Yes, I think I sent you a request for my university one when you shared the agenda.
Yeah.
So I use
Yeah,
that's a Gmail one as well, yeah.
So I'll put all of the stuff on the training folder, so you have like everything in common folder.
Yeah, perfect.
And it should have my email address to send back the transcript and things like that, or we use Google File as well, so that everybody can
Whatever's easier for you. I mean, I probably don't need to see all the transcripts. Whatever is
Up to
easiest
you.
for you.
Up to you.
Is it easier for you? I mean, it might cut down on your email traffic. Everybody just puts it in a folder.
Yes, and then my research is
Acum fixăm ăsta de
and then you could see each other as well.
Doamna, să mai fac aici pentru Beeple?
Do you want them to? Yeah. Doesn't bias.
Eu am 30 de oameni și 70 de oameni pe care țara.
No, this is such a different animal for me.
Yes.
Unde poți să
Maybe
cer
not at the
2
beginning,
de
but
vaccin?
once having the
Da, la Pakistan, we've done that form. I've put this you know.
M-am gândit să râzi. Ba, nu mai
But I think you
sau...
have to be really clear on how you want it, because the example you shared yesterday is like a notebook. So, do you want them to give you a notebook page, or do you want them to give you this filled out?
Ai ultima problemă.
Maybe you can clarify.
Yeah.
Bine, ce când trăim, doamne, de la care? Ca să știe că îți contract o semnătură sau ce.
Adică pare că e
A fost flash, dar dacă transpirat și s-ar putea să fie de la paracetamol.
Da?
Cam mai luat, nu știu dacă a ajuns.
Oamenii și asta...
Da,
Că nu se funcționează la desecare, bă. vorbesc, da, nu mai are medici nici acolo. Nu mai are medici. Sunt județe unde direcții de sănătate publică unde nu mai avem medici.
Păi și cum vrem să rezolvăm cu gripa? Dacă epidemie. Dar oamenii ăștia sunt vector puternic. Avem o mare asta.
Mă interesez și când mă întorc aici dau un răspuns ca să vedeți.
Ar trebui să dăm de se nu, și cu medii să dăm tot ei. Îi aliniem, pa.
În ce sector e asta?
Nu are legătură cu sectoarele.
Ba da, ca să vedem dacă e un medic de familie în zonă.
Din ce modă, e în centru, poate să din orice mic.
Dacă e în arondismentul ăsta, poate să punem un medic de familie din zona respectivă, adică să desemneze DSP-ul.
Să zicem sectorul 4, dar vreau să nu are legătură.
Da.
You want to show
Later.
as you wish. Because I have a PowerPoint presentation.
Are you okay? Sorry. Sorry. How did you?
I was afraid of seeing your computer.
Dr. Dumitra called me a few minutes ago.
Okay.
Because now he is in another meeting and he will not available
Okay.
for the next session with us.
Okay.
And he asked me to share to you some thoughts about morning discussion between us, especially for our observers.
Okay.
It's important to know that vaccination is a very small part within the entire activities of GPs. But also it's important to find out how GPs manage that the vaccination or became very important for community, for children especially. Yeah. If GPs doesn't or hasn't enough time to discuss, to counsel the parents, does he recall the parents again to another visit to discuss, to explain, and to vaccinate, to convince for vaccination, and so on. So he wants to emphasize these aspects. For you,
Okay.
okay.
So more like how is like more vaccination integrated in the whole service provision?
Yes, because it's a very small part for GPS activities.
Of their work, of things they need to be updated on, of everything they need to know and be aware of. Vaccine is only one small thing.
Probably also the same can be said for the parents who are caring for children. Vaccination is also a small part of their everyday life. So for us, vaccination is like we think about it every day.
Yeah,
You know, we study it, but for most parents, they're like, it's one time in 6 months, you know, that they have to think about it, and it's for 10 minutes, so.
Yeah. Think about.
Yeah. So we will practice a bit later on how to introduce yourself, your little sketch, and what you understand from the study, and how you will be able to present that to the GPs and the patient. A bit more on the interview guide. you know, this is the first thing you'll do with the GP. The aim of this is to, of course, better understand how they work in their clinics with vaccine, but it's also to build rapport. It's the first thing you'll do. It's to present them with the studies. We don't, they might have different level of understanding of what's the exact purpose of what we do and what's the objective. So that's is another aim of the interview, and it's also to organize the observation. So you want to see with them the better timing within their schedule to be less disruptive as possible. You want also to ask them if it's possible to interview the nurse, and if they have connection with the community nurse or the community notary nurse and the health or Roma mediator, you might ask them if it's possible to put you in touch with these people to conduct interviews as well. I think you will all call tomorrow or later today the GP, the first GP you're scheduled to start with. It's really important to plan the interview at the time that is convenient for them. We can expect that these interviews will last between 30 minutes to an hour, so they need to be aware of that. It won't be done in 5 minutes. We want them to record. I don't know if you all have a recorder or you're used to use your phone. Phone now do a good job in recording, but so you're all good with your phone. Bring an hard copy of the interview guide. Make sure to have a look, and we will discuss the question later on. I also recommend to bring some notebook to take some note as well, and not writing down everything, but I think if you see or notice important information, you might take some note. If you see that the GP is looking at your phone or feel uncomfortable, you could stop recording if they want to tell you something off the record. But of course, you take some notes about it and you put them in your verbatim transcription. Remind the purpose of the interview, introduce yourself, it's your story as we discussed, and of course ask permission for recording before and let them know that you're starting to record. We designed the interview guide to start with broad descriptive questions, and we try to be not to confront them, so it's neutral question. So we want them to start by speaking about their clinic, how many patients they have, how long they've been practicing in this community, to describe a bit their patient, the community where they work, and how they organize a typical day. So it will be useful as well to plan the observation afterwards.
Thank you.
I'm an anthropologist, and I really want you to familiarize with the guide and use it more as a conversation than as a tool that it's structured. And if there's no point of asking every question, it should be a conversation more than an interview or a survey. So if the person already has answered one question, then you just don't ask it again. It's basic things, but as I was not sure of your level of skills with doing interview, I wanted to remind you some of the basics. So each question are important themes that we want more information about, but you could change the order depending on the flow of the conversation. You could, if there's something unclear, not hesitate to ask follow-up questions to get more information. If you're doing the interview of the GP and then with the nurse and you see that there's some discrepancy between the two, you can ask follow-up questions to better understand. If there's something new or unusual or that you think it's important, you can ask other questions outside of the one in the guide. And I think it would be good if you could, at some point, discuss between each of you, and maybe we could put the transcript on the Google Doc folder so that you could share your findings and build on each other to move with the study. For instance, if you find something really interesting and unusual, maybe you want to ask a question to your GP in the next clinic you're going to find if it's the same or it was just one particular thing with that specific GP. It's okay if the participant is making a lot of repetition, but try to avoid repeating yourself, and you don't ask questions when you already know the answer, or you ask for more details. And when it's possible, ask for concrete example to get, if they're speaking generally, ask yesterday, or could you give me an example with a patient you encounter of this specific situation, trying to make it look like a conversation, so building from the previous answer to move to the next question. If something's news coming, go follow that link. It's like browsing the internet. If someone pops a new window, you want to see what's in that window, not close it. And you could ask questions even if you think the answer is obvious. And if you're feeling weird to ask an obvious question, you could ask why do you think it is as it is. Seems it would be clearer when we look at the question. And after the interview, as I was presenting yesterday with the observation grid, we need to identify those interviews with a specific name and to do verbatim transcription. I think it's okay to translate the interview in Romanian, and then we will translate them in English from the Word document. And you could, if you note some specificities in your notebook during the interview, you can note them at the end. And then for the recording of those transcripts, we need to find, I was thinking that maybe we could use your initial and each clinic link to a number in the Excel.
No, but I could.
So for instance, that would be my initial, clinic 1, and the interview is with the GP, maybe the initial of the GP if it's a Shireen, for this, and then the date, where are these 6? And then maybe, yes. So this would be click 1, the GP, and then if you do the nurse, would be, and the initial of the nurse, the date.
But it's still clinic 1.
Excuse me?
It's like clinic 1.
Oh yes, clinic 1. And then maybe we could add an I for interview, and then for observation would be then the date, and maybe patient 1 or observation 1, and then move on. So that we'll know that this observation is with that clinic. And then after, if you do an interview with a caregiver, again, clinic 1, interview and the date.
Could we link also like the observation with the parents?
Would be good.
Yeah.
Parent A. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So we absolutely need to have the clinic because then we will know if it's a low performing or high performing clinic for the analysis, and link as possible the observation with the interview of caregiver.
So parent A is just a numerical, like so it would just be parent A, B, C, D, or how would they continue on?
If we have pay one for patient one, and then if you have another observation would be P2, then the interview will be
You guys did that?
or maybe it's not, this is not really needed if we have that.
Yeah, it seems.
Sounds good? And this is really important. I don't need the MP3 or the audio file of the interview, but I will need the transcript.
The words.
Yes, and make sure to keep the audio files for the whole time of data collection, and we will destroy them at the end, just to make sure if we lose some verbatim transcription that we have still the audio file, and you could record the audio file using the same code in your own computer.
And you want them to send you all of their files every day? At the end of each day or at the end of each week?
As soon as you have done the verbatim transcription, I guess. I think I've understood from Gino that GPs tend to work like 5 hours a day. I'm not sure if it's all the same everywhere, but they're doing patient consultation, not the full day from 9 to 6. So if you're there for 5 hours, then you have a couple of hours left in your day to start doing the transcription, and then maybe if there's no vaccine consultation or if the GP doesn't want to use the extra time in the other day to do the transcription. And I know it's a lot of work to do transcript, and I'm usually estimating that for 1 hour interview it's 6 hour transcription. So that's the interview with caregiver will be much shorter, but still it could take you up to half an hour to an hour to do the transcription. But at least for the beginning, send them along as soon as they're ready, so that I could check and give some feedback, and maybe we could adjust if the guide is not working or if there's some question that are more difficult to answer or not giving us the important information. Good interview practice, it's all about rapport, show you're listening, maintain eye contact, you could briefly nod or say yes, or to show that you're listening. You should be speaking less than the person you're interviewing. It sounds special, but one of my colleagues was doing focus group discussion, and she was speaking almost as much as the participant. So that's not good interview practice. You should be flexible. We try to have open questions, be less directive as possible, and that's what we want. And if the GP is answering a bit outside of the topic, you could still let them finish their answer, but then try to refocus the conversation into what we really want to know. We might have some issues when they get going on the supply chain or the fact that there's no vaccine, but we don't want to go. I think we already know that it's an important issue. We don't want to spend half an hour, but I know that sometimes it's a bit contradictory, or they want to complain. It means so we still need to listen, but we want to drive the conversation more about the one-to-one interaction, their knowledge, the tools that they use in the clinic, and things that are a bit outside of their control, like having no vaccines. But of course it's important, but we don't want to spend too much time, because I expect that might be a big issue, and that might be getting them going. We need to be neutral, so while showing that we listen, we don't approve what they say or disapprove what they say, and so we try to have no huge reaction as much as possible, of course, even if they say something that you're really not agreeing to, we still look like we still remain as neutral as possible. Sometimes it's a good interview, even if you have called a GP, have scheduled a time, even if he knows you're coming, if you see that it's not working out, that you just stop it, and maybe try to schedule another moment the day after, in the afternoon. There's no benefit of pushing things too much. And even if you see that there's a lot of reluctance to have you observing the consultation, tell us rapidly, so maybe we could identify another clinic. Because if you don't feel it, I don't think it will be working. And it's really you that will be able to tell us if it's working or not. Once there with your little bags and smile, if you see that. And it's really important. As much as we wanted to have a diverse sample, and we work hard to find different clinic in different parts of Romania with different profile. Maybe some have said yes because they felt pressure to do so, and once you're in, it won't be working, so we'll find another one. I know that it might not be easy for you to know which things are important and which things are less important, so that's why I wanted to have as soon as possible the first transcription, and it will, if it's written in Romanian, it will need to be translated before I can read them and understand them. So it's, but it's important to be fast on those ones to adjust for the other one. As I said, we need to focus on the one-to-one interaction, the knowledge, the awareness, less on supply chain and those such things. But I know that vaccination is it's a small portion of GP's work, but it's a world in itself. It's a lot of technicalities, and I understand that you cannot have learned everything from yesterday. So my hope is that I'll be able to flag you some things that I think are important to deepen in the other interview. And I know that it's highly technical, so if there's word that you don't understand about vaccination, don't be shy to ask GPs what they mean by those terms to make sure that you understand, because there's a lot of names and things that happen.
What they mean and whether the vaccines are in the national scheme of vaccination or not.
Yes.
Yes, because at some point when it was the thing with the payment, if a parent comes and asks for a vaccine and then he's sent to pay. That's one thing, and maybe in the discussion with the GP, you may ask whether the parents come and ask for vaccines that are not in the scheme, what do they do, or maybe ask them to explain them to you a little bit, because, yeah.
Yes.
To get you into the, and to see how, I mean, by this you could also observe how much they, and how used they are to speak about something so scientific and technical to somebody who doesn't understand.
Yeah. And how much they themselves know about the schedule and the different vaccines. Interviews with caregivers, as we were discussing this morning, it's opportunistic interviews. We want you to interview as much parents as possible, especially those parents that you've observed in the consultation room, but I'm aware that it will not always be possible. As we discussed, if the child is crying, if the parent is in a rush, you don't need to push. I was thinking that those interviews will not be recorded, but if you feel that it's easier for you to record them, and if you don't feel that it will make a caregiver really uncomfortable or unwilling to do the interview, it's fine to record. It's easier even to record them. Make sure that they clearly understand the purpose of the studies and the fact that all they say will remain confidential and even anonymous. As we were discussing a couple of weeks ago when Shireen visited some clinic, if you feel it, that it could be possible to ask questions about in waiting rooms to the group that are waiting, if the vibe is good, and you could still ask, but those questions will be more about opinions, about vaccination in general, and what they think and know. We thought that it could be possible to interview the parents during this 15-minute waiting time after the vaccine, but maybe not all GPs keep their patient for 15 minutes somewhere else. So that after the interview with the GP, that could be something you need to explore. If you want to do interview within their clinic, if there are some spaces that you could use, or another room, or maybe at some places in a corner of the waiting room, if the waiting room is big enough, things like that. And those interviews with the caregiver, we wanted to touch on specific themes. I didn't put down questions because I think you will be more able than me to develop question in lay language, the very accessible question, but we want to have a good understanding of their attitudes and opinions about vaccination, their confidence in their vaccination decision, whether it's to accept vaccine or to refuse vaccines. What would they need or what would they like for their child vaccination? And if you do the interview after the consultation with the GP, are they satisfied with what happened during the consultation?
And satisfaction means the way they were treated, or also in terms of the knowledge that they got there, if they received information, if they, because I saw it in the guidelines, if they know when to come next, if they know what to do.
If there's an adverse,
yeah.
all of that, and the fact that you will be there in the consultation would
help you, yeah.
Which topic you need to explore. So, for instance, if you observe that the GP didn't speak about the next doses for a very young infant, you might ask the caregiver, do you know when to come back for the other vaccine? Things like that. But it's things that you will get better once going on, because it's not clear. And if you, it's both how they felt, were there treat with respect? Did they feel that their questions were answered? And also the technical aspect of the vaccine. So no practical exercise, but you have the interview grid in your little package, and I'd like us maybe to discuss this a bit. And I think you wanted to give some more background.
Do you want to talk about IPC or anything?
Well, IPC is mainly for the frontline workers, for the health workers, mainly. And from what Marianne touched and what you touched in your presentation, I mean, it's important how we listen to the people, how we feel listened, we engage with them. Maybe if they are monosyllabic, maybe you want to ask for more information. If you feel that you could go deeper into a topic, you may repeat one of the last words they say and say, what do you mean? Yeah, interesting. What do you mean interesting? Or something like this. Give them time to speak, and don't finish their sentences. Even if this may appear like you will them and you're trying to help, let them finish their own sentences. Something like this. But what we talked yesterday is mainly for the health workers, yes. Yeah,
Vreți să facem un rol?
Putem.
Da?
Așa. Da, să văd și...
Sunt eu pacientul care nu e copil. Să fie și gender balance.
So this document also has a lot of
exactly.
that written down on it, so
yeah.
you can also use a useful reference guide, I think.
Yes.
And there's one for interviewing and one for note taking. So this will be in the Google Drive as well with all your training materials.
Facem asta?
Da, eu zic că îi ajută foarte mult, sincer.
Sorry.
Maria wants to do role plays, or
Yeah.
I came with my kid, so how do I want me to be? Mai vorbesc, mai puțin vorbesc, mai ezitant, mai...
Why don't you please come to the stage?
Can I just ask one brief question before you start? There is a question around what is your personal opinion about vaccination towards the doctor?
Yeah, I want...
That does seem sensitive. Do we just ask it if the doctor seems open and relaxed to discuss that, or... Because I don't know.
I was worried about this specific question. I think there's a huge desirability bias. No one will tell you, well, I don't...
I'm against it.
Yeah. I recommend.
I think if a medical doctor is against, the idea will come up anyway.
Yeah.
And you may ask about the others. That's
Bunch of
something
other
else.
doctors.
What are the
Other
things?
colleagues.
Yeah. It makes it less personal. And,
Right.
Yeah.
What do you think about most of your colleagues? Do you think most of your colleagues are in favor of vaccination?
Yeah.
And then, or you could ask, is there a specific vaccine you're more worried about, or you have more conscious about? Because sometimes they're okay, but they don't like the HPV vaccine.
Yeah.
Or they don't think the flu vaccine is important.
Yeah.
All others vaccine are fine. So that's a bit less than less sensitive.
The direct question, what is your opinion on it?
So you're going to be a health worker, or you're the health worker?
No, I'm the...
You're the mother?
He's the mother.
She's the mother.
You're the father?
I'm not the mother, I'm
Could
the
be
father.
Father.
So it's gender balance.
You
I
have a
came...
baby?
The one you dropped
Where's the one
yesterday.
I told you?
You almost killed yesterday.
It's back, I've resuscitated.
Ok. Mulțumesc că ați fost de acord să-mi răspundeți la niște întrebări. Dacă vreți să luați loc, copilul.
Nu durează foarte mult, doar că...
Nu durează foarte mult pentru că am numai niște întrebări care
sunt despre dumneavoastră, despre faptul că ați venit cu copilul la vaccinare acum și...
Soție e plecată și, mă rog, eu mai lucrez pe lângă casă și am zis să vin repede.
E foarte bine. Și pe doctor îl cunoașteți de multă vreme?
Da, eu nu vin așa de des, vine soția mai mult.
Dar ea vorbește cu dumneavoastră despre ce se întâmplă când vine la consultație?
Da.
Da? Și ce vă spune de obicei? Cum se simte când vine la doctor?
Păi, da, vă dați seama. Nu sunt aproape.
Și vă ia foarte mult ca să veniți pe drum. Dar ca să ajungeți aici aveți nevoie de mult timp?
Nu ia ceva timp. Da, venim mai greu.
Am înțeles. Nu vă țin mult, dar aș vrea să vă întreb. Acum, dumneavoastră, când ați fost la medic, cum s-a desfășurat? V-a explicat tot ce ați avut nevoie?
Și acum schimb complet, da? Înainte nu aveam idei, da? Da, foarte, foarte mult. Mi-a spus schema de vaccinul, cum trebuie să fac, cum trebuie să vin înapoi. Noi, chiar dacă sunt departe, noi venim, să știți, luăm autobuz, luăm altceva, găsim o soluție. Deci... Trebuie să ne descurcăm, sigur că da. Adică e important pentru copii. Facem tot posibilul. Eu, soția, cineva, găsim să aducă copilul la vaccinare. E foarte important.
Deci, noastră, credeți că e important să fie
foarte
vaccinat
important
copii?
și ne dăm silința. Noi mai avem și alți copii, vaccinăm, ne descurcăm cumva. Trebuie să ajungem la vaccinare. Ia ceva timp, e adevărat, e mult. E distanța mare, dar trebuie. Un vecin, îl ieșim la ocazie, cum facem tot posibilul. E departe, dar nu. Noi aici în sat, la noi acolo, nu există medic de familie și trebuie să ajungem cumva, trebuie să facem și bat câmpii, face și de nimic nu.
Și eu acum zic, mulțumesc și să faceți foarte bine că veniți tot timpul cu copilul la vaccinare, dar acum v-a spus, știți când trebuie să veniți data viitoare?
Data viitoare, da. Am notat undeva.
Pe hârtie, da?
Trebuie să transmit, că nu o să fie data viitoare. Eu plec, sâmbătă plec la muncă în Italia. Nu.
Am înțeles. Vă mulțumesc foarte mult. Dar credeți că, în afară de partea de transportul e greu și că stați departe, credeți că ați avea nevoie de altceva ca să veniți să vaccinați copilul?
De autobuz?
În afară de autobuz.
În afară de autobuz.
Nu știu, poate să...
Mai mult timp.
Mai mult timp. Deci, în general, experiența de azi cu doctorul, v-ați simțit bine când a vorbit cu dumneavoastră?
Eu nu am probleme medicale. Copilul are. Dar mă rog, e normal. Doar vaccinul. O să facă febră, știi, mi-a spus domnul doctor.
O să facă febră? V-ați zis că o să facă febră?
Da, e posibil. Dar face sigur că e al doilea vaccin, să știți.
Și a făcut și la primul?
Sigur.
Da, aici am intrat în alte discuții, da? Asta e că doctorul de obicei ar trebui să spună, the doctor should say that he may get a little, ar putea să facă febră. Și pacientul, so the father said, oh, I'm sure the child will make some fever after this vaccination because the first time he got the fever as well. But the doctors usually say that it may happen, not that it will happen.
So are you role playing a GP with the parents, or are you interviewing
I'm
the parents?
interviewing the parents, but this came up. I don't know if it will be recorded or not because this is the way the patient understood the information from the GP.
Right.
So what I should ask now is that are you sure that he said that the child will get a fever? Because he said, I'm sure the child will get fever. I don't know.
Am mai făcut febră. What's wrong with you? Pick up the beer.
You don't get fever, okay? Yeah. Nu știu dacă m-am descurcat foarte bine la teorie, merg, dar the practical.
I told you Romanians are dead.
Da, nu știu. Să mai întâmplă?
Nu.
Mai sunt lucruri pe care ați vrea să mi le spuneți? Nu știu. Un autobuz.
Nu, autobuz. Foarte bine. Dar până la urmă, care e distanța?
Nu am aflat.
Da. E subiectiv.
În momentul ăsta ce știu este că what Mariana asked is in the end what's the distance between the household and the practitioner. But what I know is that with GPs they don't have a catchment area. They can get patients from
far.
yes, yeah. So maybe some of them come from far, some live nearby or something.
Would that be relevant information in terms of specifics? So would it make sense for us to continuously question the patient around the distance so that we find out how long it takes them specifically to get to the practice?
It should, if it's an issue or barriers, it should come up as well, yes, a reason why this person was late for the vaccine, stuff like that. Maybe you could ask why it come to this specific GP from so far away.
In our discussion it came up and I asked what would you need to bring your child for the vaccination. So better transportation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what else did you guys observe from that interaction?
Some questions were not open. Did you feel good with the consultation today? And maybe I was answers yes or.
No, it's bine.
And then I think the interviewer should have introduced herself.
Okay.
But I think she covered all the main 3 areas.
Was he cooperative? Was he happy?
A shift approach.
Yeah.
Shift approach.
How so?
I told them that
You directed the conversation.
No.
He
First
insisted.
I gave no information. I was very slow. No, I said
Yeah.
I would be very...
A bit reluctant
Okay.
to some extent.
And then we changed.
And then he insisted on the same topic.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I was focused only on one idea, nothing else.
Yeah.
What was that? The distance?
The distance.
Yeah,
Transportation,
was-
yes. Yes.
Was it right? It's still
It's not clear.
Yeah, I tried a little bit to bring him back on track, but I said, okay, I understand that it's very important for you because he said, oh, we have other kids, we get them vaccinated, but the distance is too hard, but we manage, we find the car, we find the blah, blah, blah. And I said, okay, it's very important and you are doing a very good job because you're vaccinating the children, but specifically during this consultation. Yeah. But one thing is that you need to practice a lot because even if I had the 4 main topics in mind, it's easy to get lost in the conversation.
Yes.
It's very easy.
So you think you can take notes during the conversation?
Maybe just one main word, but no.
If you don't record, you need to stop right after and write down like in a
Yeah.
phonetic way everything you could remember. As you
should be hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think because if you write them out whilst you're talking to the person, it might also make the person feel like you're not really paying that much attention to them.
Yeah.
It takes away the personal aspect of the conversation.
Because I think the length of the interview is what we want to do, like 5 minutes max. Except if you see that the parent is really willing to stay there and to speak to you, you can do a longer interview of short.
I advise you to announce to the parents that you plan to spend with them câteva minute.
Nu 5,
câteva momente.
Da.
Așa, câteva minute, câteva momente. few moments. I just in Romania how to you have some time, like few moments to have a talk. Not
So
5 minutes.
This was a little bit more unnatural in a way because he had already agreed to do the interview. Can we try something else?
Yes, and maybe you could play, or we could note all the things that we want to say in the introduction, and maybe you could try.
So maybe we can start from you're finishing up your consultation, your baby has just been vaccinated, you guys are in the observation room, and we want to transition to an interview. Yeah,
So
that's the scenario. You're the father. So you want us to write down ideal things, or we're going to recap after?
Maybe we could recap after every or before on all
And the
things.
social skills that I can
Yeah, okay.
if you want.
So Raluca, can we borrow you again? So you are the GP. You're the GP. You're finishing up the consultation with the baby. The baby's just been vaccinated. No, please go to the stage. And who wants to be the observer?
Store the wallet.
Which one of you wants to go? Try. You want to try it? Okay, so you're now in the GP's cabinet and you're observing, and we're going to transition to the caregiver interview. Okay, so you guys can wrap up.
So has the child been vaccinated?
The child is
The
vaccinated.
child's
Yes,
been
it's
vaccinated,
fine.
they're saying bye-bye.
Rest.
Atunci ne vedem peste 2 luni. Aveți grijă la toți, da?
Am luat, da. Mulțumim frumos, doamna
Plăcere,
doctor.
la revedere, ne vedem peste 2 luni.
Da, sănătate multă, sănătate.
Lucia, nu mă supărați, doar 2
Da,
secunde.
da,
Nu sunt doctoriță, sunt studentă, am capul pex, cum mă numesc. Eram în cabinet cu doamna doctor. Două momente vreau să vă țin. Facem un studiu momentan pentru vaccinarea în România, vaccinarea copiilor. Și dumneavoastră v-ați vaccinat pe belușul foarte cu minte. Mă mir că n-am plâns. Vă pot ține două momente pentru niște întrebări. Facem un studiu în ceea ce privește vaccinarea copiilor din România. Mulți părinți nu au acces la vaccin sau nu au acces la un cabinet medical.
Avem la doamna doctor ne primește, să știți.
Da, și al câtelea vaccin este acesta?
Al doilea.
Al doilea, și știți că trebuie să veniți data viitoare? Nu-i veniți?
Trebuie să vină peste 2 luni exact. Dar o să vină bunica copilului. Noi suntem plecați în vacanță.
Unde mergeți în vacanță?
Da.
Nu vreți să luați loc, este un pic mai confortabil.
Noi mergem și la țară. Mulțumesc.
Vă deranjează dacă înregistrez conversația doar pentru că mi-e destul de greu să iau notițe în timp ce vorbesc și mă pierd în scris. Nu, câteva momente, doar să fiu sigură că am toată informația, totul este confidențial, nu se dau nume, nu vă înregistrez fața, este pur și simplu doar conversația.
Da, sunt de acord. Vă rog.
I-am dat drumul acum și ați spus că știți exact când trebuie să veniți. În 2 luni?
Peste 2 luni trebuie să vin din nou.
Peste 2 luni. Și cum vi s-a părut interacțiunea cu doamna doctor de data asta?
Da, este mulțumit că ne cunoaștem.
Da, veniți dumneavoastră de obicei sau soția?
Depinde, v-am spus, noi avem și alții de copii și cum ne programăm.
Și sunt toți copiii vaccinați sau acesta este primul?
Da.
Toți.
Mare, da. Cum să, de ce să mă vaccin? Doamne ferește.
Deci sunteți perfect de acord că vaccinarea este necesară?
Da, ne-a explicat doamna doctor, știam și noi.
Da? Și în ceea ce privește efectele negative, v-a spus ceva despre detaliile vaccinului? Aveți toate informațiile necesare?
Nu să aibă, probabil, febră, nimic special. Da, e un vaccin la urmă urmei, da.
Sigur că da, și s-a comportat așa cu minte de data asta, chiar
așa e foarte cu minte, că nu a dormit prea bine și obosit.
Săracul de el. V-am promis că nu vă țin mult. În ceea ce privește informațiile, aveți nevoie de ceva extra data viitoare sau pentru viitor care să vă ajute? La decizia de a vaccina copii pe viitor, dacă mai aveți un copil și vreți să-l aduceți la vaccinație, este ceva ce vă împiedică? Sau v-ar putea împiedica?
Nu am înțeles, nu, adică de ce venim, de ce?
Mă întreb cam cât durează pentru dumneavoastră să ajungeți exact. Stați departe de cabinet?
Nu, să mai aici în sat.
Ah, perfect. Deci nu este nicio problemă.
You lied to me.
What did he say?
Like it's just 2 minutes away from the practice. So the distance is lowish.
Păi nu, dar era alt personaj. Iată ultimul.
Bun, am oprit înregistrarea, mulțumesc foarte mult pentru timpul dumneavoastră, vă dau și o jucărie pentru băiețel, doar ca să-l mai țineți ocupat până ajungeți acasă. Și studiul va fi publicat după ce colectăm toate informațiile necesare, deci dacă vreți informații mai multe în viitor, le veți putea accesa după ce se publică studiul. Vă mai pot ajuta cu ceva informații? Sau asta n-ar trebui să trebuie. Nu?
Sunt multe pe sunt mult prea vagi chestiile astea și...
Întrebările.
Da, da. Adică nu trebuie să-mi dai prea multe variante. Nu trebuie să fie exagerat de politicos.
Da? Nu.
Nu, doar o discuție...
Ok.
Cred. Adică eu eram așa, nu eram agitat, eram calm.
Ok. Eu eram agitat.
Era foarte agitat.
I'm just very nervous. Ok, mai încerc ăla. Nu acum, mai încerc altcineva și mai încerc eu.
Dar a fost foarte bine.
Da. Numai să fiu un pic mai specifică sau...
Da, mai specifică și la sfârșit, mai ales dacă sunt, especially if it's in the rural area.
Sunt de fapt 3, întrebări, câte întrebări?
3, dar nu era să...
Și ce părere are?
Yeah, and she said, okay, we'll publish the study and if you want to learn more, you can read the study when it's published, but in the rural area, I don't think they give a damn if the study is published or not.
I don't know, is that sensitive if you tell people that we will publish the study, do they think that the conversation is
E
going
prea
to be
mult
published?
asta și...
Da, deci să nu dau...
Nu, asta nu trebuie să spun.
I don't know, I wouldn't say that.
No.
I just thought maybe it needed to be done as a debrief, or do we not really...
No, we just think...
Nu m-a prezentat,
Okay.
nu te-a prezentat. Oare nu ar fi fost mai simplu să... I wonder if it was easier for her to be introduced by the doctor.
Doctor might be busy, no? For every consultation.
But the doctor introduces this person at the beginning of the consultation as an explanation as to why the person is there? Or
I think it will depend on the GP and their willingness to do so. Ideally, they will be presenting information about the study and why this
Can we have
person...
my scenario? I've been thinking last night.
Yes,
Okay,
please.
so you are the parent, take my child, adopt my child. Okay, so we have the GP, the nurse, GP nurse, and we need, no, it's not good, because it's going to take the interview. Alt român avem o sală, domnul, deci... Doctor, vrei să fii doctorul?
Ia să văd doctor.
Așa, o să fie scumpe, și eu ce sunt? Nu, vină.
Deci pacientul.
Eu sunt pacientul?
Nu, ea e
Ce e
pacientul.
pacientul?
Tu ești doctorul,
Așa,
și asistenta și observatorul.
așa, și... Tu ești observatorul.
Da, deci ai două persoane în cabinet.
Observatorul.
Da.
Stai puțin. Deci tu ești observatorul, stai deoparte. Așa, medicul și asistenta.
Aha.
Medicul și asistenta.
Ok.
Și atunci, tu ca medic, faceți o da, medicul asistent, auziți echipa. Faceți o convenție, că tu deschizi, tu inviți următoarea persoană ca să ai un prim contact. Da? Și haide vină cu a. Da? Tu, așa, tu bați la ușă. Bună ziua, doamnă!
Bună ziua, vă invităm în cabinet.
Ce mai faceți, doamnă? Ce mai faceți la micul? Cum te cheamă, măi, frumosule? Așa. Și te așezi acolo, puțin. Doamna doctor deja și-a terminat ultima rețetă. Așa, ce faceți, doamnă?
Bună ziua, bine ați venit. Luați loc cu copilul pe scaun. Așa.
Am adus o stradă.
Așa, tu ești acolo, bagi la greu, documente.
Așa. Ați venit pentru vaccinul ABC, da?
Da.
Mulțumesc frumos. O să rog pe Mariana să-l aducă din frigider și vă prezint pe...
Dar ați cunoscut deja pe domnișoara Și povestea ei,
Da.
două vorbe despre poveste, e foarte important.
Noi încercăm să aflăm mai multe despre cum
Nu
se
acum,
desfășoară.
Așa, care va fi cu noi în cabinet pe parcursul consultației ca să observe cum decurge
Va fi cu
consultația.
noi, nu mai
Nu
observe.
observe,
Nu
da?
mai
Ok.
observe, că
Care va fi cu
deja
noi
mă
pe
gândesc.
parcursul consultației.
Și eu la sfârșit o să vă rog
Și la sfârșit o să vă rog să-i răspundeți.
să schimbați două vorbe. Să răspundeți, că întreabă. De ce? Să schimbați două vorbe.
Ok. Și
Vă explică
vă rog
domnișoara.
să schimbați câteva cuvinte cu ea o să vă explice mai bine despre ce este vorba.
Da, așa ca și cum e nimic.
Așa.
Da, să schimbați câteva vorbe cu domnișoara după aceea, mă rog.
Da, dar așa trebuie instruiți și doctorii.
Păi de-aia facem aici, nu?
Da.
Mi se pare că e cel mai simplu așa. Și vă rog după aceea să schimbați două, trei vorbe cu domnișoara.
Și nu trebuie să întrebe pacientul dacă e de acord.
Vă rog să schimbați două, trei vorbe.
Da.
Dacă
Așa,
tu
mai
zici nu, e nu.
Ok.
Și am să vă zice altfel. Și am să vă rog să schimbați câteva vorbe cu domnișoara după ce terminăm. Dacă ce da, sper să nu dureze mult că mă grăbesc, nu e nicio problemă, data viitoare, nu e. Adică poate să aibă reacțiuni. Adică cred că înseamnă 20 de secunde pe ceas. Toată chestia asta legată de persoana a treia.
Da.
Atât durează, 20 de secunde,
Deci
maxim.
voi trebuie să instruiți doctorul ca atunci când vorbește cu pacientul să spună că la sfârșit am să vă rog să schimbați câteva vorbe cu ea. Ca să...
Așa, hai să concluzul. Deci sunt eu medicul de asta. Da, da, bine ați venit, facem așa, așa și ați spus după colega, domnișoara. O să vă rog să schimbați câteva cuvinte la sfârșit, vrea să vă întrebe, de exemplu, cu vaccinurile. Așa. Dacă nu durează, vedeți, dacă nu durează mult. Haideți să vedem cu vaccinul. Ne întoarcem, gata, nu mai sunt medic eu. Așa, vă mulțumiți, vă pupați.
Veniți cu copilul, că fără copil nu se poate la vaccinare.
Așa, mulțumim, bye bye.
Mulțumesc frumos, la revedere.
Te-ai ridicat? Te-ai ridicat? Da. Și tu, la copil, ce curajos ai fost. Da? Că mămica nu mai trebuie să parlamenteze așa. Și acum începem episodul ăla.
Ok.
Da.
Noi încercăm să aflăm mai multe despre vaccinare și despre cum se desfășoară în România și în comunitate, cum poate intrăm în detaliu. Și am vrea să vă rugăm să-mi răspundeți la câteva întrebări. Dacă aveți 10 minute, durează foarte puțin.
10 minute nu cred că am
5 minute, cât de puțin. Pot să merg cu dumneavoastră
Câteva momente,
dacă...
nu 5 minute, n-am spus, poate 5 minute. Câteva momente.
Eu sunt aici pentru asta și pot să merg cu dumneavoastră dacă vă grăbiți.
Da, perfect.
Și fă și interviu.
Care e părerea dumneavoastră despre vaccinare în general?
Păi, l-am vaccinat. Părere bună.
Și cum vă informați despre vaccinare?
De la doamna doctor, ea ne spune toate informațiile.
Mai citiți și din alte surse?
Mai citit pe Facebook.
Pe Facebook?
Da.
Din comunitate, nu știu, de la prieteni, de la colegi?
Da, părinții m-au vaccinat, vecinii își vaccinează
Și
copiii.
își vaccinează copiii. Și în general, cum mi s-a părut consultația de azi?
Plăcută, doamna doctor e foarte prietenosă, se pricepe cu copiii.
Relația e bună cu...
Nu, e doamna doctor, ne vedem o dată pe an, dacă ne vedem. Mai des nu cred că trebuie.
Ok, deci veniți mai ales atunci când este
Nevoie.
Când este nevoie.
Am înțeles.
Și cum credeți că s-ar putea îmbunătăți vaccinarea? De unde ați avea nevoie de alte surse? De unde să vă informați? Ați avea nevoie de...
Nu cred. Nu, doamna doctor mi-a zis toate informațiile necesare, reacția adverse, când trebuie să venim, e ok.
Ok, și nu știu, o să vă vaccinați copiii și în viitor, bănuiesc.
Sper să nu mai fac copii, dar unul ajunge.
Bine, vă mulțumesc mult!
Ce problemă, mulțumesc, succes cu studiul.
There may be another issue which we want to practice. If the child cries after the vaccination, it's a bit of a chaos, and mother will want to be focused on the child. So even if you follow the mother outside, the first few moments, I mean, unless she's with somebody, but her attention will be on the child. And that's a situation that we may need to practice.
Okay, can we just, let's recap this one.
Yeah.
So maybe you can explain to us what scenario you just acted out, and maybe if you wanna, you guys can give us feedback? Or you can give Anna and Alex feedback? So what was the scenario that you just acted now?
With the doctor
It was a
introducing the
chain.
observer.
Okay,
It was
the
a
doctor. Okay, doctor introduced the observer.
No.
Yeah, so that
So you agree to welcome the person, so you already
Yeah.
have an interaction.
Yeah.
And I think it's better because you don't know the parent. I think it's better to focus a bit, just welcome, hey, how are you, Kutsule, on the kid, and you just take your seat, okay?
Sorry, she was the doctor?
I was
No.
the doctor.
No, she was the doctor.
She was the observant.
Okay, sorry, can you start over because I don't understand the scenario. Apologies. So the observer.
Hai încă o dată, mă, e mai bine că nu.
No,
No, I just need to explain the
Nu
situation.
personajele și ce am înțeles?
So I was the observer.
Okay.
You can just explain me. And I agreed to welcome the patient, the caregiver.
Into the office?
yeah.
And after the consultation, the doctor introduced, the doctor introduced me and told about why I'm there.
Well, so she goes and greets the patient, and I talk to the patient and say, okay, thank you, you're coming here for the second vaccination, blah blah. I send the nurse to fetch the vaccination fridge, and I introduce her, and I say, and this is Anna Maria, whatever. And after the consultation, after we vaccinate the child, I'd like you to spend a few moments with her, because to talk a little bit with her. That's it.
Okay.
So this is how I make the connection between the observant and the patient for the interview.
So next Monday you will be interviewing the first GP. Would you like this to be framed this way? So would you like to ask the GP if you could welcome the parents in the consultation room?
I do think it would work better because if like the first scenario we had where no one introduced me and I had to go to the patient was like, oh, hello, doctor.
Right.
So it kind of creates a barrier and you have to take a step back and say, well, actually, I'm not a doctor. Whereas if the GP introduces you to begin with and says, you're going to be here for a while, you're going to be here and stay here, and then you're going to answer some questions, that already tells them what to expect, I think.
Because technically, she just welcomed the patient, and the patient could observe her kind attitude. She said, hi, how are you, little baby? So she was kind, nothing aggressive, nothing bad, no bad feeling. Okay, so a positive, I observe her as a patient. I observe her, she's fine. And then I have a talk with the doctor, and then the doctor refers to the person again and give also transfer trust. Transfer trust.
Yeah, that's correct.
And then also the doctor asks the patient to spend little time with the person after. So I think for you, that's the best scenario. I mean, you already go through some stages almost immediately.
Yeah.
Almost immediately. That will help you to have
The connection.
with the patient.
So just to be clear, because in this scenario, like the ideal of being a fly on the wall as an observer has been disrupted. So in this scenario, they are just doing interviews. Is that correct? Because I think if we want them to just blend in, we've now actually put the observer in the forefront.
Yeah,
The person is already there. Unless you don't know who's the person, you can be uncomfortable. So it's part of the team because she welcomed you, and the doctor said to spend some time. So I think from this point of view, it's fair enough.
No, I think it's great as a setup for an interview. But if we are trying to just observe things in their most natural setting, we have now created a new dynamic where there's another person and there's going to be an interview after, and it's no longer natural.
I think if there's two options, the GP could introduce you up front,
Or after.
or after the end of the consultation. And that should be discussed with the GP. Would it be like bizarre if the person come in and there's another someone taking notes?
Yeah.
Or not? Maybe not. Maybe they used to have nursing training that are just there and it will not be strange. If this is the case, the best scenario would be for the GP to introduce you after it's finished with all the things. Then you don't disrupt the natural conversation. If the GP thinks, if he's used to work alone with a nurse in a small village and everybody knows how it goes, then it might be strange to see you just there with your scrum. So now that maybe you should be introduced at the beginning. We could discuss as well about the option of going in the waiting room and asking for the next person to come in. If that's okay with the GP, this needs to be discussed. I think ideally you should be introduced at the end, and then it facilitates you getting into the interview with the caregiver.
But what about ethics?
Ethics it's not an issue in this case. It seems that if it's okay with the GP, then we don't need permission from the patient to observe, from what I've understood.
Yes.
The person is the subject of your observation.
No,
Not
actually,
necessarily.
the
GP, it's everybody, it's the whole environment.
Yeah, but the GP knows, the nurse knows. What about the patient? You just ask. In my scenario, I was taking into consideration also this idea. That's why I made it like that.
The idea, I think, is that the GP is making a decision on behalf of their clientele.
No one
I
can
mean, I'm
make
not
decisions
judging, I'm just
on
saying
behalf of
that's what we're
someone.
told.
I'm flexible with that. I'm not. I'm just raising the idea, question.
Yeah.
If we don't need to talk about that, I'm okay with that.
I mean, I think it's already been decided.
I'm okay
How do
with that.
you feel about that you will be in this room? Do you feel it's okay if the patient don't know about your
I
role?
break rules all the time.
Yeah, I think
I don't know
that's-
if we're breaking rules or not.
But that we could never do that in Canada. Never, ever
Yeah.
do that.
So some doctors have said, oh, it's not possible because of the GDPR, and there's no way that a patient will allow you this permission. And they have to sign forms and blah, blah, blah. Then Gino said, no, don't worry, I'll take care of it. What happened after that, I don't know.
When you do the report at the end,
Yeah.
and you launch the report, some people will ask, what about the, how did you collect the data, what was the process?
The consent.
So you need to have a
Yeah.
story
Yeah.
at the end.
Yeah. No, I understand. Because it's a WHO study, I think, like, we are not WHO, so our presumption is that WHO has sorted it out. But it's probably something we should confirm.
Yeah.
I think at some point you anyhow introduce yourself when it comes to the interview. Like,
Yes, for sure, for sure.
so
It's for the observation. If you don't, I'm not comfortable of having you introduced as nurse, for instance. I think that's
No.
unethical. No introduction, I'm fine with it because I don't believe I think vaccine consultation are not really sensitive consultation. You're not speaking about. But that's my own values. If I do this type of study in Canada, the patient has to sign a 5-page informed consent before anyone goes into the consultation room. So and if they don't sign, there's no way we could observe their consultation.
Ok, so let me make it a bit. So, deci teoretic, doctorul, medicul, este parte din cercetare, nu?
Da.
Voi sunteți parte din cercetare.
nu, el e subiectul cercetării, nu e parte din cercetare.
E plătit?
Nu știu.
Îi dă ceva, sigur. Deci este parte din cercetare. Voi sunteți colegi de cercetare. Și atunci, din cuvinte o facem. Și atunci, deci dacă voi sunteți colegi, da? Deci, doctorul poate să fie așa. colega noastră o să fie cu noi o săptămână, două. Învață. Și astea sunt cuvintele. Și atunci am terminat și cu povestea asta.
Da, și
Sunteți colegi sau nu?
Da.
Sunteți colegi și tu ce faci acolo? Înveți. Nu înveți despre ce se întâmplă. Înveți sau nu înveți? Înveți, că asta faci. Nu? E o învățare?
Dar nu sunt, adică nu mi se pare că suntem colegi, că noi practic pe ei studiem comportamentul medicilor și cum se desfășoară consultația. Nu mi se pare că niciun fel că suntem...
No, they're there to observe how the doctors interact with their patients. They're not there to learn anything. They cannot be introduced as somebody who's there to learn.
Learn în engleză înseamnă ceva și învăța în română e altceva.
A învăța și a afla.
A afla?
Da. Și ele sunt acolo ca să afle.
Și vrei să văd tu a învățat pentru a afla? Învățare. Deci vă că nu sunteți colegi de cercetare.
Nu știu. Pentru că ei sunt într-adevăr parte din subiect, dar sunt plătiți.
Voi ce sunteți în relație cu medicii? Ei sunt subiecții voștri, nu?
Da.
Deci, așa este un colegă, un cercetătoare, nu...
E aici ca să afle mai multe despre tema X.
Să înțeleagă e cuvânt potrivit?
Da, nu spun.
Pentru tine? Să înțeleagă? Ei să înțeleagă cum se desfășoară activitatea?
Should they... I'll switch to English.
Dacă nu clarificăm în română după aia, adică dacă vorbim în engleză, astea sunt cuvinte foarte complicate să le traducem.
The way the doctors should introduce the observers. Yeah.
Maybe
They are here to learn was the first idea. They are here to understand was the second one.
Understand is more accurate.
maybe we could move a step back and discuss how next Monday you will introduce yourself to the GP first. How will you explain this study to the GP that might not know all the details? Let's start with that, and maybe then we could discuss how the GP will present you to their patient.
Yeah.
That might be easier to start with.
And I think it's also important actually to make sure the whole team knows
Understand
what we are going to do for 2 weeks.
yes.
So it's not, I would say the GP is the key person, but then I would prefer
all the
also
staff,
the
if there's
nurse to understand why we are
yeah,
there.
and if there's someone at the reception,
Exactly.
this person needs
Clinical
to.
and non-clinical.
Yeah. So what would you say? How you will describe this study and your role?
That's the thing, how much information are we allowed to give them without biasing them?
I think they participate, they need to know what they're signing for.
Because when we did the exercise, I introduced myself as a student who is currently looking at the vaccination in Romania to better understand why certain people don't have access to vaccination. But I don't know if I should get into that much detail.
To understand the vaccination
Procedure,
practices.
practice.
I would say how we can help you to make vaccination available to everybody, more easily available to everybody.
But if he's against vaccination,
Well, he's vaccinating kids, obviously, right?
it's the wrong one. I do sometimes wrong things. I think the word understanding the process of vaccination or something like that, I think is covering everything, and you don't is covering is a bit vague, but also can give you an understanding.
But if I am,
It's like a UN guideline.
but let's say I am, let's say I am a well-performing GP, and I I agreed to allow you in because I get some money and time, but I don't love the idea of you being here, and I'm a little bit suspicious of what you're doing. If you come and tell me I'm here to help make your conditions easier, or I'm here to help understand how we can help you, to me that's more favorable than I'm here to understand how you vaccinate, which means I'm here to understand what you're doing wrong. That's how I would interpret it.
Român ăsta înseamnă? Dai ca să înțelegem procesul.
Deci, da, diferența între ce beneficii are pentru doctorul care nu are performanță atât de bune, dacă îi spui, am un studiu de a înțelege procesul de vaccinare, nu are niciun beneficiu pentru el și să nu se sperie doctorul că te uiți la performanțele lui. Asta e
Ar putea să
problema.
gândească la asta?
Da.
Ar putea?
Da.
So the high-performing GPs
Are
not
not
going
an
to be a
issue.
problem, but the low-performing ones who may have some sense that you're coming to observe them and report back to the Ministry of Health.
Then we should say a bit different.
So the low performing ones should have a sense of maybe getting some benefits out of it? Is that why you're...
I think so. Okay, I mean, there's two scenarios. There's a low-performing GP who's like not doing their job because they're lazy or whatever. But then there's a low-performing GP who's legitimately has some real challenges, right? So I think if you frame it as we're here to understand the conditions under which you vaccinate, so we can help improve your experience and the parents' experience. Is that?
May I suggest that Cassandra has already made many contacts with those GP? Could she brief them?
Probably yes, because I don't think they're just cold.
They are cold,
cases. They are
honestly.
cold.
The two that we went in Bucharest had no idea why we were there.
Okay.
They said, yeah, somebody called us, we said okay. Even the one GP we went to said, I said okay, I didn't understand, I was in a rush. Now that you've explained it, I don't agree.
Oh god, so they could potentially say no.
Yes.
So that's what we want to explain.
Yes, that was the
Yes.
idea, that we should have visited them before you got there.
And
We didn't do that.
how did she explain it to them? What
She was speaking Romanian, so
Oh,
I didn't totally get it, but she did, she said, it's Gino actually that was supposed to have introduced it, and maybe he did, but they didn't understand or whatever. But I don't know the exact words that she used. But when I spoke to them in English, I said we're doing a study to understand vaccination practices and what helps you and what helps parents to have a better experience.
Because my advice would be to keep this as broad as possible, a study to better understand vaccination in Romania or in your district or something quite vague. And then maybe you could have some answers about who's the founder of this study, who contracted you to do it, and maybe saying the WHO is better than the Ministry of Health of Romania, for instance.
Yes.
Why their practice has been selected, and what the result will be used for.
But is to leave this as the task of the observers is, I mean, they should have this information, yes, but to leave it in their task, I think it's a little bit too much. I mean, it's something that, yeah, I know.
I don't know what they've been told. I don't know who contact them. I don't know what they know about this study. And if I was to do that, I would ask them upfront, what did you understand about what you're trying for? And that would be my first question.
Yeah,
We'll
so
go to Yash, Wala. So Yash has been informed, Cass just went yesterday, a few weeks ago. So Yash is okay, they should be okay. Bucharest, you're starting with the high-performing GP. I visited her, she's fine. It's really only...
Can see the question? Thank you. Why my practice? For the low performing one,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, you cannot.
I can't really say, well, we're doing a study because you're doing shit.
No,
We need to randomly selected the country, like we like.
Randomly selected.
Okay.
We had the help of the National Association of Family Physicians. I can't recall the name of Gino's association, the family practice
Vaccination, something.
is
Is it Gino or the organization? Because sometimes people act in the name of, on behalf of the organization, but the organization doesn't have an idea. And if he's not the head of the organization.
I think he is.
No.
No, he's not. He's a senior person, but Gino does have a very personal
Yeah.
reputation.
But if they have been in contact already, they know who contacted them.
Yes.
So we just have to say it was randomly selected.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
No, there's no talking about high or low performing. It's more about diversity, different countries, different districts, different profile, urban,
We can say, yeah,
rural.
urban.
Yeah.
Urban rural is a good way to do it.
Yes, and different. You don't think, and you need to remind them that everything they say and everything you will observe will be confidential. There's no specific information about their practice that will be communicated outside of the team. WHO won't know, the Ministry of Health won't know, and in everything that we will do, we will make sure that it will be impossible to identify them as a GP or identify their clinic. So there's no way, or their patients. So we'll make sure that if we use a quote from the interview they did, that within this quote we cannot recognize this person. So they need to be aware of that. I think it's important.
So when you publish the report, you're not going to thank the GPs.
If we do so, we will ask their permission and they will have read the report before. Otherwise, we won't say their name anywhere.
Right.
So for example, I had 2 reports 2 years ago, and because of the concerns and all the public scandals in the healthcare system, nobody wanted to give their names.
Yeah.
So we only said healthcare professional or nurse, so like we said hospital, but we didn't mention any names, so it might be also the case, you never know.
I think I wouldn't use names, even in banking, right? It's supposed to be anonymous, right? Even in the report.
But we could certainly share back the findings with them and have your reaction. That's good practice in qualitative research. So to share the report back to them, you could even say your clinic won. Do you agree with our vision of what you did? And they could react back. Often nobody does it, but still it's good. It's good to send them back the report. And if they want their name on it, that's fine. Yeah.
So one is the confidentiality, then there is, we don't spot them, their,
So anonymity as well.
and then the findings.
Yes, and then that's a WHO funded study. And then that you will be in their practice for 10 days of observation, looking at vaccination consultation, so to make sure that they correctly understood what they're signed for. And then to discuss about when to come back, how they want to manage that, if they agree to introduce you, to facilitate the interview with the caregiver or not. Some might don't want no disruption in their regular activity. They might want you to introduce yourself. It depends, I guess. Do I forget?
So the first thing we start with is the interview, or?
It's the interview.
But maybe, for example, I have to go on Monday, she's there from 8 to 14, and probably she won't come earlier than 8 to
No.
2. So is it okay if I do it at the end of the day? Or?
Yes, and maybe when you call her, you could do this information on the phone. Do you have any question about the study? I know that Cassandra reached to you. What did you understand? So just make sure that she's aware of the thing over the phone, then schedule the interview. Is it okay if I come at your clinic at 2 so that we could do the interview at the end of your day or during lunch, or I don't know.
No, but I was thinking to go there in the morning.
And to just be there
and do the interview at the end of the day. Is that okay? Or?
Yes, if it's okay with the doctor.
Yeah. I think it's important to align with the doctor because,
and after the interview discussed all those points about, is there another extra room for caregivers interview? How they want you to manage? Do you introduce yourself in the waiting room? The consent of the patient, what they think? Do they, I don't know if we go there.
If we ask them, then they might come with this crazy idea to have like 10 pages GDP rules signed by the
Patient. Okay.
So,
We don't go there.
no.
And the thing is, when we had the contracts with the GPs on Monday,
Oh, good question.
Let me see, Cass just.
I think it's good to raise just to have like a brief point in discussion with the physician, because there might be patients, especially in the urban, where they might ask.
Yes.
So then we can, together with the GP, we can potentially anticipate, like have a brief point on the confidentiality, and then anticipate potential.
Yeah.
If they ask, then we can know how to handle it.
Yes. So how do you want, or we discussed about it, how should the GP introduce you and what are the specific words we should use? It's not a study, it's not an observation, are you observer? Or coming back to what we discussed previously. Because I think it will be important to tell them exactly what your expectations are in terms of the word they need to use to introduce you.
How do you think of the best way? That's most important.
she's here to understand vaccination.
So you want to be introduced
Maybe at the
or
end.
to make a mention about you?
While I'm there, I would prefer them not to refer to me, because I think then the caregiver will be more attentive to me, and they will notice I'm there. I will affect the interaction somehow.
Yes. So they will observe you anyway.
I think it's
Do you
a bit
think it would be
different.
more comfortable for them? They will act normal if they know who you are, or if they don't know who you are. Because unless there is a glass, like a mirror, and you are there, and they cannot see you.
I think it's a good question to ask the GP for. I asked that the GP, and one told me, oh, I have so many medical residents coming in and out. There's always someone in the corner of the room looking at.
Can I ask you guys a question? How many of you are conscious there's a camera in here
From
for
time
the
to
last
time.
2 days?
From time to time.
Are you guys changing your behavior because of the camera?
No, but ask first.
No.
Okay, but he hasn't said a word in 2 days. We forgot that he was here. Imagine every time he moved the camera, he said, excuse me, I'm just gonna switch the camera like this. And then 10 minutes later, he said, excuse me, I'm just gonna switch the camera like this.
You communicated.
One thing, if you see this camera doesn't even show it's recording.
Yeah.
So from your point of view, it might not record right now.
Right.
But if I do like this, you see it's a red dot there, but it has a button to hide it. So maybe you can use this.
Yeah, but the idea is that for the observers not to be noticed, they have to be placed somewhere where they are not
in the front.
in the front or front view
Yeah.
with the
But he's in
patient.
the front view, do you see?
No, because we're
In the
No,
center.
I'm in the back.
I
You
want
know
to facing
about
that way.
him.
And it's 2 days.
Did anybody
40
introduce
minutes.
him to you?
We
You
spoke.
spoke. Did you play with the
I asked Cassandra,
You're loud and you asked, but we didn't.
Didn't?
I introduced myself.
Yeah, we introduced ourselves to him. Yes, but nobody said, hi, we'd like to introduce, what's your name?
My name is George.
George. We would like to introduce George, and we're just letting you know that George is going to be here for 2 days, and this is why he's recording. Do you guys know why he's recording?
No, I think I was introduced, but
Right?
You know,
You were introduced?
yes, and there was a question if it's everybody okay with the recording or.
Nobody asked
I think
I don't know.
Because I would say no.
the defense notice.
This is
No,
not
it's for
necessarily a
internal use.
confidential environment. I don't feel like I'm going to share information that is going to affect me if it gets out. Whereas if I go to the doctor and I see another person in that room and no one mentions that person, but that person keeps on taking notes, I'm probably going to be like,
But maybe
what are you doing?
I think it's like they will feel you work there. You are there to, I don't know, you take notes for
In a village,
yourself.
everybody knows everybody.
Exactly.
But I remember.
Yeah, so that's why my recommendation would be to discuss that with the GP and how they felt about it. Because that GP in Bucharest was saying, no worries, there's always plenty of people observing in there. I've got many medical students. So for her, it won't be an issue. Probably her patients are used to having new people in the room as well. Maybe in a more remote community when everyone knows each other, or if it's a small clinic, then there might be some weirdness of having someone taking notes in the corner. And that, in that situation, that might be better to introduce yourself at the beginning.
What about if someone is asking you, who are you?
Yeah, and then you need to be ready to answer quick and sexy. Yeah.
All people might say, who are you?
What are you doing?
Yeah,
Se nu pune poata mea. Și am dat de dracu.
I'm a health professional, so I will always say I'm a health professional. So for me it's easier, I would say. I would say what my name is and blah blah. I'm here to understand.
Nu bla bla bla. What is
I'm
bla bla
here
bla?
to understand the vaccination practice.
So what the work should be? Is it a study? Is it a research? Is it a project? What? And maybe you could discuss that in Romanian. But what
We
work?
try to do that.
Project? With projects for what?
Mama e mai specialistă în proiecte.
Ce este un astfel?
Și în training-uri.
Dar nu cred că te întreabă, dacă zici că
Nu cred că te întreabă.
La proiect.
Să mergi pentru un proiect pentru vaccinare, nu știu dacă te întreabă cineva și ce
și
cu
ce e
proiectul
proiectul,
da.
da. Asta s-ar putea să meargă, nu?
And the objective is really to, it's targeting the GPs and the system. So it's to work with the healthcare worker. So it's not really for, I think it's less like might be less sensitive for parents because the objective is to help, or maybe not help, but it's for them to do intervention to enhance vaccination service from the healthcare worker part of it. I don't know if it's helpful or not, but it's not really collecting information on the parents. It's their views on the GPs and the system.
So like to change the angle on the medical team.
Yeah.
But you can't really say,
Yeah.
you can't really say that if they ask you that in the actual practice with the GP next year. Because
But
if you say that in front of the GP, then the GP is going to take a step back and realize that you're actually studying them.
But
You need to be
when
aware.
you talk to the patients or to the parents,
Yeah, but I mean, if they ask right then and there, so if you're not introduced and the patient comes in and goes, who are you? In front of the GP.
But the objective is to enhance vaccination services.
Yeah.
In
Să
general.
îmbunătățim serviciile de vaccinare. Un proiect,
Să?
îmbunătățim serviciile de vaccinare. Nu o să înțeleagă nimeni, dar nici nu o să mai întrebi.
Da,
La pacient.
Da.
Și dacă e un medic ăsta așa foarte plin de el, zice, domnul Șadă, dar cum ai ajuns după mine să îmbunătățesc serviciile de vaccinare? Câți ani aveți de experiență? Nu?
Da.
Nu e posibil să găsim un arogant ăsta?
Dar cred că trebuie mai adaptat și în funcție de situație. Adică nu cred că sunt foarte mulți dintre cei 8 care o să zică ce cauți tu aici, mai ales că au vorbit de
Ar trebui să fie încălziți în puțin
Da, știu care e faza. Da, e posibil să fie unul din nou, dar vezi cum reacționează atunci în situația.
And there's one more thing. I don't know how many people are aware of it, but it happens that the Ministry of Health has started to send patients
I don't know if emails or text messages on how satisfied are you with the services provided, but I don't know in which context, whether it's hospital or clinic or practice or something like this, but I've heard of it in several times. So it may not be such a big idea after all.
Yeah. I think it's linked to the hospital services.
Yeah. Well,
So would you, if you go one by one, a little bird, who are you, what are you doing? Alex.
I'm Alexandra Begozel. I'm here to better understand the vaccination practice. This is what I would say. I keep it simple, not too complicated.
I'd say, oh, sorry.
Yes, any feedback?
This is to the GP or this is to the caregiver?
If a caregiver asks me why I'm there, why am I there?
Who are you working
Yes.
for?
It's a project funded by the World Health Organization.
Is it better to say World Health Organization or Ministry of Health?
World Health Organization.
Yeah.
I think Ministry of Health would scare everyone away.
Okay.
Hey.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Anka, and I'm a student working on a project to understand the vaccination services in Romania and enhance the processes.
Okay. Maybe stop at vaccination services.
And don't mention the enhancements.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it depends who I'm talking to, I think, right?
A caregiver.
Because hi, I'm Hannah. I would like to meet you. I'm here to understand the vaccination service provision.
Do you live here? Are you from
Yes.
here? Yes.
And to a GP? Or to a nurse coming that don't know you, that's not aware?
I would say I'm a health care professional working on public health, so I'm here to understand and also.
Public has.
Yeah, well, the GP will know that the
They will
study
know.
is funded by the WHO,
They
right?
will
So
know.
I guess that's okay.
And what's your, do you have any affiliation with EAR? You're not employed, still employed by the National Institute?
No.
Because sometimes it's helpful and other
Yeah.
times it's not to say that.
I would say that I work on health projects.
Is that okay?
Any, so,
Is that enough for their story, Mariam?
No,
Okay.
sorry.
What else do they
It's
do?
nothing personal, it's nothing to help me to connect with you.
yeah, but the connection should take place afterwards. I mean, in the office, in the doctor's office, they have to be brief and
Right.
Yeah,
So this is stage one. This is
Yeah.
phase one.
This is the
That's
introduction.
okay.
Yeah.
Now, should we just move quickly to the rest of your story when you're one-on-one with the caregiver?
I would say the same, and I would. Is it okay? Or I would like to ask you a few questions. That's what I would say. I wouldn't give too much explanation. I don't think people would want to hear too much. And this is how I usually do it, and it works.
Okay. Can you give us, so now you're sitting with Mariam in the interview, and you've already introduced yourself before, and the doctor knows this, and now.
So I would like to ask you, what do you think about vaccination in general, the vaccination practice?
I'm sorry, who is
You're your baby, you're the father's son.
What do you think?
Și am făcut introducere. My opinion, de care trebuie să fiu? Cum trebuie să fiu?
Is he an anti-vaxxer or a
Whatever inspiration you have.
I was very concerned, and it was a very hard decision to vaccinate or not to vaccinate the kid, but at the end, I vaccinated, but I think
Okay, so you've gotten trust from the anti-vaxxer, that's great, you're ready to tell your story. We're just trying to introduce them. So, you felt comfortable with her? You're ready to tell your story?
No, I'm never felt like
Oh, you were going on and on
it's
how
not,
do you feel?
it's not enough. The introduction was not enough. I'm telling you.
Okay. What do you think she was missing?
It doesn't help me to understand who you are and to go in such a personal discussion.
What would you have liked to hear from her?
Who are you?
But I would tell my name and I will tell you why I'm there, and then I will like straight ask you whether you have some time to talk to me. And then if you want to find out more about me, then you can ask and I will be happy to answer. But I wouldn't have a too long story.
But it's not, I mean, I think it's not so sensitive unless we're mistaken. It's not so...
It depends on who you work with. I guess you've done interviews in the past. Did you find it hard to reach to people in general?
No. I think some are reluctant to talk to you and maybe you cannot miss them, but if you can't, then it's just a small person.
There are some people, they would love to answer
Any questions?
doesn't matter who you are.
Yeah.
But they are not concerned. I think we should concern about the people which are not comfortable and they don't understand, so I'm talking about this group.
Yeah, but if you don't have a number, it's just an opinion, but if you don't have a set number of interviews with caregivers, so if you mustn't have 10 precisely, I mean you can choose, okay, this one is reluctant, doesn't want to talk to me, you thank him nicely.
No, I would try to engage all of them or as much as I can. Yeah.
If you're there in the room, you smile, you look at them. If they look at you, you try to build rapport, I guess.
Yeah. I think it's not that complicated.
It's really, it depends on your style. I'm a very introvert person, but when I get in touch with people to interview them, I have my own style. It works. You need to be comfortable in how you and to be true. If you're true, it will be
like to be honest and ready.
Yes, in how you act and are, then people will trust you more than if you try to
be something else.
Yeah, it wouldn't be like over polite and over cheerful because I'm not like that, and I think it's it would be obvious that I'm faking.
Yeah. And then maybe select carefully those vaccine consultation that happen the most, and that there were the most things happening. If the parent has many questions, if the parent was really hesitant toward vaccination, if the GP was particularly rude with that person, those are the caregiver you want to interview most. So you try to reach them. And if it's more normal or a standard consultation, maybe it's less important if this person doesn't want, or if the kid is crying and in pain, then just skip this one.
We have interviews also out of the clinic with the health mediators and home health.
The home mediator and the community nurse. And I've sent the interview guide for those one to Shirin. She will put it on the Google Doc. It's pretty similar to the as a worker, but it's much shorter, mostly to describe their community, their role, and a bit about what they think about vaccination, if they're involved at all with vaccination, which I don't know, maybe some won't have nothing to do with it and will not have much to say about this. It's more to speak about their role in the community and their collaboration with the GPs and the clinics for vaccine and other things.
So the caregiver will be simple because they're in the context, but with the others, you're completely on your own.
No, I mean I can call the city hall and ask them to put me in touch with.
So
I
we
would use that strategy. Or I will go there and ask them to put me in touch with the, I will ask the worker.
And who are you put it in contact with those people.
I'm a sociologist, I'm here to do a study. If they want to talk to me, it's great. And I think they would agree. I would insist.
I think so. I mean, I don't know what the Romanian sensitivities are here. It doesn't seem like, I don't think Aurora was so bothered by it. So the WHO doesn't care and the Ministry of Health doesn't care.
Well, I'm really out to it. It's my.
Do you think there's any sensitivity if they reach out on their own to make contact with like the Roma mediator?
I don't think it's about the sensitivity. I mean, if we do a study, we have a company who's doing the study, and that company, on behalf of us, with a letter from us, contacts all the people who need to be interviewed, and then the interviewers go and do the job. So this is why I said that even with the GPs, their role is a little bit more now than what we're used to. So I don't know, and I don't know how the mayor's office or anybody in the authority, they may ask you questions, they may ask you for letters, they may ask you further questions. Documents.
So I think we should get a letter that you guys can have if anybody asks you.
Yeah, because you are there not as Anka or Alexandra in your personal capacity, but you represent WHO, for instance, basically.
Yeah.
So we should ask.
So I will have that to Cass.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think with this kind of like ethnographic research, I think we want them to follow the leads in a way. So maybe it's impossible to predict who you're going to talk to.
Exactly. So, and what I know is the lower you go, I mean, with a mediator or a social worker, they listen to somebody, they obey somebody. It's usually the mayor who says, their boss or their supervisor says, look, this person is going to come and talk to you.
Right.
If you go and talk to them directly, they may be reluctant to answer your questions because they are not used to be contacted and to give this sort of information on their own.
Yeah.
So, not a rapport, but the relationship should be established from the beginning. They should know that somebody will contact them and they will talk to that person.
Yeah. Okay. So you will check that with Cass. The other thing I wanted to discuss is the present for parents, for their kids. Do we try to build some toys or maybe a balloon? I don't know. Should we plan to give them little things?
I don't have a kid, but I would imagine, you know, as a parent, you'd feel quite nice if you answered a couple of questions and your kid received a lot of attention. Especially in the rural area. I don't know about urban, but in the rural area and in areas that are quite disadvantaged as well.
I don't know. I don't have any idea. I know that the practice is that the interviewed person is given some sort of incentive, but we just received a set of guidelines in engaging with people by which we don't do this. So yeah, so this is quite recent and we don't know exactly how this will affect any studies that we do. So I cannot really tell you now that yes, you should give them a toy or no, you shouldn't give them a toy. Maybe I don't know, sweets, that's also a question, a balloon or something, I don't know.
So if we can have access to one room in the clinic, I think it could be nice to have some tea or a small
tea, fruit, that would be nice,
Yeah, so that's one thing. And maybe some balloons for kids,
But no, I wouldn't go for any other type
nice and simple and cheap.
There's balloon at the grocery stores, and my girls around 10,
Yeah.
they still ask for the balloon. And I do.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Come on.
But other incentives, I'm not so sure, and I don't know, because
But a tea
Time.
also.
So time is money.
Yeah.
The people should be paid for the time they spend to give you some information. It is almost impossible to pay with cash because of the procedures and
Yeah.
documents and things like that. So, okay, we agree that it's possible, but it's time and that should be paid in a way.
that's also in WHO's policy, should be, probably.
I'm just wondering though, I mean, we've told them it's
We
going to be
pay.
a minute of their time or a few
Exactly,
minutes.
and then
Sitting down and having tea, that just prolongs also the time.
It's not only the time itself, because if, I don't know, Donald Trump is coming for 20 seconds,
You
still
still
offer
him tea. No, I hear what you're saying, Marianne. However, like, let's say I'm on the street and somebody says, hey, would you like to help me get some information to help the environment? I like the environment. I think it's a good cause. I'm willing to give my time because I think it's something eventually that would help me. So I just also want to be careful we don't monetize something that at the end of the day you also want to portray as something beneficial for people, vaccination or health. It's something ultimately it's a
Yeah,
public service.
and in the end, it's something that they do on a voluntary basis and on an ad hoc basis. It's not like we arrange these interviews beforehand and these people know that 2 hours of their time will be, and they will be used for this. You just go after them and you ask them if they would like to talk to you for a minute or so. So it's,
I mean, nobody's being forced.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, if they don't want to give 5 minutes of their time, it's okay.
I think if there's a room and it's possible, it could be nice to have some minimal things to eat. If there's no room and it's in the waiting room, then it might be awkward because some people
yeah.
can have it and others not. But I think, and it doesn't have to be like this buffet with all those things. Might be just a box of chocolate and a box of biscuit and a juice. And then you could offer to take some if they want to. If there's a place to put that in separately from other, might see that. I think it's just to be nice.
Yep.
I always bring, when I do studies in clinic, at the end I always bring a box of chocolate to the staff to thank them for their time and participation, even. But now they're contracted, so they're already having an incentive. But it's.
I think it's a nice gesture, but I think we don't have to.
Everybody's paid in this
Yeah.
research, the people should receive something. Sorry for that.
Maybe after your first interview on Monday, you'll be at the clinic, you'll see the environment. Maybe you could send us an email saying, oh, there's no room, there's no way we could have a separate room to do the interviews. And then we could see.
But what if there is a coffee shop next building?
If I go to the GP with my kids, the thing I want the most is to get back to what I was doing.
Yeah.
So get out and
Yeah.
move on.
Might not want a coffee.
And I would not want to stop in a shop. I think it depends on the person. Might be nice for some, might be a drawback for others.
I think Monday would be also good to see the dynamic of the office.
Yeah.
So maybe even if we interview we collaborate with the team and then with the GP, and then we also maybe it's good to like stay and see how consultations are going on a normal basis and what's the dynamic.
Yeah.
And then
You guys can use your judgment, how you think,
Yeah.
what will facilitate, what
And
will
if
be
people
weird.
wait really a long time before going to see the GP, then maybe you could better use their time waiting to ask some question if it's possible, if you have some privacy. I think you'll see. It depends on, and it might be one way with one clinic and completely different in this other clinic as well. Do you think you have enough to get started? Do you want to take a closer look at the interview guide for GPs?
I didn't, so there's one question, number 6.
Yeah.
So what do you mean with opportunity vaccination?
It's when a person came for other reason, not for specifically for vaccination, and then they check in the file and see, oh, you're late in your vaccination, you should have received your purchases vaccination. My feeling from having heard that they received the vaccine on specific dates in the month is that this is not done a lot, but maybe it is. Maybe it could happen. It's how proactive are the GPs in checking if people are up to date, reminding patients that vaccines are needed, and vaccinating, taking every opportunity to vaccinate. And for question 11, we discussed that maybe you should ask, are you concerned about specific vaccines, or do you think most of your colleagues support vaccination in general? That might be less sensitive.
And when it comes to number 14, when it comes to the protocol, so that would mean that they are following the vaccination protocol.
Yes, so I think the recommendation Gino was saying yesterday, when it's 38.2 or above, they don't vaccinate. Yes, so is there a guide with when you should vaccinate, even if the child has minor illness, and when you should not vaccinate? And usually it's with fever, but it depends.
So it's more like what's the practice, or if they are aware? So we should look to the practice, like...
There's a big issues with false contraindication from what these other previous studies. So many GPs are very afraid to vaccinate if the child has anything. So they only want to vaccinate perfectly healthy, no runny nose, no nothing. So the idea behind this question is, what are they looking for in terms of possible reason not to vaccinate? And I think there's I don't know, a Romanian immunization protocol, or like
I think Aurora could
practice guidelines that every GP should follow, intervals between doses, and which vaccine should be given, and what to do when a child was not vaccinated and you start vaccination at 5, and all these complicated things are in a practice guidelines. So are they aware of it? Do they follow it? And I think it's okay if they have questions to refer them, or to say that you could ask someone else to come back to say that you're not immunization expert. If they do have very specific questions, sometimes it happens.
So we can take them as,
Yeah,
forward them.
to Cass or to Gino.
We have a question. Are there any practice guidelines dedicated to GPs on vaccination? So they should be...
Not for vaccination, in fact, but for communication for vaccination.
But is
So
there
collaborating together with ECDC?
is there an immunization guide, when they schedule all the vaccine?
Like a clinical guideline?
Only a national immunization program, as I said yesterday.
Okay.
And this order is posted on the website.
But for practitioners, a checklist. Child comes. First you check temperature. Temperature is higher than 40.
Schedule included.
Okay. Okay.
Da.
Mai ne fumăm o țigară.
Nu știu. Așa. Ok. Deci, sunați și spuneți-ne că nu este disponibil. Asta este. Că trebuia până vineri cetății să mă găsiți eu acolo.
For instance, in
Pleacă
Canada,
săptămâna viitoare.
practitioners are following the thing
Ok.
from the
Am
US.
învățat oamenii că nu
Center of
există și că asta este. Altă dată.
Interesting.
Da, nu e disponibil.
I think in Canada you have a lot of guidance.
Yeah, everything is really
Documented.
there's norms
Da.
for everything.
Păi, nu știu.
Follow the checklist and the guidelines.
5
and
This
algorithms and yes, there is an if. No, everything is really standardized,
Da.
which is not always a good
Noi
thing.
nu se poate.
Ești o țigarăței?
Unde pleacă aici,
Yes.
nu am vorbit.
Many people like this.
Da. Vaccinarea,
Să la
da. Și vaccinarea în două. Vaccinarea pe care o Columbia.
We're almost done. I think Shireen will touch on logistics.
This is the case.
Da, cam așa.
Deci needed remote.
Nu, adică activitatea. Se scrie 2 ani de la data...
I don't think so.
Adică, mă rog, anul ăsta, bănuiesc acum de nu se fie
Yes, you feel there's things
sau
we
ani,
should
măcar
discuss.
în an jumate, nu știu ce să... Da, da.
If we want to follow
Și eu
the
mulțumesc că
practice
te-ai
and
dat.
interaction.
Da, și spune-le că nu e disponibil, că ai căutat și nu găsești în niciuna din clinici. Dacă au
Maybe for the
adevărat,
doctors?
ok, dar la nu mai
I mean, as we get
așa ne spune.
the patient's opinion on
Este
how they
problema
are
lor.
treated, maybe we should also get a view of
Că nu are cine să le treacă în carantină.
doctors,
Nu mai
GPs,
contează. Deci dacă doresc, e treaba
on
lor.
what is the knowledge and the attitude of the
Doamne ferește.
the
Da,
patients.
bine.
To see
Și eu
whether
mulțumesc. O zi bună la
they
vedere.
make
Nicio problemă.
up with a solution, or may think, or if they are, you know, they look downwards on them or something like this.
Yes, it would be the ideal if we could ask the GPs a couple of questions and they
So maybe, yeah, so maybe here, I don't know where it would fit.
I think it would be more like after the consultation if you could get back to the GP, and it will all depend on how you will be able to build rapport with this specific GP, but asking them question about this parent, if what they think.
No, or maybe in the general interview, if they ask, what do you think what do you think parents in general know about vaccination, or how much do you think they care about vaccination, or do you think there's something that needs to be done to, yeah. Okay, so this kind of question in the general interview, but
Yes.
because sometimes we get this answer from the local professionals we work with, all of them, to say, oh, but I did everything I could.
Yes, and people just don't come.
And they just don't come, but I did everything.
Yeah.
So this is a bit,
Yeah. Tricky. Yes. It's pretty rare that you think it's your fault. You tend to always.
and it shouldn't be. Maybe they just say, look, we don't have enough time, and we should be allowed more for a consultation in order to give this information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's true that vaccine is only one little part of everything they need
Exactly.
to do.
So, but if this is the case, or if any of their answer is relevant, I mean, the result of this study can be the basis for a recommendation for
To do, yeah.
Regarding the, sorry for interrupt our discussion, but regarding the guideline or protocol for vaccination from GPs, we don't have, but we intend to develop from February this year in collaboration with CDC Atlanta, training for trainers.
Oh.
So we intend to train some trainers at the national level, and those have to spread the training in the region, and after that another and another trainers from the local.
And it's a training about vaccination in general?
Only vaccination.
Okay. So the
GPs
schedule.
especially.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. So we try to do this from 2 years ago,
Okay.
but we cannot find support, financial support, and obviously technical support, because we need guidelines with evidence-based skill and so on and so on.
Yeah.
So now we are almost ready to begin this training. At the end of February, I think.
And how many people do you foresee to be trained for in the first phase?
I don't know. Cassandra knows. Sorry, but I think a couple of 100, 250 or 300. Yeah.
There's different tools. I know that Gino has online this national association
Yes,
as online
society, yes.
tools on vaccination.
But it's different.
Yes, no.
It's different. So we try to cover nationwide
Yeah.
with our training, and after that we hope that the vaccination law will be approved, and from time to time, I don't know, 2 or 3 years periodically, we intend to improve and to update this training and to train our vaccinators. Yeah. This is our intention, but I don't know.
But the training is ready, almost ready.
Almost ready
The
to
curriculum.
prepare.
The curriculum.
Yes, we begin at the end of February. CDC come here. The team of CDC Atlanta come here.
And they will.
And here in this room
Oh.
will be trained the first trainers.
Okay.
So you have the
And after
curriculum.
that, yes,
Aveți materialul de curs, nu?
ei îl fac.
Okay, so CDC Atlanta is doing
Yes.
the curriculum, and they will come here to train the first batch of trainers. Okay, so when Sharon is back, I'll say hello and
And thanks for your time and your insight.
I hope it was somehow useful. Yeah.
Yes. We'll keep in touch with you with the findings and to make sure that it's integrated with others' activities.
Yeah, exactly.
Aveam un răspuns pentru Marian și de aia.
Un răspuns?
Mi-a fost că pleacă. M-a întrebat el about flu vaccination. Flu. Marian asked me something and I would like to answer him. Yeah.
I talked to Eve and she said that she will deliver part on logistics and
Yeah, although I think we've covered a lot of it, but
Okay.
yeah, okay, so thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate your input and we'll keep you posted.
Thank you.
And I think yesterday we spoke about your inputs into the guide. You're okay, and you said there was a few things.
Yeah, we mentioned, I talked right now with Eve, maybe include a question for the doctors as well, because since we want the patient's opinion on how the doctor treat them, maybe we should like to get the doctor's opinion on what do they think that the parents know, or what do they think of the parents who come and vaccinate. Because some of them may say, oh, but we're doing everything and they're still not coming, or they don't care, or something like this.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
And
Okay, great.
Yes. Should I make changes in the Google Doc document?
Yes.
And then you will link.
I'll put everything in the training folder, so I can put everything now it's in the observer, the protocol folder. And then I put your one also.
Okay, just make sure that.
okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Cheers down the road.
Do you need any more
No,
presentation?
No,
I
we're
can.
done, yeah.
Clear?
Thank you. Sorry, have you gone through the questionnaire?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So I'll just
Mi-au spus fetele
discussion about observations.
Vă mănânc pe toate. Vă mănânc pe toate. Pe toate. Păi, voi stați acolo,
Da, asta la tine e da, exact, acolo mâncam exemplu și măcar îmi dau un pic o idee și încep să-mi formez, știi, și exact. You have a headache?
Yeah, just like being in this room with no windows all day and no fresh air and stuff.
I think
it is. And are you good with the caregiver interview guide? It's not really framed, it's more like topics than questions. Is it okay with you, or do you need to, should we,
Can we ask also if they got any materials and
yeah, like I'm not sure what the procedure is here. Like, do you get a little leaflet when you go to the practice? Like, as a, I don't know, personally, if I had a child and I went to practice and I was maybe contemplating vaccinating my child, but I wasn't entirely sure, I wouldn't just go by what the doctor is telling me. I would like a leaflet, like available leaflets. You know how there's against like sexually transmitted diseases and stuff like that.
For sure.
Yeah, a brochure. I don't know if there's anything like that.
I think some doctors do, like for example, you know, the one that we visited in Bucharest, the one you'll see next week. She had like posters everywhere, like plastered, and it was obviously she was pro-vaccination because she had a lot of information.
Yeah.
Some, yeah, it depends on the doctor and they might have house and I was thinking it to them, but in the stream.
It's so strange that they allow people who are anti-vaccination to be doctors, like family practitioners. I find that quite strange. I understand it's a personal belief to some extent, but that personal belief influences so many other people, and with something that sensitive, I don't think it should be allowed. That's just my personal opinion. I obviously don't know if it's shared by other people.
So I think I expect the education of the physicians.
Bazează bună și sănătate.
Yeah.
They should more emphasize
So we understood from Gino that like the training that they get on vaccination is very critical, like in their whole medical career is maybe like 1 hour or a few hours, and it's also maybe 10 years ago, it's not often refreshed.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier as well. If a legislation is actually implemented at some point, that legislation should stipulate that only a practitioner with a diploma in vaccinations, who's specializing in vaccinations, should be allowed to administer vaccinations. But then that would reduce the number of...
That sounds like it would create a barrier.
Exactly, that would create a barrier, especially in disadvantaged areas where you have one GP for I don't know how many thousands of people.
I mean, even the fever guideline to me is like, that's also not really, there's no scientific evidence that says your child cannot get vaccines if they have fever.
Is there
It's in fact, it's not
alright.
So to me that guideline emphasizes the fact that all vaccines may harm your child.
Exactly, so there could be an issue.
Like I have a hard time getting my kids had a cough and like runny nose, like my story of my life here. There are days that my kids aren't coughing, but yeah, they would vaccinate. So it's like another issue. Like they're not vaccinated.
So it's, I think it's more of a from the GP perspective from the parents, so that's something you need to be observing. What the GP think is a contraindication and why they don't vaccinate, and I suspect that minor illness will be a stop for vaccination. Because I think it's often 40-degree fever and very an acute illness that is a real
Actual threat,
actual contraindication, and it doesn't mean that the vaccine, it could still work.
Yeah.
The vaccine would be effective even though, but it's, so I'll just make small adjustments in the guide based on what we've discussed and what Raluca just told us about asking some question to the GPs and about parents in general. Are they informed about vaccination? Are they aware that vaccination are needed? Do they have vaccine hesitancy? Just to get a sense of what they think. Do they think they've done everything they could and that it's just parents that don't come up for vaccination? So that's another question I will add, and I will rephrase this question that might have been sensitive.
Okay. And with regards to the translations, obviously we've agreed to do the note-taking in Romanian and then transcribe everything in Romanian. Do you want us to also translate? I mean, personally I'm happy to do that, but I don't know, obviously, if that's what you want, if you think that's going to be biased, or...
If you do record the interview and they're in Romanian, you could do the transcript in Romanian and you could translate. For the observation note, I think I would, if it's possible for you to write them in English from the beginning, that would be great. You could use the observation grid to record the main observation. So I've left some spaces, and if it's on the computer, obviously it will expand as you write. And then just keep your notebook with all the details in Romanian, and if I find something interesting, I might ask you to get back to those notes and maybe expand.
Give me more detail, yeah. So do you want us to send pictures of the notes as well? So if we have, like, let's say I have a notebook like this and I sketch everything and then I do drawings and stuff, do you want that as well?
That could be, yes. The more you have, the better. Keep everything.
Yeah.
If you could fill that for each vaccine consultation in English and send it back to me, I could flag where more details are needed, and then you could go back to your note and maybe expand.
Yeah.
So will you guys have access to printers? Because you'll need, I guess, one of these for every day. Yeah?
could be all in your notebook, and then after you do it on the computer, and just save it as a Word file.
I think that would be better,
Yeah.
environmentally speaking, because otherwise we'll just end up with a lot of paper that's just going to get bent because
Yeah.
we're just going to scan it and send it to you. So
Yeah.
I don't see the need of having one for each patient printed out.
Yes.
Okay. It's up to you guys what you're feeling comfortable with. So we've agreed that they're going to transcribe in Romanian. Is that
The
right?
recording, yes, and then we will move that to translation.
So for the caregiver and GP interviews,
Yeah.
record will be in Romanian, and then they will write that down in English or Romanian?
The observation, you could write it in Romanian, but when you fill this grid, if you could fill it in English, that would be easier.
One question. This one is like a general environment setup, right?
So
is it
it's-
for each meeting? For
No,
each
just one per clinic.
one meeting?
And the GP interviews, are they translating that to English or just staying in Romanian?
I don't know who should be translating that, if it's easier to send this out to a professional translator, to have them translated in English, or ask you guys to do it, depends, because it could take a lot of time. Even transcription takes a lot of time.
I mean, I think it would take a lot of their time.
So I would recommend that you do the transcript in Romanian, send it back to the translator we identify, or to you, that will.
It's not me. It's definitely not me. But we can try to contribute.
Yes, I've sent an email to Katrina asking about translation, and if they have, WHO has already some.
Okay.
So important is to have the first stage in Romanian, right? And then see.
And then, you said you'll send them to us in Romanian, the interviews, yeah. The
Like
observation.
the minimum, the first step, and then we'll see based on what you tell us if
But you won't be,
Very complicated to translate. For me, it would be complicated to translate 10 pages of English.
Yeah,
yeah.
So maybe because this will take time, if we want to be really proactive and make sure that within the 2 weeks that you will be in this first clinic, we're able to adjust this guy for the next clinic he'll go into. If you have special issues, if there's questions that don't work well, if you feel lost because the GP start to speak very technical language and you don't understand, if you need any guidance, maybe we could set up a Skype meeting or a phone call to discuss that. Because I don't think it's realistic for you to do the interview, do the transcription, to send that to translation. And that will be done within 3 days so that I could see and revise. And take a bit
So what would be your proposal to have the first call? When would you see it?
Maybe at the end of next week after
So the first week.
in the field. And if there's anything that goes bad, just don't wait. Just send me an email as soon as possible and Shireen so that we could adjust.
Can you have your email address as well, sorry? I don't have that.
Yes. Because I'm very poor in spelling in English. I confuse a letter and people get lost. So that's. And we will have a Google Doc folder when you could upload observation grid and transcript. Make sure that it's only the code, that there's no personal identification in those documents, because Google Docs are not secure databases. So there should be names and...
Do you have a Google? I don't know if my Google Drive will have the space for all of this data.
Maybe then we could use Dropbox.
Yeah. Do you have a Dropbox then?
Yes.
Set up for it?
Yeah.
I think it's better that it sits with you since you will be.
Yes, of course. I think you sent an email where I have your.
Yeah, what I will do is maybe I'll just send everybody an email with all the training materials from today. I'll give you all your schedule as well for the next 2 weeks with your address, your GP, names, emails, etc. And I'll just summarize these things that we've agreed on, the translation, the transcription, the Dropbox, and all that stuff, so everybody has the big decisions. You know, they know everybody's address. Everybody can be connected. Yeah. Okay, so all of your GPs have agreed, so you all start on Monday, so maybe you call them tomorrow, touch base. What do you think, Eve, in terms of going back to back? Like, do you anticipate that they might need a break in between, like, waves, or can they just keep going?
It's up to you, and depends on the schedule of the GPs and how much time you will have to transcribe your note and do verbatim transcription. If you are not able to do it, like if you accumulate a lot of recording and audio files to transcribe, might be good to have 1 week or a couple of days to finish up a transcription before moving on to another clinic.
How often do you expect them to send the transcriptions? Like every week you get a batch?
Yeah, I'd like to have, for the beginning, I'd like you to upload your observation grid as soon as they're completed to the Dropbox, so I can check and give you some feedback and make sure that everything is good. Once we will be all on the same page, then it could be after each week. It's up to you. I won't be, I'll try to do it iteratively to maybe flag out some question to explore more in the other clinics, but it should be.
So for example, my 2 clinics are linked so far, so I have 2 weeks and then the next 2 weeks.
Yes, unless anybody has any challenges, but this is...
That's also assuming that they'll do vaccinations every day, because I thought yesterday we talked about.
But it seems like all of them are continuous, so far, at least for the first wave. So this first batch, so right now we've got all of you, so we've got Juana and Yash rural, Alex Bucharest urban, and Anka Timișoara urban. So you guys are there until the 22nd of February. Okay, and then for the 25th of February, if everything goes according to plan, we have Juana and Yash urban. We have Anka and Timișoara rural, and Alex and Bucharest rural.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
So
and then you're doing Cleveland then.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we have sort of data analysis kind of going on continuously. So I think as much as you can upload it, if you agree continuously, that will help us not to spend months afterwards, like still catching up on the backlog. Yeah, so that we can get the results out as soon as possible. Yeah.
And it's roughly 5 hours in the practice every day.
Yeah. So keep track of your hours as well. So a day is about 8 hours of work. I think you guys have a contract for 35 hours, for 35 days, I believe.
33.
33.
Is it? I thought it was 38.
Mine is 33 in content.
Okay. Check your contract.
Yeah.
So yeah, keep track of your days and your hours for the transcribing so that if you go over that we know.
Yeah. So my rural clinic is 1 hour far from Yash.
Yeah, same with me. An hour away from Timișoara.
62 kilometers.
Oh.
So yeah, I think I will check also with the GP if I can do everything, like the spare time to sit in the office directly, because it will take us 1 hour.
Right.
Driving,
2 hours,
yeah.
it's all the day.
Could you move closer? I don't know, are you staying with somebody? You're staying with a friend?
Yeah, I will stay in Yash. But I will check it there. There is not much option to stay there.
Stay there.
But yeah,
Okay, yeah.
I will see on Monday the dynamic.
Yeah, I think you guys know how to organize your time best.
Yeah.
So, yeah, use your judgment. Okay, yeah, so just keep track of your days, maybe check in with us. After the first week, we can see how long your transcribing takes, etc. And then maybe you can just report back every 2 weeks or so. Okay, I need so many days, just so we have a sense of.
So the interview with the GP, the nurse, the health mediator would like to have verbatim transcription, so word for word transcription. For the caregivers, you might be a bit more flexible in the sense that you could be a more concise.
How come? Just out of curiosity.
For if it goes on to speak to something not related to the vaccination, or if the parent speaks to the child, you just put brackets, say the parents is.
Yeah.
Just to focus on
What the information?
yes, especially if you do a lot and you have a lot of recording, just to make sure that you don't spend too much time doing verbatim transcription of things that we will not be analyzing anyway.
And for the observations, obviously we have the observation grid and we'll have our notes. Do you want a narrative as well? Like actually a separate document?
No.
Or would you write literally everything that happened?
I don't think so, because I think it will be too much of a burden, but you
can
add as much as possible in the boxes. And I'll try to, the first one or the first two I'll revise them carefully and I'll give you some guidance. So, oh, this you should expand more, and this it's okay, you could be just more concise.
Good. Okay.
But keep your notes, because I might come back to you to ask specific question, and it's an issue when you do a lot of them, then you don't remember.
Oh, that's
yeah. And you will get better. So the first one are always the worst. Even I do a lot of interview, and the new project, the first I am doing are really not the good ones.
Yeah.
It's normal.
Just like paying attention to which elements, you know.
Yes, and you're not familiar with the question, so you don't want to forget things, and then it's not always easy.
That's my phone number. If you don't have it, you can send me a WhatsApp or something. If you're in a jam or you don't know what to do or you have a quick question, feel free to reach out. And I think you all have Cass's phone number as well, right? So for contracts and stuff like that, payment, Cass, and for other stuff, you can contact me. Don't forget to save all your receipts if you, I don't know, buy balloons or tea or biscuits or scrubs. Just save your receipts so that we can add it to your invoices. Yeah? And I don't know what your contract states in terms of how you will be paid. Will you be paid at the end or monthly?
Well, that's the thing. My understanding is that somewhere around 11% is given to us in advance to cover the travel costs and scrubs and whatever else you're buying, and then the rest, 88 point something percent, is at the end of the contract.
Okay.
So
you guys are clear on how to, it's clear on how you're supposed to collect your money? Like, do you have to invoice or you
well, that's
paid?
what we're not 100% sure, because what Cass was saying yesterday, at least with regards to the advance, is that it has to be processed and then we'll receive it. I don't think any of us have received any email regarding that to confirm that it has been processed yet. And then after the processing takes place, it takes another 5 days for us to receive it. With regards to the final one, I asked, I think it was Christina that all of us spoke with, the way it works after the completion of the contract. I don't think we invoice, but like who has 30 days to give us the money? up until the 30th of September, I think, which was a bit confusing because I wasn't entirely sure if that's when we're getting paid or if we're getting paid when it finishes.
No,
The project is ending in September, but then there's my understanding, there is a phrase saying that once we finish and everything is agreed, then yes.
Right, okay.
Not till the end of the project.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't need to worry.
Okay, that really makes sense because otherwise it would be a bit worrying.
Yeah,
we get paid in
you'll get
September.
paid for September. Okay, so I'll, if, when did you guys sign your contracts?
I didn't.
We did Friday.
Friday.
So
Oh, okay, so it's still.
I think it was the first.
They don't move that fast, so it's probably.
I didn't because I asked to do some changes.
Okay.
Because my county was Timisoara and I said I'm not working for Timisoara.
Okay. So,
Fair enough.
I think Cass has told me, so I asked Cass about the letter. She says you guys can pick it up from the WHO office tomorrow. When do you fly out?
Tonight at 9.
But I can do a scan for you if you want.
Yes, please. That would be nice.
Okay.
So the letter to introduce the project.
Yes.
Oh, right.
But maybe we can have it
By email, yeah, I will ask her.
And send to the
Yeah.
GPs by email.
Yeah, okay, so.
What about the consent forms for the interview?
There's no consent form, so I've removed that.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Even for the GP, there's no consent form?
No,
Okay.
so there's a new version that Shireen will share of the guides, and there's a guide for us and Roma mediator as well, and community nurse.
What happens if there's no Roma mediator or community nurse? I'm not entirely sure if there's one in Timisoara.
There's no interview.
Look for Roma NGOs or groups or.
And try to reach out to them and speak to them.
Well, I think
I
your
think
GP will know if there is one or isn't one.
Yeah,
Okay, so
and-
First
and-
ask them.
And then, yes, during the interview with the GPs, and if you observe things, it could lead you to do interview with someone we don't already know. Like a religious leader, I don't know, someone who's important and has an impact on vaccination, then you want to interview that person.
I feel there are many questions in the interview guide. Can we group them by topics or?
Yes, yes. There's more, and it's always the case when we do interview guide with many different people involved, and we'll want them to ask a couple of questions. So these are 10, and if you, ideas that we want to explore about their practice, their attitude, how they interact with patients, but you could skip, you could rephrase and
Okay, anything else that you think we need to go?
Are you good to go?
Yeah.
You feel
You guys
safe?
feel comfortable? Excited?
Looking forward.
Yeah?
Yes.
Very interesting. Okay.
too. And I take my emails, like I'm really, so any question, any concern, don't wait, ask.
Likewise, yeah, anytime you guys have any challenges, let me know, let Cass know.
If your kids out of the office.
Yeah, I think hopefully that won't happen, but I think
It could.
it could, so it's okay.
That's reassuring.
Aurora, do you have any final words you'd like to say?
I'm very impatient to see the results.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think it's a hard study, very elaborated,
Yeah.
and too much work.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah. I think.
But it will be, I think, the first of its kind, so it's exciting.
Yes, of course.
So, and it's a credit to the Romanian Ministry of Health and National Institute of Public Health that you're bold and courageous to try a new methodology. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you too.
Marion, any last words from your
I
side?
give you my contact details.
Thank you.
It's hard with the emails, but call me. Not in the morning. So you're stuck with the Roma groups, the Roma communities. I can find someone for you. really willing to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you so much to Marianne and Aurora.
Thank you to
Eve for all of the technical input. Thank you to you guys for being such good sports and being so enthusiastic. Good luck.
See, when the report is published, will we have access to it, or is it going to be on one of those pay £40 a month to download it?
We will produce a report for the WHO, of course, and you will be involved in that to make sure that it reflects what you've seen and learned. I'd like also to publish a paper in a scientific journal, and you will be invited to be co-authors as well. For sure.
But the only reason I'm asking is because my coordinator for my dissertation published my dissertation, but I don't have access to it unless I forgot my logins, so it is my fault, but now if I want to access it again and download it, I have to pay because it's obviously in a scientific journal and it's £40. And I was like, I don't think my dissertation is actually worth £40, so I'm not going to pay for it.
But
Oh,
it's
that's bad.
name, right?
Well,
Or
no, I'm under acknowledgement.
Oh.
And you wrote it?
Well,
It's yours.
it's part of the study. My dissertation was part of the full-blown one-year study, so I think that's why she only put me under acknowledgement. It's okay, I was young. I should have known better.
Yeah, next time negotiate.
Exactly.
Okay guys, see you, we'll be in touch. Eve, maybe we'll set up, I will set up a call for next Friday for all of us. This morning. Well, you guys tell us what your schedule is, but Eve is 7 hours behind us. So I think usually the morning her time is better, right?
Yes,
Anyway,
yes.
yeah, okay, great.
At least we don't have Australia, so that would be easier.
So you guys, I think, will be done by 4 or 5 p.m. anyway. And you should do consultations.
No.
But if you send me your observation grid in the meantime, I could give you some feedback via email.
Cool. All right. Enjoy the rest of the day in Bucharest. Thank you
making sure it's not safe. Raport
Da până cu clienții din Italia și să le dăm.
Nu știu care ești. Și atunci
Ceva express.
I did my PhD on needle exchange program.
De la
Yes, I looked at the conflict of values between the community where these programs were implemented and the public health. Because in Canada we have needle exchange, but also have drug consumption use more
Nu, am ajuns până acolo, deci am văzut. Da.
I thought that your work was really interesting.
Yes, I was the first one who exchanged it.
Da. Eu mă gândeam tot la unii ca la
23 years.
de aici.
Și am uitat până la aeroport.
That's so
de aici.
important and basic
Este în afară, ai considerat în afară.
on reduction
Da,
practices.
Valvele de subiect, tot fel de
Sigur,
prostii.
normal.
He was directly searching for some Bucharest.
Facem, așa e 3,50
In what discipline?
cu expresul.
Sociology.
Pe costă cum ai aeroport. Deci
And you teach us sociology.
și e ok expresul.
Da, păi așa.
Are you in sociology?
No, it's under the Faculty of Sociology and Social Work. I'm on the social work department. So basically, I'm training
The social workers
to work
with vulnerable
groups.